Chapter 1294. The heavy rain fell. Looking up at the sky, it was densely packed black spots. There was no white reflection of the water at all. When it hit the water, bubbles appeared and disappeared one after another. There was a mist on the deck. In addition to the sound of thunder and lightning, there was also the sound of raindrops hitting the deck. The thicker parts of the deck were splashing. The sails on the ship had already been lowered. They didn't dare to continue raising them. The windows were closed. Even so, a lot of rain gathered in the middle and low areas of the ship. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put on their raincoats and scanned the river with binoculars to see what the other boats were doing. The boats on the river came to the shore one after another, and then they took out a stake from who knows where and hammered it into the soil on the shore. They tied a rope to hold the boat in place, and then they set up a shelter on the shore and hid inside. It's actually here. Not a single boat is damaged. All the boats have found their positions. Zhang Xiaobao looked for a while and found that there was no danger on the river, so he said, "They are not stupid. You know it's going to rain, and they know it too. Besides, the locals live here. How can they put themselves in a dangerous situation? Look, there are two big boats in front. They are ready to organize a rescue." While Wang Wan was talking, the two boats that came against the current stuck together and made a collision sound. It was very clear in the heavy rain. She quickly arranged for the people on the boat to prepare for a rescue. Normally, in the current situation, there was no rescue. Everyone was protecting themselves. Even if they saw the boat capsize, they could only stare and hope that the people survived. That was because the rescue equipment was different. The boat on their side had rubber boats and inflatable life jackets. If they fell into the river, they didn't have to worry about sinking. The people in charge of the rescue were proficient in swimming, and could save the lives of the people who fell into the water to a large extent. Zhang Xiaobao was also anxious, but when he looked at the situation again, he said, "There's no need for rescue." They deliberately hit each other. Look at what they are doing. Wang Wan shook off the water on the binoculars and looked again. She knew that when the two ships collided, something was put on the side of the ship to reduce the force. She didn't know what was in the sack. The sound was very loud, but the two ships were not damaged. Ropes were now being thrown to one another, one to my boat, and the other to yours, and planks were nailed to each side of the deck. This is a pirate's method of seizing a ship. Do they want to combine the two ships together to fight against the wind and rain? It's because... I get it. They're afraid that if the rain gets heavier, the water from upstream will become heavier, forcing them to change the direction of the boat. That would be the most dangerous situation. Now that they have a boat to lean against, they have strong endurance and are smart. Wang Wan looked at the layout of the ship and praised. People were all forced. In fact, they could have known in advance that it was going to rain and then avoided it first. For example, they could have found a safe place to stop and anchored. However, they couldn't be sure when the rain would fall. In order to save time, they forced their way forward. When they made this choice, they probably discussed it with the other ships. When the time came, the two ships would lean against each other instead of colliding. There was no need to worry about a few small holes nailed on the deck. They could be covered with glue or stuffed with something. When the wind and rain passed, they could remove the holes and continue to move forward. They could save 2 hours of time, and they could deliver the items 2 hours earlier. If the wind was strong enough to blow away the clouds, that would be even better. It was better than waiting for the wind to blow away the clouds. You see, they are not stupid. Your auxiliary tools are not easy to sell. When the fog comes, other people will also find a way to solve it. Who said that? The smarter they are, the more convenient the tools they will choose. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Let's see if they will buy it when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao said, unconvinced. The ships on the river had basically stopped, not because they were afraid of the rain, but because they were afraid of hitting other ships. Only the steam engine ships were still moving forward. They didn't care about whether it was raining or not. They didn't need to find a mover when they were going against the current, and they didn't need to raise their sails. They were very confident in facing this kind of simple rain. Zhang Xiaobao's team was even more so. The difference was that the ship had sails to reduce the speed. At this time, when the sails landed, the sound of machinery could be heard. They sped up and went through this relatively narrow area. Seeing that there was no problem on the river, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned back to the cabin and leaned on the deck chairs to rest. It was the most comfortable time to sleep now. Xiao Bei and the others just took a shower and crawled into bed to sleep. Their entire bodies were relaxed, and they quickly fell asleep. I don't know if the rain is heavy on the battlefield. I can't see how large the area of the rain clouds are. It's really uncomfortable without a satellite image. Zhang Xiaobao pulled over a blanket and covered himself with it. He swayed back and forth gently, worrying about the people on the battlefield. Wang Wan, who was beside him, had a calm expression. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "The heavier the rain, the better. If it continues to rain for a few days, we will get a large number of horses. When the ground is muddy, the horses won't be able to run. Our people will snipe a few people and shout loudly that they will not be killed if they surrender. They will surrender." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. That's true. The Arabian horses have always been very useful. We can't slow down the development of our country for the sake of war. That's why we have no choice but to turn some of the military horses into commercial horses. When the domestic economy develops, we can make more off-road vehicles to replace horses. What kind of off-road vehicle? 4-wheel drive? Wang Wan asked. Won't a 3-wheeled tractor work? It's a vehicle with a lot of combat power. The diesel engine is powerful, the wheels are bigger, and the chassis of the vehicle is high. Other than the places where the body of the vehicle can't pass, it's generally better than horses. Zhang Xiaobao imagined the scene when the tractor army was deployed. If it was on the plains, its power would be great. With a little rain, it would be more convenient to chase the enemy. As long as it wasn't too muddy, the tractor could easily rush over. The two of them were chatting idly when there was a knock on the door. Then, a person came in and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "The Meteor Battle Squad just sent a telegram. They have arrived in our country's territory and are speeding up their march. They will arrive at the injured village in 2.5 days. They are asking if there are any arrangements." Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight with a happy expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "There are no arrangements for them. Let them do what they want. However, we have to send a telegram. In 3 days, report this matter in the official newspaper of the Great Tang. Don't use the real names of the women and their families. Just say that the matter is over." The person received the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao let out a sigh of relief and lay back down. He turned his head to look at Wang Wan and said, "It's good that they are back. Give our women an explanation. Let them kill the people who bullied them with their own hands. Let them live a good life in the future. Aren't you worried that after they get their revenge, they will let go of the last bit of hope in their hearts and then die?" Wang Wan asked. "It's possible. Someone, send a telegram. Tell them that when they see the 2 women in the village, tell them to help them capture the people. The imperial court will spend a lot of money. Tell them to cherish it and do more things for the Great Tang. If they die, the Great Tang won't be able to pay for it. If they still want to die, tell them that their lives can't be sacrificed in vain. Join the army, train, and become a field medic. When they die, that's when it will end." Zhang Xiaobao shouted twice toward the door. He simply stopped lying down and sat up to make tea and eat melon seeds. This was a good pastime on a rainy day. Wang Wan also sat up and drank with him. After a while, she ate the melon seeds Zhang Xiaobao handed over and said, "It's really a hard life. I'm worried that the people in the village will look down on them, and that their men won't want them." Why won't they? When they need men, where are they? The ones who should really commit suicide are the men in their village. Don't worry. Send the heads over, send the people over alive. When the time comes, their men will probably be proud of it. The most important thing should be the provincial governor who was captured before. He still wants to suppress him. When a person with such thoughts is in charge of a place, he will definitely hope that the people will be obedient and not cause him trouble. Thus, the people will become cowards. When a soldier is weak, the general will be weak. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and said. He hated the provincial governor who was escorted to the capital the most. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he bullied the people under his rule. Wang Wan also hated him. How could he turn the people into sheep? She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Fortunately, something happened and exposed him. Otherwise, after a long time, the local people will lose their courage one by one. In the future they will be useless. Others will learn from him. When a people loses their courage, it's scary. There should be democratic elections. The people will vote for themselves. The elected people will naturally be responsible for the people who voted for them. The benefits of democracy are reflected. We should learn from the United States. Learn from them? We also have democracy. In the past, the emperors were supported by the people and became the leaders of the big tribes. Later, didn't they change little by little? Why is the United States democratic? That's because the United States doesn't have its own national spirit. Spirit needs time to settle. A country with a history of hundreds of years can't learn our national spirit even if they want to. They were all colonized in various places, and some were sold as slaves. When they get together, how can they not want democracy? Zhang Xiaobao liked to destroy other people's prestige and boost his own morale. Wang Wan didn't say anything. For a moment, the room was quiet. Only the sound of Zhang Xiaobao drinking tea and the sound of him peeling sunflower seeds for Wang Wan could be heard. The rain was still falling, and there was no sign of it slowing down. The boat swayed with the rise and fall of the water, making people sleepy. When Zhang Xiaobao drank the tea until it was tasteless, Wang Wan finally spoke. Xiaobao, what you just said makes sense. Compared to countries with many years of history, the United States does lack a national spirit deep in the soul. But their technology is good, and they use force to protect their own people. They work hard to cultivate their own national spirit. I think in a few hundred years, it will be about the same. Yes, but they are very bad. They can't bear to see others have this kind of thing, so they want all countries to be as democratic as them. Especially the small countries, they have been bullied by them again and again. In the Arab region, they don't want to be united the most, so they always use various means to attack and destroy the spirit of Islam. Zhang Xiaobao said with a look of, I'm not angry, I don't care. Chapter 1295. Wang Wan thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said. She thought about it, and it was true. The United States had been attacking the cohesion of other nations with a long history. They were trying to achieve their goals, and they were unscrupulous. Every time, they sent troops under the guise of human rights and democracy. Then, they helped the anti-government forces they supported win and establish a democratic regime that listened to them. When they were done, they did not care anymore. When they did not support them, when they did not have democracy, they were actually doing well. They had their own national traditions and moral constraints. When their goals were achieved, the country did not have a good life at all. Instead, it was even more chaotic. Even the nation's outlook on life, values, and worldview had been lost. Every day was a mess, and there would be explosions from time to time. It made people live in fear. Was this democracy? This was not. The result of democracy should be a stable, cohesive society and country, not a so-called election. If they really wanted to talk about human rights, why not talk about India? That was still a caste system. They should have sent troops to help liberate them. Wasn't it because they were obedient? They destroyed one by one. In order to achieve their goals, they used all kinds of tricks to support all kinds of splits. We don't want that kind of democracy. We want to be like Xueqi County, where the people really participate and support it. There is no need to advertise and solicit votes. The people are not stupid. Who is good and who is bad is not what they say. Let them play with American democracy. Wang Wan decided not to follow the path of social development. It was not worth it for her descendants to do more harm than good. Zhang Xiaobao handed Wang Wan a handful of sunflower seeds and agreed. I think so too. I can't guess what will happen in the end. Will it be like England? Will the imperial power become a symbol? Japan too. Who cares? The people in the future will solve their own problems. Who can guarantee that the country will be stable? Sleep for a while. I won't eat. Wang Wan drank a sip of tea, lay down, covered herself with a blanket, and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaobao sat there in a daze for a while. He yawned and fell asleep as well. 2 days later, less than 3 days after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received the telegram, the meteor squad arrived at the village where the girl was being bullied. There were wooden houses and bamboo houses in the village. The road was very difficult to walk on. It was only a road that was less than 4 meters wide, and it was full of potholes. There was no school here. A few naked children were playing a game of tag, screaming from time to time. When they saw a lot of people appear on the wooden bridge at the entrance of the village, they shouted again and ran towards the village, which could be said to be the home of the chief of the tribe. The first impression the meteor battle squad had when they saw the village was that it was poor and backward. In other words, it was open. This was because they saw a man and a woman rolling around naked on a hillside in the distance through their binoculars. That was definitely not a normal job. Just like what he had learned before, the men and women in the village didn't care who they had sex with. When they were happy, one man and two women, or even one woman and two men were fine. Normally, under such circumstances, the woman wouldn't lose anything if she was bullied. However, in reality, it was the people in the village who could do whatever they wanted. If outsiders bullied them, they couldn't. Therefore, the woman didn't want to live and wanted to die. As for them, as members of the meteor battle squad, they had to take action and protect any member of the country. It was the same as their own children. They could hit them and give them a few slaps when they had nothing to do. Once an outsider came to slap their own children, they would definitely not slap them back. Therefore, the meteor battle squad members retracted their gazes and no longer looked at the man and woman. Instead, they continued to cross the bridge and walk forward. They wanted to give the other party an explanation. The other party had already said that they would pay the rent. At the beginning, when they were collecting rent, this was how they advertised it. As long as you acknowledged that you were a citizen of Tang Empire and had taken responsibility, then Tang Empire had the same obligation to help you. Over 1,000 people couldn't all enter the village. Some found an empty space to rest. A total of 150 people entered, each of them carrying a bag. There were also quite a number of people being escorted, 520 of them. These were all people who had participated in the bullying of women and were watching from the side. The leader was called Luo Mo Hadwa. He was the leader of the envoys from Tang Empire. He had nothing better to do and just had to pass by this village on his way back to his country to look for women to play with. In the end, he encountered a problem. Luo Mo and Hadwa were also thinking the same thing. He was filled with regret and hatred for those who had come to Great Tang. If not for the fact that that person had told him that once he reached Great Tang, as long as he was respectful to the Emperor of Great Tang, he would be able to get whatever he wanted. More than a decade ago, that person had come and was received by the Emperor of Tang Empire. He was even rewarded with a lot of good wine. When he slept at night, he was accompanied by women. He could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Luo Mo Hadwa thought that he could enjoy himself. In the end, after he came, the Emperor of Tang Empire indeed rewarded him with many things. However, he didn't give any women. It wasn't that there weren't any. Instead, there were women who brought him wine and food but didn't let him touch them. He tried to flirt with them but was reprimanded by the Tang officials who received him. He had been suppressing this anger in his heart. When he passed by this village on his way back, he saw two women hammering their clothes by the river. They looked all right and had good figures. Thus, he relaxed a little. He relaxed with those who were on good terms with him. The two women didn't have anything to do and could even stand up and walk. He didn't need to worry. After all, he was an envoy and had a high status. But who would have thought that things would be even more different from what he had imagined? When he returned to his own country, he was hunted down. First, many people from a tribe were killed. Some of the tribesmen who were lucky enough not to be killed found him, who was resting in another tribe, and told him that the Great Tang had come because of the two women. He ran and told the tribesmen who had received him to help stop them. Soon after, another tribesman came to report that the tribesmen were killed as well. Just like that, he ran all the way to the capital and presented the remaining items that the Emperor of Tang Empire had given him. He also said that his trip was smooth and that there was only a small problem. Back then, the Emperor said that he would help him. However, he didn't expect that when the Tang people came, he would be captured without even meeting the Emperor. Now that he was here, what should he do? Luo Mo Hadwa's eyes kept turning. He didn't want to die and hoped that there was a chance for him to survive. I can give you money. My family has money. This was the third time Luo Mo Hadwa brought up the matter of money. The previous two times, he was beaten up. Now, he had no choice but to bring it up again. As long as there was a trace of hope, he could give the money. This time, the leader of the Meteor Battle Squad was a member of the Border Army. He had fought against the Tubo people and had killed many people. He had also been injured countless times. However, he had survived. He had only lost 2 fingers on his left hand and had scars all over his body. Due to his bravery and rich battle experience, he was recruited into the Meteor Battle Team. He was also trained to be in charge of this operation. His surname was Li, bestowed by the emperor himself. He was called Li Ci. Now that he was listening to Luo Hudwa's words, he didn't hit him anymore. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing him smile, Luo Hudwa thought that his chance had come. He smiled as well. Hee, my family has a lot of money and jewels. I have 20 young and beautiful women at home. If you let me go, all of them will be yours. You are their leader. Just say the word. Li Ci was still smiling, but he didn't say anything. There was no need to talk to a person who was about to die. As for saying the words to let him go, as long as he said it, he would immediately lose his position as the leader and be killed by others. How would Luo Hudwa know about this? He was still talking non-stop. The more he talked, the more afraid he became. In the end, he had already wet his pants. This was because all the men and women in the village had come out to welcome them. It's you. A young man saw Luo Hudwa who was tied up and beaten up. He immediately recognized him and said while gritting his teeth, "No, it's not me. Spare me." Luo Hudwa's pants became even more wet. Not only did he wet himself, but there was also something coming out from another place. A foul smell spread out. Someone shouted. The others also recognized who the group of people who were tied up were. They were the Zhenla people who bullied them with their numbers. But no matter what, they didn't expect that they would be tied up and brought here. The village chief, who was also the leader of the tribe, stopped the people who were about to make a move. When he saw the Tang dynasty soldiers wearing camouflage clothes standing beside Luo Hudwa, he instantly understood. He took a few steps forward and said to Li Ci, "I am the village chief of Zhongwang village." "Zhang Dai, you are." In fact, his surname wasn't actually Zhang. His name was similar to Luo Hudwa. Later on, when the people from the Zhongwang and Wang families came to advertise that they were going to pay the rent, they treated a few people's illnesses. At the same time they also advertised some things. Thus, they all changed their names and the village became Zhongwang village. Li Ci saluted and said in a sonorous voice, "Li Ci belongs to the Tang dynasty's meteor squad. We are in charge of rescues, assassinations, and revenge. When we received the news, we went to Zhenla and brought the people back from Wang City. On the way, there were people who tried to stop us. We chopped off a total of 710 heads. Please check and accept them." After Li Ci finished speaking, he waved his hand. The person carrying the bag put down the bag and shook it. Heads rolled out from the bag one after another. They were all mixed with salt and lime. When the people in the village saw so many heads, they were so scared that they took a few steps back. Some of the children were so scared that they cried. The adults trembled and comforted the children. "Stopped?" the village chief asked. "Yes," Xueqi gave the order. "Anyone who tried to stop us, kill. Anyone who reported, kill. Anyone who interfered, kill. Anyone who protested, kill. As for those who were alive, you can deal with them. If you don't do anything, we will kill them." Li Ci's tone was emotionless. Everyone in the village was listening. For a moment, the scene was very quiet. After a while, a woman suddenly knelt on the ground and cried, "The heavens have eyes. Long live the emperor." When she shouted, the other villagers followed suit and knelt down. Some of them shouted with a different tone. Luo Hudwa's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 1296. The villagers of Zhongwang village, or rather the people of the small tribe, did not have a sense of belonging to Tang before they changed their names. They just farmed and weaved like the Tang people. In some aspects, their living habits were similar. They admitted that they were Tang people mainly because there were troops stationed nearby. When they walked out of the mountains, they were not far from the city. Later, someone came over and told them to pay rent. They said that all Tang people had to pay rent according to their birthplace. At that time, they did not have a birthplace and did not register at all. They were like the mountain people of Luzhou. Later, when they brought things to the city to exchange for daily necessities, they found that people of their birthplace could be treated in the city for free. When they came back, they discussed with the chief, who was also the village chief, Zhang Dai. They felt that there were more benefits to being registered than not, so they went to the city one after another, chose their names, filled them in, took a certificate, and began to pay rent. At the same time they could eat cheap salt. Yes, salt was 3 times more expensive when they were not registered. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not good people. They were only good to their own people. If they did not recognize them, they would not take care of them. The people in the village had just paid a year's rent when something happened. Zhang Dai, the village chief, remembered what the officials said when he was registered. After becoming a citizen of Tang, he could seek the support of the officials if he was bullied. Zhang Dai felt that his village was being bullied this time, so he went to the city to find the officials. In the end, after he reported it, the local officials persuaded him to pretend that nothing had happened. How could he do that? Under the guidance of others, he went to the place in the city where the telegram was sent. The local officials wanted to stop him, but they did not dare. Zhang Dai saw it and felt a little better. He told them what had happened and angrily questioned them. His village was paying rent, but now they were being bullied. What should they do? A few days later, someone came to the village and told him that the imperial court had sent people to help them. They were asked to wait and take care of the bullied woman. He did not know what to feel. He was looking forward to it, but he also felt that the imperial court was deceiving him. He could not think of a better way, so he could only wait. Who would have thought that today, 710 heads and 520 people who were tied up would come? At this moment, he wanted to cry out loud and cry out all the grievances he had suffered. Zhang Dai held back his tears as he listened to the people in his village shouting and venting. He looked at Li Xi and the people standing beside him. It was these people who were like parents whose children were bullied outside. They angrily rushed out to help their children vent their anger and taught the bullies a lesson. He belonged to the Meteor Squad. He was a person who specialized in such matters in the Great Tang. The person who came to persuade him was really a man of his word. The rent was not paid in vain. He was a citizen of the Great Tang. In the future, he would listen to whatever the Great Tang authorities said. Zhang Dai made up his mind and shouted at the people who were still crying. Everyone, get up. Don't cry, laugh. Look at these people who used to bully us. Don't they look like a pile of dog shit now? In the future you have to work hard and listen to the country. Now, Li Xi they? I will let you kill them. Xueqi said that if you want to capture them, they must be alive. You have to kill them personally to vent your anger. Li Xi said expressionlessly. Zhang Dai was touched. It was much harder to capture a person alive than a head, but... Kill all of them? Kill all of them? Where did you bring them back? Zhang Dai was a little afraid. It was easy to kill one person, and it was not difficult to kill 2 people. But to kill all of them in front of him, his hands would go numb. He had never killed anyone before. Li Xi nodded. Yes, we will not leave a single one alive. We brought them back from their imperial city. So far? Zhang Dai was shocked. It doesn't matter if it was far or not. When we caught up with them, they were in the imperial city, so we brought them back from the imperial city. If they ran further, we would have chased them further. If not for Xueqi's order to capture them alive, we would have killed them directly. Xueqi said that anyone who offends anyone from the Great Tang Empire will be hunted down endlessly. We will not rest until they are dead, even if they run to the ends of the world. Li Xi still had that indifferent look on his face, but the words he said made the people listening unable to calm down. Then, Li Xi considered the actual situation and suggested very humanely, if it is tiring for you to kill them, you can follow us to the execution ground in the imperial city. You can choose a few to kill and have fun. The rest will be left to us. It is a good opportunity to show the other people of the Great Tang Empire and establish our might. Zhang Dai was extremely grateful. He first went to kick Luoma and Hudwa. Then he picked a few people and said to Li Xi, we will kill them. You guys can kill the rest. We should let people see it with their own eyes. Only then will they believe that our Tang Empire is really protecting all of us. Then, the 2 of them discussed and Zhang Dai dragged the few people they wanted to kill to the riverside. They found a place that was not usually used for fetching water and washing clothes. Then they called the bullied girl and her man and personally killed them with a knife. After killing them, they would bring the rest of the people alive and their heads back to the Imperial City with the Meteor Battle Squad. It didn't feel like killing people, but more like discussing how to slaughter animals. Li Xi's indifferent expression not only didn't make the others feel bad, but it also made them feel very relieved. They needed to protect the people they wanted to protect. The news was once again passed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them were sunbathing under the umbrella and looking at the big news. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't feel that there was anything bad about killing more than 1,200 people. We should publicize it and let the people of the Great Tang know about this operation. At the same time, we should let the spies of other countries know about it. This way, they will have to think twice before provoking the people of the Great Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the Meteor Battle Squad's first operation. Not only did they not have any casualties, but they also handled the matter cleanly, showing the prestige of a strong country. Wang Wan felt the same and said, "That's right." Although there were people in Zhen La's team who didn't participate, since they were in that team, they didn't stop their people when they made a mistake. Not stopping them is conniving and acquiescing. Why is it that the people of Israel are less bullied outside? Even the people of the Arab countries, who know that the Jews can't live under the same sky as them, don't dare to bully the people of Israel when they are on their land. That's because Israel's revenge is fierce. Why is it that when something happens to the Americans in other countries are like facing a great enemy? That's because they are afraid of the strength of the United States. A country doesn't care about its size, but the will of the ruler. This time, it is the manifestation of our will. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she felt very happy. Whether it was the green hills by the shore or the birds flying in the sky, they were all so lively. It was easy to make the people lose their blood, but when the people lose their blood met foreign enemies, the ruler would be in trouble. This time, after killing once, there will be a long period of stability. When people from other countries or their own people go to other countries, they will be very respectful to the people of the Great Tang Empire and will protect them. Because if you don't protect them, when something happens and you are at the side and did not stop it, then the Great Tang Empire will label you as a participant. When the time comes for revenge, you will not be able to escape. We can send more people to the nearby islands. It's not a problem to let them stay on the islands for 2 more years. Let them bring their families and take it as a short-term migration. Let them mine and sell there and live there. We will provide military support. But they cannot stay for too long. In the process of helping the Great Tang Empire to plunder foreign countries, they will accumulate a lot of wealth. Normally, they will not be willing to come back at that time. They will want to stay and earn more money. That must not be allowed. What if they are bold enough to declare independence? We can let them go now because they have seen the power of the Great Tang Empire's revenge. Even if they do not dare to go to a new place, they will think of establishing a new country. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of the nearby islands. Some of them were uninhabited, but they could be used as temporary accommodation. It was convenient for people to go to the nearby seas to obtain resources. There were also people on the islands, the local aboriginals, and people who ran to the islands due to the chaos of war and other factors before the Great Tang Empire. These people were not easy to identify. It was not that they were one of the Great Tang Empire's people, but they had to admit it themselves. Ever since the Qin dynasty, there had been immigrants, and even now, many people of the past would only remember their own era. Moreover, they taught their descendants this way, passing it down from generation to generation. When they met the people of the Great Tang and the Great Tang said that they were from the Great Tang, they would not accept it. But after showing the strength of the Great Tang, they would acknowledge it. Not only was the Great Tang strong, but it was also related to the production of goods. As long as they saw a better future, there was no need to use force. They would naturally feel that they were from the Great Tang Empire. After all, they were from the same land. Wang Wan yawned comfortably and said, "Are we waiting for the transportation and information exchange to reach a certain level before we can let people migrate? For example, there will be wireless phones and airplanes." There is no need. As long as the coastal areas are developed and the transportation is better, we can send troops to protect them and not let them have their own weapons. This way we can colonize a large number of people. The first thing we need to solve is the coastal areas. We cannot let it be like now, where there are still many small fishing villages. Zhang Xiaobao also chose to push for the coastal areas to develop. It was not that he did not want to push to the northwest. It was because the transportation and living conditions were too bad. Even if they were to occupy a large portion of the cannibalistic land, not many people would be willing to live there for a long time. But it was different for the islands. When the coastal areas were developed, many people would choose to live on the islands. When they were sick of living there, they would come back to live there for a while. It was convenient for them to travel and get supplies. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly thought of something interesting. She laughed and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think if we send them to Africa and tell them that they can be independent and choose their own emperor, will they cry?" Ha! Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. The living conditions there were too bad. People like him would cry if he went there. If the great Tang did not send ships, he would not be able to come back. He was used to living a good life, and now, he suddenly realized that he did not have any supplies. If the diesel engine can be improved, it can provide more power for the large ships. Maybe we can send a group of brave people to the Straits of Malacca first. It will be the same for the other places along the way. The merchants now do not even live on land. They trade with the locals and live on the ships. Why don't we wait until the war here is stabilized and we are not in a hurry to end it? Then we can go out for a walk. The merchants are too irresponsible. Zhang Xiaobao suggested. He felt that it was not a bad idea to treat it as a vacation. When there was no danger, he could bring his younger siblings and family out for a walk. Or he could form a tour group and share the expenses with others. When he returned, he could bring back some local specialties and still make some money. Even if there was a good exchange, there was no need to start a war with the locals. Everyone would get what they need. That means that he should not be too harsh on the locals. Wang Wan's eyes brightened up. She raised her hand to show that she agreed. If they did not go to Africa and America, they would only need a few months to return. It was much better than looking at the animals in the zoo. She also knew that Xiao Bao was saying that the merchants were irresponsible because the merchants did not go to Africa personally and did not bring back many animals and plants. Those few lions that survived the trip were captured by the armed men when they went to Africa. This had nothing to do with the merchants. The merchants would rather earn less than to die in the wild. However, they could not specifically equip the merchants with advanced weapons. They could only send people to protect them. However, if she and Xiao Bao went out, they would have weapons. The ships would be bigger, and the fleet would be bigger. Based on the experience of the people who came and went before, they would not be in too much danger if they walked close to the shore. Even Li Longji and the other members of the royal family would have the opportunity to go out for a walk. If they did not go out for a walk, they would be sullen as an emperor when they died. Wang Wan, who was tempted, immediately discussed this matter with Zhang Xiaobao. "We have to wait for at least a year. First, send people ashore and go deeper. We will follow the good medical team, the people from the agriculture temple and the Ministry of Works to understand the situation. Then we will be able to go. We're traveling, not exploring." "I think that's fine." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. The two of them imagined the scene when they arrived and lay down to sleep. The fleet continued to move forward, switching rivers back and forth. After more than half a month, they finally arrived at Dianqi Lake, which was where Kuan province was located. It was Kunming where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at. They stopped here and waited for the Zhenla people to make a move. If they sent a letter of apology, then they would turn west and personally lead the troops to participate in the war for a period of time. If the Zhenla troops gathered, then they would go down and deal with the Zhenla troops. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were calculating the harvest time for the carnivorous people. It was almost time for another round of attacks. Xiao Bei and the others also began to adapt to the local climate and find their own fun. For example, they would play with the children here and find a few people to deal with. However, they did not have much hope for the latter. They believed that the officials had learned to be smart. "Why don't we take the initiative to cause some trouble?" Xiao Bei suggested. "Sure." Xiao Yuan followed suit. "Let's go and check the place," Xiao Bei said with a serious look. Chapter 1297. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Bei and the others had a good idea. They couldn't wait to serve the people. They had to take the initiative. Since they had just arrived in Kuan province and didn't have any contact with the locals, they set up camp next to Dianqi Lake. When the 9 of them walked out under the protection of the guards, they heard from the inner courtyard that if they walked southeast along Dianqi Lake, they would see people after walking for about 10 miles. When Xiao Bei and the others heard that, they first observed the terrain. 10 miles didn't sound far and could be reached in an instant if they rode a horse. However, it depended on where they were. They were now next to Dianqi Lake and in the mountains. Was there a road? Yes, there was a road that people or animals could vaguely walk on. The weather was good and the vegetation was lush. The grass on this road was a little different from the grass on the other side. It was relatively sparse, but it was definitely not suitable for riding a horse. The 9 of them estimated that it would take about an hour to reach the place. What if they ran? It wouldn't take more than 3 minutes, but it was easy to fall. Are there many people at the place we're going? Xiaobei asked. It wasn't worth it to spend a lot of time and end up meeting dozens of people. The inner courtyard seemed to know a lot about this place before they came. He immediately replied, "The one we're going to is a tribe. The chief's surname is Quan. Of course, everyone in the tribe has the surname Quan." Are there any other surnames around? Xiaobei asked again. Yes, and some people have the surname Meng. If we go there, the language communication won't be very smooth. We need to translate. The most important thing is that their etiquette is different from ours. Oh, you don't understand? What else is there? Xiaobei didn't know anything about this place. Further west is the 6th Xiao. What? So close? No wonder they're not heading west anymore. What if Big Brother and Big Sister remember how they were in Japan and how the cannibals harmed us? They might not be able to hold themselves back and destroy them first. Then, is it safe here now? Xiaobei had always heard about the 6th Xiao, but he never thought that he would be so close one day. He faintly felt that the situation was different from what he imagined. Perhaps the locals wouldn't treat him like the people in Yizhou. A gentle smile appeared on the inner yard's face as he said, "Everywhere is safe. As long as you want to go, you will be safe. If someone dares to make you feel unsafe, we will make them feel unsafe." Oh, I believe you. What I mean is, if you don't protect me, will we be safe? Lil Bei was depressed. They were here to investigate the people's lives, but they were here to start a war. These were two different things. They won't hurt you. They have a good impression of you and belong to a farming tribe. The Meng tribe is a livestock tribe. If you go to the Meng tribe, it will be less safe. However, I believe that if they don't want to be exterminated, they will know how to treat you. Previously, the people with the surname Meng were the rulers of this generation, so the surname Quan was naturally the ruled. Farming people normally preferred peace and fought with nature because they could obtain more food. Horseback people were more aggressive and did not build. Instead, they followed the laws of nature to plunder. Therefore, I suggest that we go to the Quan tribe. It will be more convenient for us to communicate. Even if you write, other people will recognize you and share many of the same habits as us. The inner yard's introduction was also a kind of knowledge instilling. It was not enough to just stay by their side. When the little guys had questions, they had to explain it. Lil Bei and the others listened very carefully. They cherished the words of the inner yard in their daily lives. It seemed that every sentence was very simple and contained countless meanings. There was no other family in the Great Tang. It means that the people with the surname Quan are bullied, right? How pitiful! Lil Bei began to feel sad for others. The inner yard replied, "It used to be so but not now. Since the Great Tang began to support the surname Quan many years ago and pushed King Quan Gui to the position of the vassal king, the people with the surname Quan were no longer bullied. Now, no one dares to bully them because the local government is formed by them. The other purpose of the young master and young lady's visit this time is to build a few projects. One is a dam, and the other is an artificial river. Otherwise, the local area will always be flooded. Almost every year, there will be a situation where the inflow of Dianqi Lake is greater than the outflow. As a result, the water overflows and washes away the fields and houses of the people with the surname Quan. Another purpose is to leave 200 people behind to add to the local government and not let the people with the surname Quan continue to rule. Now, there is no need to control one with another." After hearing this, Lil Bei and the others began to walk in the direction of the inner yard. As they walked, they thought and discussed with each other. After a while, Lil Bei looked at the scenery of Dianqi Lake and said, "We understand. We really can't give them too much power. In the past they were bullied. Now that they have power, they will definitely want to bully back. It's okay to bully them before, but they are a tribe that raises livestock and are good at fighting. If they can't beat them, they will be beaten by them. Then, the Great Tang will send troops. After the war is over, the people who died can't come back to life. How sad will that be? Moreover, the people with the surname Meng are also part of the Great Tang and know how to raise livestock. Isn't it better for the two sides to unite? Each takes what he needs. Brother and sister arranged for people to stay behind to be officials. The purpose is to combine the two surnames into one. The effect will be greater than the two. Also, we don't believe that King Quan-Gue is better than our people in all aspects. The people we left behind will quickly figure out the situation of the local resources and use them to help the locals develop as quickly as possible. Because brother and sister will continue to send troops to the west, the local area will become the rear very close to the front line, right? The inner yard squatted down and kissed Lil Bei on the face. He praised, "Our Lil Bei is so amazing." Hee, we all thought about it together. The little bit of achievement we have is also because of your constant tutoring, the love of our brothers and sisters, the expectations of our parents, and the protection of our guards. That's how we can learn and achieve it. Aya, what about the 6 Xiao? They are closer to the front line in the future. Lil Bei was modest and treated it as her diplomatic practice. Suddenly, she thought of the 6 Xiao. Back then, her brother and sister had left a lot of ways to retreat for the 6 Xiao. They said that they would first fight Duosher, then deal with Xinlua and Japan. Finally, they would target the 6 Xiao. Moreover, the early strategy was to help plunder. It could be said that they were being kind. The help plunder could be changed at any time. If the 6 Xiao saw the results of others and came to their senses, then the real follow-up method would be to cooperate with the early method to help. If they were still stubborn, the follow-up method would be another one that could immediately put the 6 Xiao into eternal damnation. It depends on Zhan Le's actions. If they fight, they will be destroyed. If they fight, they will pass. 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 If they fight, they will meet the leader of the 6 Xiao and give him a warning. At the same time, we will let the caravan follow. We will enter India from the north of the Piao country and seek an opportunity there. After that, no matter what choice we make, we will have to take a boat home before next summer. The inner yard explained their strategic intentions. Right now, they still couldn't make perfect arrangements for this elite force on their side, because there was no certainty in war. Because they did not understand the local situation, Lil Bei went back to discuss with the others as they walked. When they could see smoke rising in front of them from afar, Lil Bei and the others also discussed. We just thought about it and felt that it was not cost-effective to transport supplies through this route. The journey is long and the terrain is complicated. We should transport from Yizhou and the further north. Lil Bei said to the inner yard. The inner yard smiled and did not say anything. Another one spoke. Yes, it is long and the consumption is high. But if we transport from here, we can pass through the 6 Xiao. The things we transport are dried fish, canned food, salt, all kinds of cloth, medicine, and firearms. Lil Bei nodded as he listened. There are also musical instruments, drawing papers, brushes, cooking tools, and seasonings that are convenient to carry. Since they are for the army, there is no need to worry about the quality. So many good things were brazenly transported from the 6 Xiao's territory. They are looking and they want to have it. Is this the last chance for them? More or less. The inner yard replied. Lil Bei exhaled. Well, when the things are transported in the Tang Empire, the people along the way will find a way to repair the road and provide some porridge, hot soup, tea, and small pickles. When it comes to the 6 Xiao, if they want to live the same life as the people of the Tang Empire in the future, they don't need to follow suit, as long as they don't rob. Just like the small bridge in front of my home, Xueqi, good and evil are determined by the heart. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Not everyone has this opportunity. Not even Duosher, Japan, and Xinlua. With that, everyone continued on their way. What Lil Bei and the others couldn't figure out was why their brother and sister showed mercy. Wow, look, there's a big hairy head on the tree. It's so interesting. Why does it look so familiar? As they got closer and closer to the tribe in front, Danan and Xiaonan shouted at the same time as if they had read each other's minds. Everyone looked at the tree and saw an oak tree in front of them. There was a furry ball at the height of a person. The inner yard went over to cut the thing and showed it to Lil Bei and Xiaonan. Danan and Xiaonan recognized it. No wonder it looked familiar. It was a monkey's head mushroom. They had eaten it before, but they didn't know that it grew on trees. How did it climb up? Xiao Yuan wondered. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why does it grow on the trunk? There are monkey's head mushrooms here? It's amazing." There are the most monkey's head mushrooms in this area. There are also other mushrooms. Due to the climate, there are more in the south, next to Jinla. The 200 people left behind will help the locals grow these things. The young master and young lady said that they can be grown, unlike the red mushroom, which is the pine mushroom. It can't be fully cultivated manually, and the semi-artificial yield is not high. If the monkey's head mushroom is artificially cultivated, it's slightly worse than the wild ones. People who don't eat it often won't be able to taste it at all. It's an extra benefit for the locals. In the future, it will be sold at a high price. The inner yard continued to explain to the little guys. Lil Bei and the others had already begun to fantasize. In the future, the locals would grow many monkey's head mushrooms with the help of their families. They could sell them directly to the restaurants at home. When the cultivation technology was mature, ordinary people would be able to eat them if they wanted to. The locals produce monkey's head mushrooms. In that case, the tribe we're going to will definitely have some in stock, right? Lil Bei licked his lips and asked with a slanderous look. Yes. Occasionally, merchants will come to buy them. The price they give is quite fair. The people with the surname Quan will keep the good things they find and exchange them with the merchants. I've already brought gifts to exchange for their goods. You can taste the food. The inner yard said to Lil Bei. This was also another purpose of coming here. Lil Bei heard the key words in his words. Quite fair. Yes. When the local goods are sold, it's 1/3 of the normal price. When you exchange your goods with the local people, it's 3 times the normal price. When you exchange goods with the local people, it's 9 times the normal price. It's not considered bullying. In the past, it was even lower. You can't even imagine what a kilogram of salt can be exchanged for. It can be exchanged for all kinds of fungi. For example, 70 kilograms of dried mushrooms can be exchanged for 80 to 90 python gallbladders. It's 100-fold profit. 3 years ago, our caravan made a trip here. Since then, it's only 9 times the profit. Because the journey is long, this ratio is still acceptable. When we return, the profit is only about 3 times. That's called 300%. So this is what it means to be backward. If our caravan doesn't come, the local people will be even more upset. I reckon that many merchants who take this route will hate our family. Haha, we set the price once we come. When the local people see, it turns out that we sold too cheaply in the past. Is there no salt here? Do we have to ship it from somewhere else? Lil Bei immediately understood. He had been the bad guy once. Fortunately, he had left a profit margin of 3 times for others. The inner yard replied, There is. The young master and young lady said that there is, and there's a lot of it. It's enough for the local people to eat. But the local people can't find it, and they don't have the means to deal with the salt mines. The people we've left behind will help to explore and mine. In the future, the merchants who come here won't be able to exchange for anything with salt. They'll have to transport other goods that the local people don't have. This will improve the quality of life of the local people. This time, we've brought a lot of salt. It's a half trade, half gift. We don't expect to make much profit. No wonder you said that it's safer for us to come here. Our efforts 3 years ago have paid off at this moment. Lil Bei knew where the inner yard's confidence came from. When the team arrived in front of the tribe, there were many people in the tribe. They were holding ordinary knives, bows and arrows, and spears made of pure bamboo. There were no iron spearheads. Clearly, the people in the tribe had already seen a large group of people coming. Without knowing whether they were friend or foe, they gathered together to intimidate and alert. Lil Bei looked at the bows and bamboo spears and shrank back. She couldn't estimate the range of the other party's long-range weapons. The group stopped. Someone ran over to negotiate. After some discussion, the people in the tribe threw their weapons to the ground. It looked like they were surrendering. Then the people in the tribe put on their small faces. Some people ran back and sprinkled water on the ground. Normally, they didn't have such etiquette. They probably wanted to learn the behavior of the officials of the Great Tang when they traveled. But they didn't learn it completely because they didn't have yellow sand to pave the way. Lil Bei and the others were very satisfied with this. It didn't matter if they didn't learn it well, as long as they had the heart. They all knew that it was very difficult to get the approval of a minority. It wasn't that they were purposely estranged, but that it was mainly because of the knowledge they came into contact with. Many merchants wanted to take advantage of them, but when they found out, they would naturally be on guard. Before they could confirm whether you were trustworthy, they wouldn't interact with you too much. Otherwise, they would be deceived again. Rather than calling it estrangement, it was better to call it self-protection. At this time, 4 people stepped forward, one hand on the gun by their legs and the other on the firing mechanism of their revolvers. Don't be impulsive. Don't fire at 0, 0, 3 or 0, 5 seconds. You can judge the time. Lil Bei hurriedly gave the 4 people instructions. These 4 were the most formidable gunmen in the Great Tang, and they were specially assigned to protect them. They didn't even have a brother or sister. Lil Bei asked the inner yard, "I'll be going up to speak in a moment. How should I introduce myself?" "Zhang Xiaobei of Between the Clouds and the Water," the inner yard said. Chapter 1298. Wei Wei nodded, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 immediately followed, and the 4 quick gunners also walked beside them. Their facial muscles were relaxed, and their eyelids were drooping. Their eyes didn't seem to be focused. This was the moment when he reacted the fastest. The Quan family already knew that it was the little master of Between the Clouds and the Water. They were very happy and even put on a welcoming posture. What they did not expect was that the 9 children actually dared to form a line and directly walk forward. Furthermore, there was no vigilance in their eyes, nor was there any fear. They appeared to be so calm. Standing in front of the crowd, Chief Quan Mo was instantly moved. This was a form of trust. How capable could a child be? There were only 4 people beside him, and all of them had their hands on the right side of their bodies. If they were to fight, they wouldn't even have the chance to pull out their other hand. What Quan Mo did not know was that if they really fought, the 4 of them could instantly take down 20 of them. As for the 9 little fellows who seemed to have no fighting power, as long as they were given less than 2 seconds, they would be able to complete the set of actions of taking out their guns, aiming and shooting. They usually had to shoot dozens of bullets every day to practice. Of course, Xiao Bei and the others didn't come here specifically to guard against people. They wanted to have a sincere conversation. After interacting with each other for a long time, they would naturally become closer to each other. It would be easier for them to come here in the future. I am Zhang Xiaobei from Between the Clouds and the Water. This is Wang Xiaoyuan from Between the Clouds and the Water. This is... Xiaobei stood 5 steps away from Quan Moe and gave him a big smile. He blinked his long eyelashes and began to introduce the people on his side. Then he asked, "You're their leader, right?" "Oh, it's the chief, Quan Mo, right?" Xiaobei's appearance and expression immediately conquered the people of this tribe. She was really too cute. She looked more exquisite than anything carved out of jade. For a moment, Quan Mo seemed very nervous. His tribe was also a large one, with more than 800 people. Among them, there were nearly 200 children under the age of 10. The main reason was that they had a higher chance of survival. Generally, if they wanted to give birth, they would go to the nearest Tang medical center. It would take them less than half a month to get there, so the proportion of children was large. There were so many children, but Quan Mo found that none of the children in the tribe could compare to the little one in front of him, especially the one who spoke. Just listening to her movements made him feel comfortable. How should I treat it? Just like the children in the tribe? Obviously not. Treat him like an adult? But the child was too young. Not even 10 years old. After many years of learning and training, Xiao Bei began to show his worth. He was still smiling like a flower. He said to Quan Mo, "You can call me Xiao Bei. It's the same for them. There's no need to think about status. What status do I have? I'm just a little girl who's happy to see you guys. You have a lot of kids like me, and the 9 of us are very eager to be friends with them. Just treat us the same as you treat them. We came here to play and have no other purpose. But we are greedy. If you have something good to eat, you have to take it out." Xiao Bei's words made the people of the Quan family relax. They increasingly felt that this group of children was good. But as the chief, Quan Mo was frightened. He was more knowledgeable than the others in the tribe. How could a child smile so naturally in the face of a group of powerful strangers? How could he say it so calmly? If it were the children of his own tribe, even if they were not scared to tears, they would be very nervous. At this moment, Quan Mo acknowledged the absolute status of between the clouds and the water. If they were slightly worse, they would not be able to raise such children. If the children of his own tribe could be like this, why should he worry about the Quan family's prosperity? Xiaobei, seeing you guys come, we are very happy. Xiaobei? Xiao Yuan? Am I dreaming? How did you guys come here? Just as Quan Moa was stammering, a group of people came from another side path. There were people pulling mules and people driving donkeys. The animals were all carrying things. At a rough glance, there were about 40 people and 16 or 17 animals. The person who shouted in joy was the leader of the group. After he shouted, less than 2 seconds later he shouted again, "Put down the things. Quick, protect the little ancestor." Following his words, the people who came with him all rushed over, not caring about the animals at all. While the others were dumbfounded and the 4 fast gunmen were about to draw their guns, the person who shouted stood between Xiaobei and Quanma, gasping for breath. He said to Quanma, "Let me tell you, Quanma, you better be honest. I am protecting you, but the 9 little ancestors behind me will not be able to survive. If they are hurt a little, your tribe's 800 people won't be able to survive. I'm not trying to scare you, but think carefully. Do you know who they are? Fortunately, I came at the right time. If I came a little later and you spoke loudly and scared them, my trade route would be cut off." Everyone did not make a sound. They just looked at the person who came to block them. This person was happy and nervous for a while. When he found that the others did not react, he realized that things seemed to be different from what he had guessed. He leaned over, turned his head, and said to Xiaobei awkwardly, "Xiaobei, why aren't you following Xiaobao and Cuckoo? Why are you guys running around blindly? What if you get hurt?" Xiaobei really wanted to bite this person to death. "You said I was running around blindly? You are the one who is messing around, okay?" Xiaobei put his hand on his waist and was about to take out his gun. He gasped for breath twice and smiled at the person who came over. He said, "You are here to do business, right? Thank you very much. We are here to play with our brothers and sisters. We heard that there is a tribe nearby, and the chief, Quan Mui, is a good person. So we came to play. Everyone is here. Hee hee." This person understood, so he became even more embarrassed. It seemed that he was meddling in other people's business. He looked at the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family standing not far away and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. "Xiaobei, it's not that I want to disturb you. Look, when I turned around from behind the rock, I saw you 9 little ancestors standing in front of Kwame. What if there is some misunderstanding? This is not the interior of the Tang Empire. Oh, I'm not saying that I don't trust Quan. I mean, right?" Xiaobei looked and found that it was indeed so. He had just turned around from behind a rock mountain, and his position was the most obvious. So he changed the topic and said, "I wonder if so many people can enter the enclosed area?" "Yes, absolutely. The space inside is big. I come here 3 times a year. I'm familiar with it." The person who came to sell the goods immediately answered and said to Quanama, "Go in and stand outside. Let me tell you, I brought a lot of good things this time. Have you ever eaten canned whale meat? You haven't seen it before, right? I brought it. This thing." At this point, he looked at Xiaobei and the others. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you want to say that this thing is good, it's really just average. However, you guys haven't tried it before, right? Try it and it's not expensive." Quan Mo immediately followed the words and invited Xiaobei and the others into the stockade. At the same time, he thought about the canned whale meat. He estimated that it was not expensive in the Tang Empire, and Xiaobei and the others all knew about it. So Fan, who came once every few months, was too embarrassed to raise the price. That was why he said those words just now. However, Quan Mo did not intend to lower the price. He had never eaten whale meat, but before, a merchant had mentioned that it was a kind of fish that grew in the sea. It was very big, and ordinary people could not catch it. It was not as easy as catching fish in Dianqi Lake. When he exchanged things later, he would exchange more for a taste. He did not care too much about such things, but there was one thing he had to ask first. Fan, did you bring salt this time?" Quan Mo asked expectantly. "No. Didn't I send you a lot of salt last time? Did you eat it all?" Fan was stunned and asked. Quan Mo regretted it and nodded with a worried expression. He said, "The cured meat is not ready yet, so it can't be eaten. It has to be stored for a year. There are still more than 8 months. Bring the salt, and we will put the raw meat in the jar the next day, add salt, and seal it. The remaining salt is not enough for us to eat for half a month. Then what should we do? I can't make it in time. Can others come?" Fan Fan was worried and complained, "Why didn't you tell me last time? If you had told me that you were going to salt the raw meat, I would have brought it for you this time." Xiao Bei listened from the side and felt sorry for the locals. Just salt was enough to make them so worried. No wonder her brother insisted on not letting the price of salt rise. She used to think nothing of it, but now she understood how much the people who really needed salt craved it. As for the cured meat, it was nothing. Her brother and sister had told her that the people here had a habit, especially those who raised pigs. After killing the pigs, they directly cut the meat and ate it with their hands. They did not go through any other heat processing. Then, more people put it in jars, put salt, and sealed it. When there was no meat, they would take it out to eat. Generally, they would store it for about a year. When the meat was taken out, it would be very delicious. It was the same principle as making ham. It was just that she did not want to eat it when there was other food. Raw meat was too fishy, and it was not sashimi. Opening her mouth, Xiao Bei suppressed the thoughts in her heart and turned to discuss with the other 8 people. She did not want to make the same mistake as when she sold the dogs last time. Just as Fan Fan and Quan Moa were talking about how to solve the problem of salt shortage, Xiao Bei and the others discussed the result and let Xiao Bei communicate. "Chief Quan Moa, we have brought salt here. We can give it to you free of charge, but we have a condition." When Quan Moa heard that there was salt, she immediately became alert and asked nervously, "How much salt do you have?" "As much as you want. When we leave, we will leave some people behind to lead you to a better life. We are afraid that you will not agree, so it is very difficult. After all, you have salt here, and it is a good salt. Although Jianqi Lake is fresh water, my brother and sister said that there is salt." Xiao Bei told them the result of the discussion. Before Quan Moa could react, Fan Fan exclaimed, "There is salt? There is salt here? Impossible. It is impossible that there is no salt." "Yes," Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said there is, "then there must be." "Quan Moa, you are lucky. Hurry up and say something." Fan Fan originally wanted to deny it, but when he thought about it, it was Cuckoo and Xiao Bao who said it. He immediately supported it. Quan Moa asked in surprise, "Just because they said there is, there is?" "Of course. Even if there is no salt, if they say there is, there will be immediately. Because they said that you don't understand the two of them. It seems that we don't have to come here to deliver salt in the future. We can only choose other things." Sigh. Fan Fan began to worry. Chapter 1299. Quan Mo looked at Fan Fan in a daze. He was not like the people of the Tang Empire. He knew Xiao Bao and Cuckoo very well. His impression of the two was from 3 years ago. To be precise, it was not his impression of the two people, but his impression of the trading company between the clouds and the water. 3 years ago, the trading company between the clouds and the water came, which made the local goods valuable and the foreign goods cheaper. Since then, the trading company between the clouds and the water never came again. Quan Mo was very grateful at that time, but he was more angry at the merchants in the past. After thinking about it, he gradually stopped being angry. This was because if it was the tribe that transported the goods and sold them, he didn't know anything. Not to mention the price, it would be good if he didn't take the wrong route. He once asked other merchants about the trading company between the clouds and the water, but they were all secretive. At that time, he played a little trick to provoke them, saying that the trading company between the clouds and the water was benevolent and righteous. As a result, the merchants were not only not angry, but also agreed with him. As the sun rose and set, Quan Mo gradually forgot about the trading company between the clouds and the water. Until today, when he heard about it again, it evoked the memories buried in his heart. He showed more kindness to the people who came. At this moment, when he heard the children said that there was salt in the local area, his mind began to work. In addition, he found that Fan Fan was not as reluctant to talk about the trading company between the clouds and the water as before. Instead, he became easier to talk to. He could not help but ask, "What are the surnames of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo that you mentioned?" "Zhang and Wang." You don't know? Oh yes, no one mentioned it to you before. They are from Xueqi County. I guess you don't know where Xueqi County is. Your good luck is coming. In the future, it will be very convenient to eat salt, and you can also fish out of the pond, marinate it with salt, and sell it elsewhere. Fan Fan's eyes kept moving as he spoke. He was thinking about what goods to use to replace salt when he did business with the local people in the future. After all, the price of salt was relatively high here, and it was convenient to carry. Quan Mo was not assured. After thinking for a while, he asked again, if there is really salt, where is it? Should we take the salt out, or should they? Are you selling it to us, or are we just using it as we please? It should be used casually. Fan Fan wasn't sure either. Who knew how Xiao Bao and Xueqi brought Xiao Bei and the others here? Moreover, they didn't even want to meet Quan Moa personally. Rolling his eyes, Fan Fan said, my guess is that there is no salt in the water in the pool. It must be buried somewhere and needs people to dig it up. Xiao Bao and Xueqi can't have sent people to dig up the salt and process it. They must have needed local people to do the work, which is you people with the surname Quan. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate and dig out the salt. I don't think they will sell it to you. In that case, you will dig it out and use it yourself. Although it hasn't been processed, it might not taste good or it might be a little poisonous. Don't you agree? Quan Moa was slightly relieved. Thinking about it, it was true. If his own people dug up the salt and sold it to his own people, he could easily take the salt out while digging. There was no need to charge them. However, he still felt that it wasn't reliable. He thought that Xiao Bao and Xueqi wouldn't be so stupid as to let his own people do the mining. He guessed that they would secretly find a place with salt, extract some, and sell it to his own people. The more Quan Moa thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He said to Fan Fan, let's ask clearly first. If they dare to ask us to pay for it, I will make it impossible for them to gain a foothold in the area. The blood of the warriors in our tribe is hot. Fan Fan was stunned and looked at Quan Mo in surprise. His face changed from its previous calm to a trace of coldness and ferocity. He chuckled and said to Quan Mo, don't let me hear the same thing in the future. Otherwise, I guarantee that your tribe won't be able to sell to us anymore. You won't be able to exchange for our things. As a chief, Quan Mo's IQ wasn't bad. When he heard Fan Fan's words, he immediately knew that the other party was unhappy and even threatened him. He smiled and asked tentatively, didn't you say that we are brothers? Why would you fall out with us for them? Of course, I'll treat it as if you don't understand. I'll forgive you this time. Next time, if I have a chance to cut you with a knife, I'll do it first. If I don't have a chance, I'll go back and spend money to hire people to cut you down. Moreover, when I send the news back, countless people will come to fight you. There's no need for Xiao Bao and Xueqi to do it themselves. Fan Fan wasn't afraid that his words would offend the other party. This was a matter of principle, and he couldn't back down. When Quan Moa heard this, he began to reevaluate the status of Xiao Bao and Xueqi. He laughed and said, I really don't understand. Now that you mention it, I remember. Why are you so protective of them? Why would they give you money to spend? Before they sent people to set the price. Don't you hate them? Hate. Xiao Bao sent the caravan to stabilize the price. It must be to help us, not harm us. I can't think of why, but I'm sure of this. If they earn money, of course they can give it to us to spend. As long as I have a good reason for using the money, or if I have a good plan, I can even meet them directly and discuss it with them. Then they can give me the money. I won't talk to you anymore. Where are Xiao Bei and the others? I'll go talk to them. You have to be more respectful to them. They are different from other children. Although they are young, they can help you a lot. After Fan Fan said this, he turned and walked in the direction of Xiao Bei and the others. He could see that in the distance, Xiao Bei and the others were in contact with the local children. Quan Mo hurriedly chased after him. As he walked, he said, can a few children decide our big matters? Big matters? Brother Quan, let me tell you, your matters here are small matters to Xiao Bei and the others. You have a small population. If it were in the past, I definitely wouldn't have told you. Since they are here now, I'll talk to you properly when they return. That way, you won't be at a disadvantage if you make a wrong judgment in the future. Fan Fan didn't stop walking. He turned his head and spoke to Quan. The look in his eyes made Quan Mo feel very uncomfortable. It was like pity. They were just a few children. Was there a need to do this? By the time the two of them arrived near Xiaobei and the others, Xiaobei was already communicating well with the children in the stronghold. It was mainly Xiaobei talking while the local children listened attentively. This pool is actually a lake. The water inside doesn't have any taste. I've seen lakes with salty water before. When you drink a mouthful, it's bitter and astringent. However, you can boil the salt out of it. You put the water into a jar and put it on a fire. You boil it until the water is little by little. What's left is salt. If you find something else in the salt, you cook it with yellow mud. That's the simplest way. It's very difficult to cook it the first time, but when it's done, there's brine. The next time you cook it, put the brine in, and the speed of salt production will be faster. If you go east or south, you'll encounter the sea. There's even more salt in it. You don't need to cook it. You can directly dry it. You can get a lot of it at one time. You also need to add brine. Otherwise, it will turn into salt too slowly. Xiaobei spoke to the children around her. There were both big and small children. Every child had a lollipop in their mouth. They listened carefully to what was magical to them. At the same time, they followed Xiaobei's words and imagined. Xiaobei didn't talk about the prosperity of the capital, the willow shore scenery of Hangzhou, and the snowfall in Jili province. Those topics were too far away from the local children. She chose to start with the local things. Dianqi Lake was a lake. She led from this lake to other lakes, from fresh water to salty water, and then to the sea. Not to mention the children, even the adults in the tribe listened. They didn't have much chance to leave the local area and go far away. They didn't know much about the outside world. They didn't even know about the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. What else could they know? See. This is the most adorable girl of my great Tang, Xiaobei. Each of the 9 little fellows has a different ability. When speaking with others, Xiaobei is usually the one who takes the lead. Even when going to the morning court in the capital to interact with officials, Xiaobei is always the one who speaks first. Fan Fan walked over and listened to Xiaobei speak. He showed a doting expression and introduced her to Quan Moa. Quan Moa nodded habitually. She suddenly reacted and asked Fan Fan in surprise. You said they can enter the morning court of the Tang Emperor? Will they see the Emperor? Ha! Fan Fan laughed before speaking. After laughing, he said to Quan Moa, it's very easy for them to see the Emperor. As long as they want to, they can see him every day. They can even live in the palace. I heard that Xiaobei used to sit on the dragon chair with His Majesty and fight for food. Xiaobei and the others call His Majesty Uncle Emperor. Don't look at them because they are young. They are all third-rank officials. When they came to see you today, they didn't wear formal clothes. Otherwise, you would have seen a different Xiaobei. When Fan Fan talked about Xiaobei and the others, the smile on his face could not stop. It was as if he was showing off to Quan Moa that his Tang Empire had cute Xiaobei. Quan Moa listened and felt that she had become stupid. She could not understand why a group of children could not only see the emperor, but also be rude to him. They even had third-rank official positions. He knew that third-rank officials were very high officials. How did a group of children become officials? Because they were good-looking? With doubts, Quan Moa tried not to listen to Xiaobei's story because he was attracted. Xiaobei was talking about birds. There were birds in Dianqi Lake. She was talking about birds elsewhere, especially the various seabirds in the sea. She talked about how they looked when they caught fish. Some birds would stop on the side of a boat or the mast of a sailboat when they were tired of flying. They would even sprinkle a handful of rice. The birds in the sea would land on the deck to eat. They were not afraid of people. He also wanted to hear it, but there were more important things to understand first. Thus, he pulled Fan Fan back and asked, you said that Xiaobei and the others are high-ranking officials. It's easy for them to see your emperor. Then why can we see Xiaobei and the others? Their status is high, so it should be very difficult to see them. Fan Fan smiled again and nodded. It is not easy to see other officials, but it is much easier to see Xiaobei and the others. There is also our emperor. If I want to see him, I only need to go to the capital and wait outside the imperial palace. His Majesty comes out almost every day to walk around and take a look. When the time comes, I will be able to see him. If I let someone search me, I can even walk beside him. If I have any good ideas in my heart, I can say it out loud. His Majesty will stop and ask me. His Majesty and the people of the Zhongwang family have high status, not because they are not able to see him, but because they are high in our hearts. Quan Moa listened and somewhat understood, but he still could not understand. It was difficult for him to send people to see the emperor of the Tang Empire. His own king had to listen to other people's arrangements. Why was it so easy for his people to see him? What if there is an assassination attempt? Quan Moa asked the doubt in his heart. Impossible. Would the people of the Tang Empire assassinate the emperor of the Tang Empire? If others want to assassinate him, he must be able to get close to him. It is not difficult for me to see him, but if you go to the capital, it will be very difficult for you to see him. I have never seen him before. I can't go to the capital just to see him. It is too far away. I heard that every time His Majesty comes out of the palace, the Jinwu guards will first control the surrounding 1 li and only allow people of the Tang Empire to go over. Outsiders are all kept far away. Ordinary people like us also understand that when the emperor comes out, we will immediately help to keep an eye on the people nearby. If we find someone we have not seen before, we will go and ask. Just like your small tribe, it is easy for your people to see you, the leader, but it is difficult for outsiders to see you. Fan Fan said, his tone full of pride. Although he had not seen the emperor with his own eyes, he could see that the emperor was very close to him in his heart. Quan Moa chuckled. How can it be the same? How big is the Tang Empire? How old am I? Your emperor's courage is indeed extraordinary. That is because our emperor does not feel guilty about what we have done. According to our words, if you do not do anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Let's go and see what else Xiaobei and the others want to do. Fan Fan said as he moved forward again. Quan Moa also followed. He wanted to hear all kinds of interesting things from Xiaobei. However, when he heard it again, he was dumbfounded, because we want to make our Jianqi Lake more beautiful. We want to build many corridors and pavilions on it. We want to make our Jianqi Lake safer so that we don't have to worry about flooding our homes in the future. We also want to go to more fun places in our Tang Empire to play. As long as we get registered, we can eat our own candies and wear more beautiful clothes. What do you think? Do you want to be registered? Xiaobei said until here. The children in the tribe shouted almost at the same time. Yes. Okay, it is very simple to be registered. We will send people to stay here with you. When the time comes, we will build the beautiful manor of our Tang Empire with you. They will lead you to live a happy life, okay? Xiaobei asked again. Okay. The children shouted in unison. Xiaobei, will our Tang Empire give us a lot of candy to eat after we return to the Tang Empire? A little boy asked. There are also books to read. Our family has precious candy houses in various places in our Tang Empire. There are good children's books and fun things in them. You can go and play. Why don't we have them here? Didn't you just say that we are also considered people of the Tang Empire? The little boy felt very angry. They had said that they were all people of the Tang Empire. What other places had but they did not? Why? There will be soon because I didn't come here before, so I didn't know. Now I know. Let's build a precious candy house in the Jianqi Lake area of the Tang Empire first. What do you think? Okay. Quan Moa was speechless. The child who asked was his son. After a while, he heard Xiaobei continue to instigate. He turned to Fan Fan and said, Now I believe what you said just now. Xiaobei and the others can indeed squeeze on the dragon throne with your emperor and snatch food to eat. They also admit that you approve of them. We haven't talked about other things yet. First, we came to win people's hearts and directly asked for the place. Moreover, the children of my tribe support it. Even if I agree, can Xiaobei and the others decide? Fan Fan was also full of smiles. When he heard Quan Moa's question, he immediately became serious and said, They can decide. They can mobilize the army of any place in the Tang Empire. They can ask the highest official of any place to do as they say. Anyone who is asked by them must do as they say. Otherwise, they will be beheaded and punished for rebellion. Quan Moa was dumbfounded again. He felt that Fan Fan was lying. If others heard this, who would believe that a group of children could mobilize the local army? If the local army generals did not listen, they would be punished for rebellion? They should be treating Xiaobei and the others as rebels, okay? Quan Moa was skeptical and asked, what if Xiaobei and the others mobilize the army outside to attack the capital? It means that someone in the capital is rebelling or being attacked. The army in the capital can no longer protect the emperor's safety. Therefore, Xiaobei and the others will mobilize the army to help His Majesty. There will not be a situation of Xiaobei and the others rebelling. Fan Fan said in a firm tone. I don't believe it. With this kind of power and opportunity, who would not rebel? Quan Moa said with a look of, don't treat me like a fool. That's because you don't understand. What's the benefit of rebelling? If you were the emperor, would you be able to govern the country? Would others support you? You can't sit firmly in that position. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to rebel, they would have succeeded long ago. Do you know how many soldiers they have? Do you know how important they are in our hearts? You will know in the future. Don't think that others will rebel. If they rebel, they will just have more power. Right now, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have enough power. They can order anyone in the Tang Empire to do anything, including me. They told me to take out all the money, and that they would need it. I didn't even frown, and did as I was told, because I knew they wouldn't harm me, and that they needed me to contribute. It was a big problem. Of course, this kind of thing will not happen. I am just saying. They have countless ways to solve this problem. Listen to my advice. You have to be prepared in advance. Xiaobei and the others are not speaking nonsense. In the future, this place will be under the jurisdiction of the Tang Empire, not like the vassal king's management now. Fan Fan also began to cooperate with Xiaobei and Quan Moa. Quan Moa's expression became heavy. He realized that Fan Fan wasn't joking. After thinking for a while he said, I know that my tribe can't beat them. I've already seen at least 10,000 people. They are camping in front of us. What I want to ask is, can you tell me what our life will be like in the future if they send people to manage us? It will be very good. It will be a life you don't even dare to think about now. This Xueqi lake will be even more beautiful. Don't you see that there are people working on it now? They usually do it directly. Cherish it. Fan Fan said with a blessing. Chapter 1300. Xiaobei was still painting a picture of the tribesmen. He only talked about the benefits in the future, but did not mention the obligations that the tribesmen had to bear. The children in the tribe liked to listen the most. They were attracted by the various activities that Xiaobei introduced for children. The adults were also listening. Although they were not as engrossed as the children, they also had their own fantasies about life in the outside world. Without much knowledge, they could not say anything to refute, and did not know how to ask about the specific things. It was only because Xiaobei's picture was too big, and it sounded very reasonable. It was possible to achieve it. Compared to the people in the tribe, Quan Moa, as the chief, was much stronger and more realistic. He hoped that what Fan Fan said was true, that the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County had the ability to do what his child said now. What supported him to try his best to believe Fan Fan's words was that the caravan between the clouds and the water that came here 3 years ago did indeed change the price of goods exchanged between the two sides. From this, he could see the strength of the caravan. At this moment, there were also some thoughts that he was worried about. First, how fast could the Zhang family and Wang family make their child say or brag about it? He did not expect to really do it completely. He would be satisfied if only part of it could be realized. Second, how would they protect their good lives? Xueqi Lake was surrounded by people with the surname Quan. Not far away, there were people with the surname Meng. Even further west, there were the 6 Zhao eyeing them covetously. Once the people with the surname Quan had a good life, would others just stand by and watch? Would they not plunder by force? With these worries, Quan Mo discussed with Fan Fan. Now, he could only believe in Fan Fan, who usually performed well in trading. In 3 years, Fan Fan had not deceived his tribe. Can you talk to them and let them take out something that we can see first? For example, salt. Fan Fan did not wait for Quan Mo to finish and asked first. He could understand the uncertainty in the other party's heart. If it were him, and he didn't know the Zhang family and the Wang family, he would also think that Xiaobei was talking nonsense. He would say that there was a beautiful corridor built on Xueqi Lake, and there were countless boats fishing on it. There were also boats carrying people who could spend a lot of Tang Empire's money on sightseeing. In addition, they had built a dam and dug a man-made river. In the future, the region would not suffer from floods every year. The children of the tribe would be able to learn the various books of the great Tang and even learn how to write. They didn't need to spend money to see a doctor when they were sick, and the medicine they took was very effective. Even if they couldn't be cured, at least it was better than using random herbs or curses in the tribe. Who would dare to think about it if they had never seen it before? However, Fan Fan knew that it was all true, and it was not difficult to make it happen. At least, it was not difficult for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If he could take Quan Moe to Tang Empire, he believed that all the doubts would disappear. Not to mention Xueqi County and the capital that he had never been to, as long as he went to Luzhou, he would know how powerful Little Bao and Little Cuckoo were. The prosperity of that place was unimaginable, and it was impossible to guess that it was a desolate place many years ago, a place of exile. The ships on the sea in Luzhou, the crowds at the docks, the square that stretched as far as the eye could see, the wide road, and the K-pop blooming like a sea of fire in spring. It really made people feel like they were in a dream. As he thought about it, Fan Fan became homesick. Although the place he came from was not as good as Luzhou, it was still very good. It was more than 100 times better than the local area. If it were not for the money, who would want to go to such a poor place? Quan Mo was waiting for Fan Fan's answer to give him confidence. When he saw Fan Fan's mind wander after he said the word salt, he had no choice but to nudge Fan Fan and say, "It's salt. How many days will it take for them to let us see the salt? I think they should send someone who can talk to us instead of sending a child. Although you said the child is very powerful, I don't think so." "Oh, impressive. Right. I don't think it will take more than a few days. At least before they leave, I will let you see some hope. Don't worry, listen to me. If you want to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, you have to wait for them to find time, otherwise they won't have time to see you." Fan Fan helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan say something. What are they busy with? Quan Mo felt that Fan Fan was deliberately saying this to deceive him. If the person in charge did not come, it meant that they looked down on his small tribe. The other party had more than 10,000 people. Fan Fan glanced at Quan Mei and said, "War. Now, Tang is at war with the Duo people. You should know this. They are the ones who command the army and dispatch the logistics. Also, Xiao Bao is in charge of the economic development of Tang. All the merchants of Tang have to listen to him. They only dare to raise the price of anything when he says so." Quan Mo did not believe Fan Fan. He suspected that Fan Fan and the group of children were colluding to deceive his tribe. A faint look of displeasure appeared on his face. After pondering for a while, he said to Fan Fan, "I want to have a hunting competition with their people. I want to give them what I get and let them taste the delicacies of our tribe. Can you help me persuade them?" When Fan Fan heard this, he understood. Quan Mo still felt that he was not telling the truth. The other party wanted to show off their strength so that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would care about their tribe. It was ridiculous that they dared to have a martial arts competition with their team. Crazy, this was truly crazy. A team of more than 10,000 people could easily destroy any tribe. Even if the 6 Zhao were to join forces, as long as Xiao Bao and Huan Huan were willing, they could end the battle in a month at most. No matter how deep into the mountains they hid in, it would be useless. "You are so stubborn. Fine, you are too embarrassed to say it. I will tell you. It's just hunting together. It's simple. Xiao Bei and the others are probably bored. There is no one waiting for them to clean up here." Fan Fan shook his head and agreed. He did not go directly to Xiao Bei. Instead, he randomly picked one of the 9 people who accompanied Xiao Bei and whispered to him. The person listened while looking at Quan Mo. When Fan Fan finished, he nodded to show that he understood. He squeezed to the front and whispered to Xiao Hai, who was standing behind Xiao Bei. Xiao Hai looked up at the position of the sun and felt that today was not the day. If they wanted to hunt together, they would have to start tomorrow. They would gather early in the morning and enter the mountains. They would eat something at noon and arrive at the agreed place before dinner. Then they would compete to see who could hunt more prey. So, after giving a few instructions to the person who came, he went to Xiao Bei, who was still happily inciting others, and discussed with him. When Xiao Bei heard that his brother wanted to compete with the locals, his eyes widened. He was very excited and nodded repeatedly. He began to speak loudly to the people around him. Just now, the leader of your tribe, Quan Moa, has already discussed with us. Tomorrow morning, we will gather here and go into the mountains to hunt animals together. At night, we will hold a barbecue party, the kind that you have always liked to do. Everyone will gather around the campfire and eat, drink, sing, and dance. Now, why don't we go to the pond to catch a few fish and finish our meal first? What do you think?
Okay.
The children in the tribe were led by Xiao Bei to form a tacit understanding in terms of cooperation. The adults were stunned. They could not understand why the leader wanted to hunt with others. What about the salt? When were they going to dig for the salt? With these questions in mind, the group walked toward Dianqi Lake together. It was not far away. The locals also fished. They used hemp ropes to weave nets or forked fish on the shore or small boats. It was also a kind of daily food. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's tent. When the two of them heard the report from their subordinates, they looked at each other and said at the same time, "It's all right. It's all right. It's much easier than I thought." When interacting with them, the scariest thing isn't a competition. It's that they don't give you a chance to communicate. For example, when we were in Luzhou, the local mountain people were always vigilant of you. When you went to interact with them, the first thing they would think of was how to guard against you. At that time, it was a good time to spread the water. Let's call it a good time. Many of the villagers were threatened. With our help, we had the opportunity to communicate with them. After that, we even had to let father adopt a local child. It wasn't easy. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood as he reminisced about the past. Wang Wan said empathetically, "It's really difficult. There's good news as soon as we come into contact with this place. This shows that business can provide a lot of help to political exchanges. The price adjustment 3 years ago has yielded results, and the locals have more trust in Tang. We have to make good use of it." The hunting tools they use are knives, guns, bows, and simple traps. Before we compete with them tomorrow, we'll let them see how we use guns. Then, we'll tell them that we don't use guns. We'll use cold weapons like them. Yes, we'll convince them when they feel that they're the strongest. That way we can communicate with them in other aspects. We'll also have to mine some salt first to give them hope. Free salt can also allow them to save the things they need to exchange for salt. They can exchange it for other necessities. Zhang Xiaobao began to think about what kind of development model he should develop before he left. Right now, he was helping the people with the surname Quan, who were the white barbarians. There was also the black barbarians with the surname Meng to deal with. The black barbarians were more difficult to interact with than the white barbarians. The language was a big obstacle, and there was also the philosophy of survival. You might think that everyone should develop together, but the black barbarians felt that it was more convenient to plunder. It took a lot of extra effort to gradually change people's hearts. Wang Wan also thought about the issue of ethnic integration. Peaceful integration, not military force. If it was military force, it was simple. The people she brought were enough to push all the people with the surname Meng. When the time came, the people with the surname Meng would become obedient. But that would require bloodshed. Why bother? Why did they always leave a line for the 6 Xiao? It was all because they were the ancestors of the Yi. Most importantly, the 6 Xiao posed little threat, unlike the Turks and Tibetans. Without a unified 6 Xiao, they would not be able to form a powerful fighting force, and they would not have any military advantage over the Great Tang. How can we rope in the people surnamed Meng without resorting to force? Give them direct benefits? Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then shook his head. When he saw Xiao Bei and the other 9 people catching fish with their bare hands, he was very envious. Therefore, he felt that he could also swim normally, so he followed them into the deeper parts to catch fish. In the end, he, who usually only swam and played, could not bear the physical exhaustion of catching fish. Naturally, he had no strength and struggled in the water. He was supported by Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. As they swam back, Xiao Bei talked about him. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan looked very relaxed. They could even laugh a few times. They did not have the difficult situation when they were swimming after saving someone in the water. Quan Moa, who was on the shore, was also very worried. His son had swam too far away. At that time, there were only children around. He was worried that the children would not be able to save his son, and it would be too late by the time the adults came to rescue him. He did not expect Xiao Bei to be so fast. She was dozens of steps away, but she was like a fish. She reached the shore in a few strokes. Even when his son grabbed her arm, she did not sink. She still waited for another child, Xiao Yuan, to come over and support his son together. Quan Mo was very helpless. He knew why his son had gone down to learn how to catch fish with his bare hands. It was because the 5 little girls were wearing beautiful swimsuits and skirts. His son wanted to show off, but in the end, he made a fool of himself. The more Quan Mo thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. He raised his leg to go over, but was stopped by Fan Fan. He advised, "Children love beauty. Everyone has that. Xiao Bei and the others are so cute. Don't adults always show off in front of beautiful women? If you beat the children now, you will be giving Xiao Bei and the others a hard time. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo find out, you will suffer. They dote on their younger siblings to the heavens." Quan Mo retracted his leg. He felt that it was not good to lecture the people of the tribe in front of the guests. After thinking about it, he turned his eyes and asked Fan Fan, "I think Xiao Bei is not bad. Not only is she good-looking, but she is also capable. Can my son?" "Don't even think about it. Xiao Yuan is Xiao Bei's man in the future. 100 of your sons can't compare to Xiao Yuan. It seems that you still don't know their identity. Let me tell you this. Even if they don't object, the Tang people will not agree. How can we let Xiao Bei marry into your family?" Fan Fan looked at Quan Mo as if he was looking at a fool. "Aren't we brothers?" Quan Mo began to pull strings again. "Don't. Brothers are brothers. If the girls in his family want to get married, His Majesty has to make an appointment first. You, a small tribe, want to get involved? Say something practical, don't joke." Fan Fan did not buy Quan Mo's words and did not give him any face. Quan Moa finally gave up, and he decided that he needed to find out just what sort of status the Zhang and Wang clans had in the Great Tang for Fan Fan to be so protective of them. From Fan Fan's words, it was hard to imagine that all the people of the Great Tang were willing to protect the Zhang and Wang clans. "Okay, if you still feel uncomfortable breathing, squat while breathing. This way, you can cough out the water you choked in. Don't be afraid of the water in your ears. Just shake your head. Remember, don't take risks in the future." At this time, Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan had pushed Quan Mo's son into the shallow water and told him the method. Then they turned around and swam inside. Obviously, they were not tired from saving people just now. Before Xiao Bei and the others could catch a few fish, someone shouted from the shore, "Little ancestors, come back. The young master said that he has arranged a new task for you." "Hey!" Xiao Bei cheered. She pressed on Xiao Yuan's shoulder and jumped up in the water. Her calves were almost exposed. She jumped very high. Xiao Yuan, who was pressed down by her, popped his head out after 2 seconds. He was very angry. Chapter 13:01. Xiao Bei's group of 9 came and went back, leaving behind only 100 people to help the tribe catch fish in Dianqi Lake. They mainly taught the locals how to cast a net, the habits of the fish in Dianqi Lake, and the basic knowledge of raising fish. They were not required to raise fish, but only for those who were willing to do so. When the time came, the fish raised would be fatter. It was not hand-scattered artificial feed, but natural biological bait. How to breed biological bait was also particular. Just like the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County to raise maggots and earthworms. Quan Mo never left the riverside. He just called his son closer and patted him twice on the head to relieve his previous worry. For him, the most intuitive impression was that Xiao Bei and the others were very good at swimming, especially Xiao Bei. After entering the water, there was no trace of panic at all. That series of movements made people feel very comfortable, just like on land. In addition, the people who stayed behind now explained the species of fish and shrimp in Dianqi Lake, as well as water birds and so on, made Quan Mo feel that this was not his hometown, but someone else's territory. With confusion, he asked Fan Fan, "Did they already have ideas about my place? They want to train people who are familiar with swimming first. When the time comes, they are afraid of losses on land, so they run into the water to sneak attack my tribe." Fan Fan did not leave with Xiao Bei and the others. It was not that he was not allowed to go, but as long as he found a random reason, he could follow behind and see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he did not know what to do. Should he say that he was going to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo persuade Quanmei? It seemed unnecessary. Should he say that he had not been able to meet them? Then what? Come back again? It was very far, and it was tiring to walk. Fan Fan was hesitating whether to go or not. When he heard Quanmei's words, he showed an impatient expression and said, "How many times have I told you? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family are very powerful. If they want to attack your small tribe, do they need to sneak in from the water? Look, they left behind the salt for you. Actually, they wanted to exchange something with you, but your children were too enthusiastic, so Lil Bei was embarrassed. Didn't you hear what Lil Bei said when she left, that she would bring something else to exchange for the Hericium mushroom and snake gall next time?" Hearing Fan Fan's words, Quan Mo blushed with embarrassment. He had heard it but did not respond. He did not know what he was thinking at that moment. Now, he was slightly worried and asked Fan Fan, "Will their family's adults be angry and send troops to fight?" "I can't communicate with you today. I've emphasized again and again that they are treating you with a soft policy. Why would they hit you? It's just a little bit of salt. I don't care about it. I care about people. People, you know?" Other than being a little harsh to the original Tubo and Tujue, they were very tolerant of the people in the surrounding areas who had not established their own countries. If you don't believe me, take a look tomorrow. You'll understand when you see their martial prowess. They can kill hundreds of you as easily as crushing an ant. With their team, they can fight from here to the capital in one breath. No one can stop them. After Fan Fan finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Quan Moe. He kept asking the same questions and was tired of answering. He glared at Quan Moe and walked into the tribe. He had to stay there tonight. Quan Moe was not angry. He liked the people of the Great Tang who were honest. He was very disgusted by those who did not speak the truth. If it were not for the things in daily life, he would not be willing to interact with those people. Of course, he also had a good impression of Lil Bei and the others. Lil Bei's words were too obvious. She wanted them to submit to the Great Tang and listen to the Great Tang's imperial court. It was much better to say one thing in front of them and another behind their backs. However, Quan Mo did not understand that Lil Bei spoke according to the person. If she saw that you were an honest person, she would tell you the truth. If you tried to spin in circles with her, she would draw countless circles for you and let you see what diplomatic language was. Because she did not speak more diplomatic language with others, Lil Bei did not feel satisfied. Thus, when she saw her brother and sister, she opened her mouth and said, "When interacting with the locals today, I found that they look forward to peace, have kind hearts, and are full of yearning for a better life in the future. They are such a group. Therefore, we have decided to follow the principle of people-oriented, concern first, and sincere communication with them. We will further communicate with them. However, you called us back and made us lose this opportunity. What should we do? Your sister is asking you." Wang Wan very naturally shifted Lil Bei's question to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao sized up his sister. Seeing that Lil Bei seemed to be waiting for an explanation, he withdrew his smile and said to Lil Bei, "We already know about the problem you raised. Your exchange with the other side was a successful one. It was a meeting that carried forward the past and opened the way for the future. It promoted the integration and development of the people, and it also laid the initial foundation for the unification of the motherland. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. You are worth learning from. For this reason, I respectfully commend your selfless contributions on behalf of our Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans. I hope that you can carry forward the past and open the way for the future and make even greater contributions to the diplomatic cause. Hee hee, brother, you're too funny. Others don't even know how to cooperate. It's you who's the best. I gave them the salt for free this time. The main reason is that I found that the tribal chief called Quan Mo really doesn't understand us. He's always on guard. I think that if we still exchange things with them, plus the fact that there's salt here, they should think that we're here to take advantage of them. Anyway, if they develop well in the future, we won't have to worry. We don't lack these things. I found that Dianqi Lake is really beautiful. The water is blue. I dived very deep. When I opened my eyes, it was like there was a large piece of transparent glass in front of me. It's much better than the Yellow River. The last time I saved people in the Yellow River, when I opened my eyes, everything I saw was turbid. Lil Bei threw herself into her brother's arms and acted coquettishly. She then commented on Dianqi Lake. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Dianqi Lake has always been very beautiful. The local people are also very simple. It's just that they were always bullied in the past. Later, they swallowed up another surname. In the end, after a period of time, they were destroyed by the unified Six Zhao. I mean, if we didn't come, now that we're here, we don't have to worry about that kind of thing happening. I know. Brother and sister can calculate. You said that there's salt here, so there must be salt. Brother, this is the first time I know how important salt is to people. They live a very hard life. Perhaps they didn't feel it before, but they know it now. For a little salt, they are willing to pay a lot of things. I mean, we now understand why you want to suppress the price of salt in Tang, and even threaten that the people can't live without salt. Lil Bei shared what she had learned. In Luzhou and Hangzhou, salt was worthless. It could be dried by the sea, and there were piles and piles of it. Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. He wanted to nurture his younger brothers and sisters to be more exposed to the affairs of the people, and not be high and mighty. If an official was not down to earth and did not know what mistake he had made when he was caught, how sad would that be? Of course, what was even sadder was that he knew that he had made a mistake, but he refused to admit it. He knew that he had made a mistake, and you knew that he had made a mistake. He knew that you knew that he had made a mistake, but he still forced you to admit that he did not know that he had made a mistake. To use a word to describe it, it was rape. When a man raped a woman, he would blaspheme the body. When an official raped the people, he would blaspheme the soul. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that his younger brothers and sisters would become like that. That kind of official was an incompetent official. However, he still had to say what he should say. Since you know the importance of the people's livelihood, you have to control the scale. When you sell grain to the people, you can't increase the price. When the harvest is good, you have to maintain the price when you buy grain from the people. What means do you use to make up for the difference? Cheap grain hurts the farmers, and high officials hurt the officials. Let me discuss this. One person is short. Lil Bei could not answer, but she was not depressed. She never thought that she could do everything by herself. She had always worked as a team. After a while, Lil Bei returned and said with a smile, I know. The price of grain sold to the people must not exceed the depreciation of the currency. In other words, on average, a person earns 1 copper coin a day. If grain is 5 copper coins a bushel, then a person earns 2 copper coins a day. The price of grain must not be higher than 8 copper coins a bushel. Why not 10 copper coins? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. This answer was too good. Wang Wan, who was beside him, also showed an expectant look. Lil Bei puffed out her chest and said, because when a person earns 2 copper coins a day, it means that the value of labor in our country has increased. In other words, there will be a lower cost of necessary survival items to offset the price. If there is no offset, it means that the imperial court's policy has failed. Once there is an offset, the price of necessary goods will be lowered. At the same time, new life aids will be added. Then, according to this, it should not be 10 copper coins a bushel of grain. Instead, 2 copper coins should be used for living aids. If the production is better, it can even be 3 copper coins or 4 copper coins a day. Let's think about it. This is what a government should do. Otherwise, how can we talk about a good life? In the process of improving production technology and transforming it into productivity, if the quality of life of the people does not improve, who will the extra value belong to? Whoever it belongs to is corrupt, or is closely related to corruption. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan applauded together. Although the 2 necessary factors were missing, the younger siblings' answer was already good enough. If they added in the material and spiritual needs of human companions in the process of human existence, as well as the natural desires of society to influence the people around them, then it would be even more perfect. However, the younger siblings had already done very well, so they could not be too harsh on them. Lil Bei also seemed to know that the things that she and the others had painstakingly thought of were not worth mentioning in front of her siblings. Thus, when she heard the applause, she smiled modestly and said, all of this is due to your efforts. Now, can you tell me what kind of mission you have arranged for us? Your mission is very simple. You are to appease their children while we accompany the adults of their tribe to hunt. I'll give you an idea. A fun buffet. Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister. Then he shouted outside, "Send someone to protect Fan Fan. He only knows how to cause trouble for me." Chapter 1302. The next day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived in front of the village. They did not bring many people with them, only 300. 100 would participate in the hunt, and the other 200 would be guards. Of course, this did not include Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After all, they were only children. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were strong fighters, they had more guards, 500 people. However, they did not participate in the hunt. They invited the local children to play at Dianqi Lake. Fan Fan also got up early. He slept very soundly last night, unlike before when he was always worried that the people surnamed Meng would suddenly attack or that the people of the 6th Zhao would launch a sneak attack. Fan Fan was not worried at all when he slept with the Tang Empire's strongest protection team nearby. He did not believe that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be able to breach the defense in this area. Therefore, he made an exception and drank a little more local wine. He fell asleep in a daze. Even the men he brought drank with him and lay down to rest comfortably. He did not even ask them to be on guard. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's camp were not far away. What was there to be afraid of? As soon as they met today, Zhang Xiaobao said to Fan Fan with a smile, "It looks like you had a good rest last night. Your eyes are bright." Hey, with you guys here, when Xiaobei and the others went back yesterday, they would definitely mention me. Not to mention in my brother's tribe, even if I was in the enemy's camp, you would not let me be in any danger. You took advantage of me, haha. Fan Fan was not reserved and laughed and talked with Zhang Xiaobao. Quan Moa next to them finally understood why Fan Fan, who had never drunk before, drank so much last night. It was because the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family between the clouds and the water were camping not far away. How confident was he? This only explained one thing. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were so arrogant that wherever they were, they represented stability. Otherwise, how could Fan Fan dare not to let people be on guard? Quan Mo subconsciously lowered his head. He didn't have the confidence to let the people of his tribe go out and bring some people to camp nearby. When the time came, the people of his tribe would feel relieved. Quan Mo asked Fan Fan in disbelief, "What if I had attacked you last night? I'll hear a series of bangs, and when I wake up in the morning, I won't see you alive anymore. Actually, I regret it very much. I shouldn't have stayed here with you. The best place for me to stay is next to their tent. That way, they won't have to worry about me." Fan Fan said to Quan Moa with a smile. He knew that Quan Moa was joking. Moreover, he was not on guard against Quan Moa. He was on guard against other people. "What do you mean?" Quan Moa was confused. "Nothing. Last night, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo found out that I was staying in your village, they sent people to hide in the dark to protect us. They worked hard all night, so I regret it very much. I shouldn't have done that. When I go back, I will donate the profit this time. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy," Fan Fan said with certainty. His eyes began to look around. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed to a place. He said to Quan Moa, "Look over there. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's snipers have been watching for more than 2 hours." Quan Moa looked in the direction Fan Fan pointed. Sure enough, a group of people came out of his village yawning. He didn't know when they came in. Where are they hiding? Do you know them? They sent people to protect you?" Quan Moa asked in surprise. Fan Fan shook his head. "I don't know them, but I am from the Tang Empire. Yesterday, I was a little selfish and implicated Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's people. My purpose was to tell you why I was so protective of them. Now you know, right? With them by my side, I am absolutely safe." Quan Moa felt an inexplicable envy in his heart. If he were Fan Fan, perhaps he would also protect Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. In order to protect someone who belonged to them, they hid them in the village. The sticks they are holding. Spears. You will know in a moment. As a brother, I advise you not to always think that your tribe's martial arts are powerful. You still don't believe it, Fan Fan said helplessly. When Zhang Xiaobao heard them talk, he stepped forward and directly gave Quan Moa a hug. Then, he took 2 steps back and said with a smile, "I have heard of Chief Quan Moa's wisdom. Today, I see that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Quan Moa was not stupid. He knew that this was just a formality. He was unhappy and asked, "You don't believe in my ability to protect Boss Fan?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao's one-word answer was even more straightforward. He continued, "I am indeed worried about you. Fan Fan is a citizen of the Great Tang. If I didn't come, I wouldn't be able to say anything. But since I am here, all citizens of the Great Tang are under my protection. In any land, I can walk around and do whatever I want. Do you dare? Not to mention other places, even here at Jianqi Lake. Are you not worried that the Meng tribe will suddenly attack? I am strong in two ways. To people, the strong will always be strong. To the heavens, the strong will always be stronger. Do you dare to say that? All the Tang people know that Xueqi and I have never backed down from natural disasters. To people, we can communicate, but we will not accept any threats or intimidation. Do you not agree?" Zhang Xiaobao had already seen Quan Mo's character. If you tried to reason with him, it would be useless. Besides strength, there was also sincerity. Quan Mo's breathing quickened. He was indeed stimulated by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He wanted to use the method of a warrior to challenge this person who was not as old as him. But he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and gave up. He knew that he could not beat the person in front of him. Although this person stood there casually, there did not seem to be any flaws in his body, especially his exposed arms and the rolled-up trouser legs that exposed his calves. The flesh inside was in strips, which looked very obvious, and not in pieces. There was also the bulging flesh on his neck. It looked relaxed, but it proved that he had a strong resistance to beatings. Quan Moa even had the thought that if he made a move, he would be defeated in the blink of an eye. Because he was also a hunter, when he looked at this person, he felt that he was facing a lone wolf or a tiger that was not big but very aggressive. Then he looked at the woman next to him who was called Xueqi by Fan Fan. Why did her position make him feel so uncomfortable? At the moment when he regarded the other as an enemy, he faintly felt that once he launched an attack, he would face the surging tide of the two people like a hurricane in Jianqi Lake. Quan Moa could not figure it out, but he would never ignore his intuition, so he looked back and forth. Quan Moa, what are you looking at? Xiaobao, Xueqi, they are very friendly. Fan Fan touched Quan Moa and said. Quan Moa almost cried. Friendly? Look at their positions. Which side do you want me to guard against? People who do business really have no vision. Zhang Xiaobao took a step back, and Quan Moa instantly felt comfortable. Then he heard the person opposite him say, "Hunting, directly using our normal weapons is bullying you. Let's do it this way. First we will let you see what our normal weapons look like. Then, we will give up this weapon and compete with you on the same level. So you don't have to be upset or unconvinced. Xueqi and I will accompany you and we will hunt together. Just a reminder, don't do anything to me and Xueqi, otherwise." Chapter 1303. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Quan Moa nodded in agreement. Originally, he did not intend to do anything bad. He had already seen that the people of Tang were very supportive of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he angered them, not only would they not help him collect salt, but the merchants would also not come to trade. How would he live in the future? He only said that the medicine he exchanged was very good. If he had a headache or fever, he did not need to ask for help. He only needed to take 2 pills. I have already sent someone to inform my king. When the time comes, my king may send someone to summon you. I dare not be rude to you. Quan Moa expressed his attitude first. Otherwise, if the two misunderstood and directly left, where would he find salt? He also mentioned that the leader on his side was the Great Tang's appointed vassal king. He hoped that he could use his status as the leader to pressure the two of them and make them stay for a few more days. When the time came, it would be easier for them to dig for salt. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indifferent. They looked at the people of the other side's tribe and estimated the fighting strength of the other side. It was not that they wanted to fight with the other side, but when they were ready to win, they would not win too much so that they could improve communication. When the time comes, you can go and see our king. Don't be afraid. Our king will entertain you with wine and dance, Quan Moa added. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke. We don't have time. Tell someone to tell him that we are not going to patrol his place this time. Let him come here by himself and wait for 3 days. If he does not come in 3 days, then don't come. If he wants to see the song and dance, he will bring his own people and wine. We did not bring much. That is our king. Quan Mo was dissatisfied. The vassal king given by your emperor has a seal. You dare to let our king come to see you? Before Zhang Xiaobao could explain, the merchant Fan Fan came over. He said to Quan Mo, Brother Ma, if King Quan Gui knows that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here, he will be very happy and will personally come to see you. On my side, even His Majesty has to personally find Xiaobao and Cuckoo if something special happens. Except for their relatives, no one can order them. What about you? They sent people to protect you. If Fan Fan had not lied to him, this Xiaobao or Cuckoo was definitely a heaven-like existence in the Great Tang. Without waiting for Fan Fan to answer, Quan Mo asked Zhang Xiaobao, Can you see your emperor as you please? It's not casual. In Chang'an, we try our best not to go there when the court is in session. We also don't disturb Her Majesty when she sleeps. The former is because my father is an official in the imperial court. If we go over, it won't be good for us to stand there. If we stand too high up, we will press down on my father, and the etiquette will be disrupted. If we stand too low up, the other officials will be afraid. The latter is because he's resting. It's not good to disturb him, right? What if he's pampering someone, right? Zhang Xiaobao explained, winking at Quan Mo at the end. It was easy to get closer to a man when talking about men. Quan Mo did not feel that their relationship was close at all. Instead, it felt even more distant. He felt that the two of them should not be standing in front of him and talking casually. Normally, he should be kneeling at their feet. An envoy from the Celestial Empire with such great authority. What if there's an emergency that requires the emperor to deal with? Is pampering a woman more important, or are national affairs more important? Quan Mo asked carefully. Fan Fan continued, If there's no emergency that requires your majesty to deal with, as long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo stay in the capital, they will make the decision for themselves. There's no need for your majesty to worry about them. Your majesty can pamper them as you wish. Also, as for what you asked me just now, I didn't order them. They sent troops to protect me because I'm a Tang citizen. However, I can actually ask them to do something, and they usually won't refuse. Isn't that right, Xiaobao? Yes, but there's a prerequisite, Zhang Xiaobao admitted frankly. I know. I can't do anything that will harm the Great Tang. Fan Fan was satisfied. He knew that Xiaobao only needed to say a few words today. If he asked again, Xiaobao would not refuse. There was no need for witnesses or a contract. Xiaobao's words were more reliable than any guarantee. Brother Fan, didn't you say that no one can order them around? Quan Mo was confused. I said that if they have nothing to do, officials can't order them around. I didn't say anything about ordinary people. For example, when they pass by a village in the Great Tang, a villager comes up and says, Xiaobao, help me repair my house. Xiaobao will send people to help repair the house, and at the same time, repair the houses of the other villagers as well. Fan Fan said in a proud tone. Quan Mo finally understood what was going on. Although he had never experienced it, he felt the same way. It turned out that the two people in front of him were such existences in the Great Tang. Their power could compete with the Emperor of the Great Tang, and when they loved the people, they could become the most ordinary person to interact with ordinary people. They were existences that the officials feared, but were also loved and respected by the people. No wonder Fan Fan said that if he offended these two people, the people of the Great Tang would fight to the death with him. How could such people exist in this world? Should he first express his position and agree to join the Great Tang, and then persuade the leader? It seemed that with such people guarding, it would be very safe. Quan Mo hesitated for a moment. He wanted to express his opinion, but he was embarrassed. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his eyes were full of expectation and desire. Zhang Xiaobao saw Quan Mo's expression and knew what he was thinking. However, it seemed that it was not the right time. He needed to wait, so he said, Let's take a look at our weapons first. Quan Mo immediately put away his thoughts and nodded. Okay. Do you see the small branch sticking out of the tree 20 steps away? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Quan Mo narrowed his eyes and looked. I see it. With a bang, the branch broke. Zhang Xiaobao's revolver was smoking. Quan Moa trembled in fear and looked at the broken branch in shock. He then glanced at the thing in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He swallowed hard and said, "Again, let me see." Zhang Xiaobao put his left hand on the hammer behind the revolver and said to Quan Moa, "Do you see the 2 big leaves 15 steps away and an arm's length apart? They were bitten by insects and are a little yellow." "Wait a minute." Quan Moa took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. After he was ready, he nodded. "I see it." With a bang, the 2 leaves floated down. Quan Moa's eyes widened. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. He looked at the smoking thing again and asked in disbelief, "2 at once?" "2 at once." It was very fast. "What you heard was the sound of 2 together," Zhang Xiaobao kindly explained to him. "How are they so fast?" Quan Moa was scared. If there were people attacking him, there would be 2 in the blink of an eye. Fan Fan was also surprised. He had never seen Xiaobao and Cuckoo in action. He had only heard that they were very powerful. Today he had learned something new. He clapped excitedly and asked, "Xiaobao, is this the fastest gun in the Tang dynasty?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, 2 of the 4 people around Xiaobei are faster than me. Of course you can ignore them. Stand 30 meters away and act at the same time. As long as you don't miss, both sides will die." "What if it's further?" Fan Fan was curious. "If it's 500 meters away, I'll stand and wait for him to shoot. When he runs out of bullets, I'll chase after him and beat him to the ground. Then, I'll step on him and spit on him," Zhang Xiaobao joked. "Hee, the revolver can't shoot that far." "I know." Fan Fan laughed. At the same time, he was thinking about how to brag to the other merchants when he got back. He wanted to make them regret it when they refused his invitation. Fan Fan could already imagine the other merchants who didn't come when he invited them this time. After hearing about his opportunity, they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Quan Moa, on the other hand, had a lingering fear. It turned out that the 4 guys who didn't have any combat power beside the 9 guys yesterday were so powerful. If he really had bad intentions at that time, he would probably be lying there being guarded and buried in a few days. "Someone bring a long gun," Zhang Xiaobao shouted behind him. Chapter 1304. A long gun was handed over. Zhang Xiaobao took it and looked at the aiming line. He casually found a tree trunk about 100 steps away and fired. Then, he looked through the binoculars and nodded. He said to Quan Moa, "Choose a target." "I saw you hit the tree trunk." "Amazing." Quan Moa's eyes were good. He found that there was a mark on the tree trunk where Zhang Xiaobao had fired at. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Not counted. Choose another one." "Madam?" "I don't need it," Wang Wan said, but she also took a gun. She also looked at the aiming line and found a tree trunk about 100 steps away. She also hit the target. Quan Moa pulled Fan Fan, who was watching the show, and asked, "Tang's weapons are so powerful now?" "It's people who are amazing. Not only are Xiaobao and Cuckoo good at using them, but you don't know they were the ones who invented the guns and many other things. They are the treasures that the heavens have given us. I warn you, don't think about them. Let's not talk about whether you can keep them. Even if you do, they won't do anything for you. There is only one word for you. Death, I know." Quan Moa didn't dare to think about kidnapping 2 people to do things for his tribe. And why should he kidnap them? It was fine as long as they surrendered. Didn't they also surrender before? It was just that their own tribe was in charge of their own territory. They didn't have a good life and still relied on Tang merchants to trade things. After they surrendered, they would send people to take care of them. He believed that their lives would be good. At least the problem of salt was solved. Moreover, it seemed that they didn't intend to bully his people after his tribe surrendered. He felt that they were very easy to talk to. "Brother Fan, I think they are too kind. They will suffer a lot in the future. If other tribes are not like us and they are good to others, they may be in danger if others plot against them." Quan Moa kindly reminded Fan Fan. Fan Fan was stunned and looked at Quan Moa in surprise. After a while he whispered, "Kind? Suffer losses?" "That's right. Look at Xiaobao. He's always so gentle. When he threatens people, he's not aggressive. Although he looks like he can fight, he can't beat a group of people by himself. And Xueqi. She's so beautiful, especially when she smiles. I'm old now. Otherwise, I'd have to chase after her. Quan Mo began to change his identity psychologically. He now regarded himself as a Tang citizen, so he kindly advised him. Fan Fan pointed at Quan Moa. You. Brother Moa, if you think so, then you are wrong, very wrong. My mother, how can it be like this? Previously when I said that they were kind, that expression of yours. That's not the same thing. You're saying that they're kind because they can't fight. I think they're very good at fighting, so they're not kind. The kindness I speak of is from the heart. They can fight, but they're not willing to fight. You're from the great Tang. How could you not understand? Quan Moa followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the depths of the mountain while whispering to Fan Fan. As for Zhang Xiaobao's words just now about letting him choose a target, he automatically ignored it. He was not familiar with this kind of weapon at all. How could he choose? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not urge him. They were checking the guns to see how the inner courtyard usually maintained and how the practice was. The inner courtyard was for the servants, not for the protection of the seedlings. But they also had to be familiar with the weapons. Fan Fan was in distress and patiently explained to Quan Moa. Do you know what happened to Tubo in the past? Do you know why the Tujue disappeared? It's not that they disappeared, but they scattered. Do you know the situation of the tribes in the north of Hebei province of the Tang? I don't know about Hebei province, but I've heard about Tubo and Tujue. Quan Moa waited for Fan Fan to continue. It's good that you've heard about it. It's all thanks to Xiao Bao and Xueqi. Xueqi led the army there and directly killed. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Tubo was scared in an instant. Xiao Bao followed and made the Tubo people hungry. Is he kind? Fan Fan said and asked. Quan Moa shook his head hard and guiltily looked at Xiao Bao and Xueqi who were studying the guns. He showed a frightened expression and asked Fan Fan, is it that scary? Devil Xueqi, with a smile, people will be destroyed. Ruthless Xiao Bao, killing without spilling blood. Don't you think it's scary? Do you know that the officials of the Tang Empire are most afraid of Xueqi smiling at them? There's a saying that one would rather hear 100 ghosts howling than see Xueqi smile. At that time, Xueqi killed the Tubo people until they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. During the negotiation, Xueqi went out and the Tubo cavalry retreated. That was really a general suppressing 1,000 cavalry. Do you still think they're kind? Fan Fan said while shivering. He didn't see it personally, but he could imagine how fierce the war was at that time. After shivering, he laughed again and said, but the Tang Empire is not afraid. We call Xueqi a little fairy. If you want to pursue her, don't mention it to others in the future. It will be life-threatening. You're too far away. Only our Xiao Bao can do it. Xiao Bao belongs to Xueqi, and Xueqi belongs to Xiao Bao. My family has set up a longevity tablet. When I'm at home, I personally burn incense and pray. When I'm not at home, there are people who guarantee that the incense will continue. To say something disgraceful, now that His Majesty is dead, I'm just sad. After all, he was a good emperor. If Xiao Bao and Xueqi. Look at my mouth, it's so cheap. I won't say it. Fan Fan slapped himself at the end of his words. Quan Moa figured out everything in an instant and no longer had doubts in his heart. He said to Fan Fan, I understand. It's because of Xueqi and Xiao Bao that you can do business safely. Yes, everyone in the Tang Empire is grateful to them. So 3 years ago, their caravan between the clouds and the water came to set the price, and we followed it. We can't not follow it. Xiao Bao's dignity can't be challenged. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. This is fear. But when we choose to follow it, it's not fear first, but respect first. Fan Fan mentioned the past and told Quan Moa that their tribe should be grateful to Xiao Bao. Quan Moa decided that he had to find an opportunity to express his opinion. Otherwise, when Xiao Bao and Xueqi left, he would lose such a good opportunity. But there was something he couldn't figure out, so he asked Fan Fan, since they are so powerful, why don't they just use force to subdue us? Are long things and short things guns? It's easy for them to subdue us. Because you speak the same words as us and use the same language. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have always regarded you as one of their own and couldn't do it. And the 6 Zhao in the West participated in the conspiracy of the Jiangnan Society. The 2 of them should give them a chance and cherish it. Don't push them too far. Their retreat is not cowardice. In fact, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have always compromised with the Tang Empire. Xiao Bao's ability is something that only businessmen can imagine. Have you heard of the top list of billionaires? Fan Fan asked. He didn't want Quan Moa's tribe to disappoint Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Quan Moa nodded. The businessmen who came here said that you can't get in at all. I know. It said that it's very powerful. Everyone on the list has a lot of things and money. Yes, I can't get in. I have too little money, and I can't make more profit when I operate. The top 3 were all taught by Xiao Bao, and Xiao Bao is above the list like an eagle in the sky. Fan Fan's heart was full of infinite yearning. Quan Moa got to know Xiao Bao again. Following Fan Fan's words, he looked up at the sky. There was indeed an eagle in the sky. It was so white, like a cloud. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was an eagle. So his eyes lit up and he first discussed with Fan Fan. How about letting them hit that eagle? Hit you? Fan Fan felt that Quan Moa had become stupid after seeing the people from the Zhang family and Wang family. He said angrily to Quan Moa, "That's Xue Yun, General Xue Yun. He's an official of the Tang Empire. Not to mention that he can't fly so high. Even if he can, who dares to hit him? Who is willing to hit him? If Xue Yun gets tired of flying one day and lands in my house, I will kill the smallest lamb and feed it to Xue Yun. My lambs are raised to be roasted whole." The white eagle in the sky is a general? Quan Moa felt that it was unbelievable. Yes, Xue Yun participated in the war against Tubo. He helped to deliver information, helped to kill people, and also stopped the Tubo's eagles from flying. He's very powerful. Without him, the war with Tubo would have been delayed. His evaluation was, endless blade of Guanshan, throwing head to death on the battlefield, Ling Tian, who dares to fly, guarding 1,000 miles with one eagle alone. At that time, there were less than 10 eagles raised by Tubo facing Xue Yun, and they didn't dare to fly. Tell me, how arrogant is the white eagle you see now? Most importantly, he can help to deliver information from the capital to Tubo, flying back and forth. Can you bear to kill him? When Fan Fan was talking to Quan Moa, he didn't forget to wave at Xue Yun. Xue Yun gave him face and slid down, landing on a nearby branch. It chirped at Fan Fan, flapped its wings, and landed on the gun on Zhang Xiaobao's arm. It rubbed its head against Zhang Xiaobao's face, appearing very intimate. Where did your family go? Zhang Xiaobao also rubbed his head against Xue Yun's neck and asked. Quack, quack. Xue Yun chirped twice and turned to look at Dianqi Lake. Oh, they're catching fish in the water? Tell them to throw the fish they caught into the tent. I'll cut them into thin slices for you at night. Add a little salt, and some yellow rice wine. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with one hand and said to Xue Yun. Quack. As long as one was a normal person, they would be able to hear the joy in Xue Yun's voice. Then, Xue Yun flew away with the help of Zhang Xiaobao's gun. Fan Fan's eyes moved. Quan Moa directly prostrated himself on the ground, bowed to Bai Ying, and then kowtowed to Zhang Xiaobao. At this moment, he was completely convinced. That was an eagle. They could actually communicate like this. Xiaobao, tell him to come back. I want to take a look again. Fan Fan pleaded. Quan Moa was also looking forward to it. After today's hunting, come back with me. I'll let you take a look at Xue Yun and show me your hometown. If I can believe you, you can also guarantee that every time you meet Xue Yun, you will personally slaughter the cows and sheep. If there's no problem, I can give you a horizontal map of Xue Yun's family supply point. In the future, Xue Yun's family can go to your place if they want to eat. After all, their family's mission is very important. They don't have time to hunt by themselves. If there's a stable supply point, it's still good for them. Now, it's always been my family's business that has such a map. Zhang Xiaobao said to Fan Fan. Fan Fan hurriedly promised, trembling with excitement. Don't worry, I'll eat first. If there's poison in it, I'll be poisoned to death first. If I don't die, I'll feed them. In the future, no matter where I go, I'll bring a sheep with me and raise it myself. I won't let anyone else touch it. When I see Shui Yun's family, I'll kill them and feed them raw meat. I'll test them. Fan Fan was serious. This was glory. Not everyone was qualified to feed Shui Yun's family. But he also understood that he had to prove that he wouldn't poison them. Okay, apply. Find more than 6 guarantors. The family members must have no criminal records. At the same time, there must be more than 200 of them. If. There's no if. I understand. I'll find them, Fan Fan promised. He knew what would happen after that. It would be the annihilation of his family and 9 generations. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. It's not that I don't want to believe you. After all, Shui Yun can't compare to us. If we go to your house to eat, Cuckoo and I don't need anyone to test the poison. A powerful eagle is very fragile when it falls. Quan Moa watched and listened from the side. He felt very warm. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and their family's eagle were working for the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire's people were trying their best to help them. The more Quan Moa thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. He felt that as long as he belonged to the Tang Empire, he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied in the future. So he found a reason to ask, can Shui Yun catch birds? Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and replied, Shui Yun's family can catch birds, but not for eating, but for practicing. Their normal source of food is raw meat provided by us with a little salt and yellow wine. They like to drink a little wine, and then they'll be very happy. Pick a bird. I'll shoot it. I'll show you the power of a spear. Quan Moa began to look for birds. The gunshots and Shui Yun's appearance had caused many birds to run away. Now, some of them had returned. He pointed to a bird on the treetop and said, shoot it. A sparrow, right? Oh yes. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots sounded. A sparrow was missing from the treetop, and another one fell from the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put away their spears at the same time. Chapter 1305. Quan Moa felt that the beating in his chest was about to stop. He felt that he was not facing a human, but a god. From Fan Fan's words, he knew that Xiao Bao was very good at making money, and he could use this method to attack a group of people. Cuckoo, on the other hand, could command a battle and participate in it personally. These 2 people could obtain absolute power in Tang, which meant that they were also very good at political struggles. Then why was his martial power so strong? From the way they stood before, it could be seen that they were used to attacking the enemy together. They looked less than 20 years old. How could this be? Fan Fan did not think much about it. In his opinion, what he saw was too normal. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were very powerful. The barking of dogs came from the other side. 2 of the hunting dogs that Xiao Bao and Wang Wan brought back the sparrows. Both of their heads were smashed. The dogs put the sparrows down and squatted aside, very obedient. However, Quan Moa could see that these 2 dogs were not honest, but a kind of calmness. The dogs' eyes were narrowed, but it did not mean that they had no spirit, so he enviously asked, do the dogs you brought dare to fight with the tigers here? It's not about whether they dare or not. Just like the soldiers of Tang, when they are needed, they will go. They never consider how strong the enemy is. Wang Wan smiled and said, if there is a need, I can also sacrifice myself, Fan Fan said. Quan Moa did not doubt Fan Fan's words. He already knew that the strength of Tang was in the bones, and all of this was brought about by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Bring the grenade launcher. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the people behind him. The grenade launcher was a grenade launcher with primer. It made it easier for soldiers to throw grenades, and it could be thrown further than a person. Quan Moa saw that a new weapon was brought forward, and his expression became serious. Zhang Xiaobao took the grenade launcher and looked at the hill in front of them. He pointed to a small tree about 150 or 160 paces away and said to Quan Moa, how about we hit that tree? All right. Quan Moa wasn't in the mood to think too much. Zhang Xiaobao placed the grenade launcher on the ground. He squinted his eyes and looked at it. After adjusting the angle slightly, he took a grenade and put it in. He pulled the lever, and with a bang, the grenade flew out. The moment the grenade flew out, Zhang Xiaobao put in another grenade and pulled the lever again. Quan Moa watched as the small tree disappeared in a curtain of fire and smoke. About a breath of time later, The fire reappeared in its original position and a sound was heard. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and stood up. Wang Wan looked at him and said, "Not bad." The first shot hit the target directly, and the second shot 3 meters behind. This is how mercenaries usually use it. The purpose is to eliminate the enemy's second fireman. It seems that you received good training. It's mainly because the veteran mercenaries can judge the trajectory when they hear it. I had to use the sound of the first shot to cover the second shot. In fact, against a powerful enemy, 2 shots won't kill one. At most, it can delay the enemy's continuous attack. Zhang Xiaobao humbly replied. Anyway, the 2 people in front of him did not understand. Quanimo ran over as fast as he could to check the situation. He saw 2 small pits in front of him. Some of the surrounding branches were cut, and some of the leaves were pierced. For a moment, he was silent. When Zhang Xiaobao and the others strolled over, he still had not recovered. Zhang Xiaobao said to him again, "There are a few more powerful weapons, but we won't take them out. The most powerful field artillery is too heavy, so we didn't bring it. We only brought 20 infantry cannons. This time, we won't use such weapons. Like you, we will use knives and bows. We don't have bows, but we have crossbows." Quanimo did not say anything. He did not know what a field artillery was or what an infantry cannon was. Fan Fan was anxious. "Xiao Bao, what if you don't bring powerful weapons? What if you need to fight? I'll go back immediately and organize the other caravans. Even if I have to carry it on my shoulders, I'll carry the cannons for you." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "No need. The other 3 fronts are equipped with field artillery to train the soldiers. Do you think we need to use artillery to attack the enemy without any fortifications? My artillery has always been trained with live ammunition. The other field armies of the Tang Empire don't have so much money to spend, so they can only use it on the battlefield." Fan Fan was relieved. He looked around and said, I'd better go back and wait. I don't know how to hunt. I'll go to the place where we'll gather and prepare the charcoal. I'll wait for you to come back and eat." Fan Fan turned and left. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Quanmei and invited him. "Let's go together. We'll form a group of 3. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao picked up a crossbow and a single-edged serrated knife. Wang Wan looked at them and asked someone to bring over 10 triangular thorns. She handed them to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Use these to run to the nearest prey." In fact, the javelin is more lethal. Zhang Xiaobao took the weapons and asked someone to bring an iron javelin and carry it on his back. He was worried that he would encounter a bear or tiger. The javelin was not for attacking, but for setting up camp better. The adults went hunting, and Xiao Bei also had his own mission. They had to lead the local children to play. It was not a step of the invasion, but a way to find something to earn money for the local children. The local people did not need to be brainwashed. The language and writing they used was the same as the Tang Empire. At the same time, there was no need to start a war with them. As long as they were willing to provide them with a better life, they would naturally make a choice. Unlike Xinlua in Japan, where there were many people and they still lived on their own islands and peninsulas. Xiao Bei and the others first asked someone to measure the children in the tribe and make 2 sets of clothes as quickly as possible as a greeting gift. Make them bigger. Children grow very quickly. Add a layer of clothes on their elbows, knees, and buttocks. Don't make them look like patches. They have to be wear-resistant and beautiful. Also, leave some leftovers and needles for them. If they wear them, they can mend them themselves. The big man instructed the person who measured the children's figures. The children in the tribe did not know so much. They were happy to have new clothes to wear and were closer to Xiao Bei and the others. It did not take long for the children's figures to be measured. The inner courtyard immediately rushed to make the clothes. Xiao Bei brought the children to the side of Dianqi Lake and did not go into the water. She asked someone to net a few carps and said to the local children, "Do you usually eat carps?" "Yes." A few children shouted together. "There are many bones." There were also children who pointed out the bad points of this fish. "I know there are many bones. How do you usually eat it?" Xiao Bei asked. "Boil it and add salt," someone answered. "Roast it and brush it with salt water. Eat it raw. It's not delicious." Xiao Bei and the others listened. When the children finished speaking, she said, Don't eat it raw in the future. There will be invisible bugs that will drill into your body, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. If it's braised, you won't be able to prepare so many seasonings. I'll teach you a good way to eat it, steaming it. Put a grate in the pot and a plate on the grate. Put the cleaned carps in it and put some onions, ginger, and so on. Don't forget to add salt. Just like that. It's very fresh when steamed. What's ginger? A child asked. Ah. Xueqi was stunned and asked, You don't have ginger here. Seeing the children shake their heads, Xueqi raised her hand and gestured. All right. We'll have it in the future. I'll get someone to ship it over after it's cultivated. These merchants are really stupid. They don't know how to ship it over to sell if they don't have ginger locally. It's probably like what brother said in the story. 2 shoe sellers ran to a place where the people there were barefoot. One felt that they couldn't sell because they didn't wear shoes. The other felt that he had struck a fortune because the people here didn't wear shoes, let alone make shoes. The locals don't eat ginger because they don't have it. It's hard to find wild ginger, let alone cultivated ones. If we get someone to send more ginger and teach the locals how to cultivate it, they'll love to eat it. Xiaoyuan added. Xueqi thought that they didn't have ginger, so she asked, Where are the onions? A child pointed to the mountain. There are some there. There aren't many of them, but they grow in patches. Wild? I know. After a while, we'll get someone to send over a large amount of onion seeds and teach you how to grow them. They're sweet. Xueqi decided to ask around to see what they were lacking. As long as they could be planted and raised, they would make up for it. It's spicy. A child reminded Xueqi that the onions weren't sweet. Xueqi smiled at the child who spoke. The wild ones are spicy. If they're cultivated, according to the season and species, there are sweet ones. There are many people who eat green onions in Hunan province. That kind of green onions isn't very spicy. Of course, before you get used to it, you can't eat too much. Otherwise, you'll get sick and have a bad stomach. Can we eat it now? The child asked. Yes, we brought some. We'll steam some and braise some for you. Xueqi agreed. He instructed someone to prepare the carp so that the locals could get used to eating it. Otherwise, if it was just mutton, many people in other parts of Great Tang couldn't eat it. They should bring it over to exchange. Dianqi Lake was so big. It would be a pity if the aquaculture industry didn't develop. After Xueqi made the arrangements, someone began to clean up the carp in front of the children. They nailed the cap of a soda bottle to the bamboo and scraped off the scales of the carp. The children were dumbfounded. It was too fast. So the scales could be removed like this? The carp was cut open with a knife, and the innards were taken out in an instant. One carp was finished. Xueqi explained, Actually, you can take out the intestines from the gills. It's a little slower, and if you're not familiar with it, you can easily cut your hands. I won't show you. Don't try to learn it yourself. If you get infected, it'll be very troublesome and you'll die. The children looked scared. They didn't want to die. A child boldly pointed at the person who was cleaning up the fish and asked, Xueqi, is he not familiar with it? Xueqi laughed. If he's not familiar with it, there aren't many people in Great Tang who are familiar with it. This is the best chef in my family. Actually, he shouldn't be doing such a small job. There are other small workers. I chose him to do it so that you can eat the best delicacies. Xiaoyuan added, Today, I'm not talking about eating carp. I'm talking about giving you another way to earn money. The things that are processed from the carp. There are 2 more chapters today. Occasionally, on my birthday, I'll add another chapter. Chapter 1306. Let me say it, let me say it. The moment Xiaoyuan finished speaking, Xiao Nan interrupted. The children looked at Xiao Nan again. To them, it didn't matter who said it. Xiao Nan smiled and said, You will have to study in the future. When we will leave behind 200 people to help develop the local area. We will also leave a few to teach. However, there are too many children and we can't teach all of them. We need other people from the Tang Empire to be your teachers. There is a problem. Teachers are also people and have to eat. We can't expect them to be virtuous enough to contribute for free. We have to give them money. In the past, We gave them meat, which is called tuition. If you come from a distant place and don't give them enough money, most people won't be willing to teach you. So you have to earn money yourself, buy learning tools, and give the teachers a salary. Then are the children from other places in the Tang Empire the same? A little girl asked. She wanted to study, but as a girl, she knew that she had no hope unless she could solve the money problem herself. Hearing her question, Xiao Nan showed a sad expression. After thinking about it, he told the truth. Children in most places don't need to spend money, let alone earn money. They even get money when they study well. Who gives them money? The little girl asked again. Merchants. The merchants of the Tang Empire. They take out money to build schools, hire teachers, give rewards, and take care of the food and clothes for the children, Xiaonan explained. What about us? Another child asked. Danan continued, you don't have to earn money yourself. We will pay for all the expenses. Although we are 9, we have our own money, a lot of it. Part of the money is used for this. Not all merchants in the Tang Empire are willing to spend money on the children. If they don't pay, we will take care of it. I know you want to ask why we don't give you money, right? The children nodded. They were all from the Tang Empire and were willing to be taken care of by the Tang Empire. What was the difference? Some of the children even started to get angry, feeling that the 9 children in front of them were alienating them. Xiao Bei coughed and said, we don't give you money for your growth. Your tribe is different from the Tang Empire. It's not that you are stupid, but that you are inexperienced and can't outsmart others. There are older children. Do you remember the price you paid when you exchanged goods with them 3 years ago? Very cheap, isn't it? Then my family's caravan came over and raised the price. You realized that you were at a disadvantage before, right? Yes, they are too bad. It turns out that a caddy of monkey head mushrooms can be exchanged for so many things. They only gave us a little bit in the past. You guys are really good. You guys set the price, and then the merchants all exchanged according to this price. No one dares to use the previous price. Are they afraid of you guys? A 13 or 14-year-old boy, or perhaps a young man, angrily said a few words, and then asked the doubts in his heart. He also understood that it was impossible for a caravan to come and say the price, and all the other merchants would do as the caravan said. Especially after the caravan between the clouds and the water never came again, but the price was still the same. If the merchants suddenly became better, then why did they keep the price so low before? Xiao Bei nodded proudly. Yes, they're afraid of us. More accurately, they're afraid of my brother. My brother said that if all the merchants of Great Tang were to take out 1 out of 10 of their stocks and give it away for free, the merchants of Great Tang would have to give it away for free. They wouldn't even dare to lie about their stocks. That's what he meant. My brother wouldn't let people give things away for free. Even if my brother is penniless, he just needs to shout and ask for money, and within a day, someone will give him tens of millions of strings of coins. You won't understand if I tell you. Anyway, it's a lot of money. If you buy food, you won't be able to finish it even if you eat for a lifetime. The children in the tribe all opened their mouths and eyes wide, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Why? A child asked. Xiao Bei waved his hand. It's a long story. You'll know in the future. Then, you'll be proud of being a citizen of Great Tang. Now, I'm going to talk about why we don't give you money. To be honest, a little is enough for you to study and live a life. But at that time, you won't understand the local things and will be at a disadvantage when you grow up. We can't protect you forever, right? If you lose out on the contract, you won't be able to reason it out. If you get angry and use violence to solve the problem, you'll only harm yourself. If we let you work now, you'll be familiar with your local specialties, advantages, and shortcomings. When you go to other places in the future, you'll compare with the local specialties and aspects. Then, you'll know what you need the most and how much the things and services here can be sold for. When Xiao Bei said that, the children felt that Xiao Bei and the rest were thinking for them and became close again. Xiao Bei didn't wait for them to ask again. He took the initiative to say, let's start with the carp. There's a lot of medicine on the carp, such as the eyes, scales, skin, and blood. The eyes and blood aren't easy to preserve, and the skin is troublesome to cut. Why don't we collect the scales, dry them, and sell them? Don't throw away the bones either. It's the same for the bones of other fish. Keep them, dry them, and add the shells of the shellfish in the pond. If they're ground into powder, they can be used to feed livestock and poultry. For example, if a chicken lays an egg with a soft shell, the shell will harden when it's eaten. At the same time, the chick will grow faster. This was the first time the children in the tribe heard that fish scales and bones could be exchanged for things. It was the same for the shells in the pond. The tide would wash up a lot of things with shells. Also, when it rained heavily, the water level would rise, and the water level would recede, leaving behind a lot of shells. They're all eaten by the birds. A child thought of the flocks of birds that landed on the shore or went to the shallow water to eat. He felt distressed. Birds ate shells that could be exchanged for things. Yes, birds like to eat them. There's also small fish and shrimps. Look at the ones flying in the sky. My brother and sister call them red-beaked seagulls. The shells you pick now can only be used as fodder. Dry the meat and put a little salt. When you sell it, you can give it to people who don't have or lack it as snacks. Then, there's also some damaged shellfish. You can dry them too. That's to say, pick the good ones and sell them. Keep the bad ones and ensure the quality. It's to let others know that everything you have is good quality. Yes, that's what it means. What do you do with the bad ones? Grind them into powder like the bone powder and shells. I'll teach you how to make a kind of noodle food, bread. Put the powder into the noodle and bake the bread to feed the red-beaked seagulls. Xueqi explained the use of everything in detail to the children. If she didn't have to go with her brother and sister, she would have wanted to stay. Xueqi Lake scenery was really beautiful. Moreover, she heard from her brother that the weather here was good. Living here for a few months was not bad. Unfortunately, she had no choice. The local children did not understand. Other things could be used to exchange for things they needed. Things that should have been thrown away had to be specially made and then fed to the birds. Birds were not chickens. If they were raised, they could eat eggs and meat. If the birds finished eating and flew away, wouldn't they be tired for nothing? I don't want to feed the birds, a child said unhappily. How else should I say that you need to learn? Xiao Yuan looked like a child who couldn't be taught. You can't do without knowledge and experience. Now, you only see the things in front of you and don't think about the future. Xueqi Lake. What a beautiful lake. We are now building dams and digging canals. In the future, we will build pavilions and corridors in the shallow water areas. There can be boats on the lake, barbecues on the shore, and restaurants. Our Tang people are getting richer and richer. Our productivity is catching up. In other words, we produce a lot of things and can't use them all up. The technology of road construction is improving. In the future there will be many slaves. Everyone doesn't need to do things every day. The rich people can come out to see the scenery and customs of various places and taste the delicacies of every place. In the future, there will be many people coming to Xueqi Lake. We just need to advertise. What does that have to do with feeding the birds? A child directly asked the key point. Xueqi and the others were helpless. In the future, when people come to play, can you feed the birds? You sell them the things to feed the birds and make money, right? Now you have to feed the birds until they are not afraid of people and like to eat your food. Only then will people buy it. After Xueqi finished speaking, she felt that she had no energy. This bunch of stupid children. The children were very sensitive. When they saw Xueqi's expression, one of them asked, "Are we stupid?" That's not it. It's just that my expectations are too high. I always compare the children with us. Not only you, but even the adults in your tribe can't figure it out. If you can immediately understand any of our ideas and think of other advantages, then all of you can enter the top ranking of the richest people. So you have to learn as you do. Other than the things in the water, there are also all kinds of mushrooms and mountain vegetables in the mountains. When you have time, go and pick them. Dry them in the sun or in the shade. They can all be sold for money. When you pick them, you have to be careful not to be bitten by snakes and insects. You are not allowed to enter the mountains that are too deep. Xueqi first comforted the other party. She admitted that the content of what she was saying now was not something the children could understand. Many adults were confused when they heard it. At the same time, Xueqi warned them not to let the children go deep into the mountains and forests and be eaten by wild beasts just to earn some money. The children did not know what the top ranking was. They knew that Xueqi and the others were better than them, so they did not understand a lot of what she said. Xiaobei, teach us again. Let's see what else we can do. A child requested. Okay, you have to pick mushrooms and mountain vegetables in the mountains. You also have to make powder from fish scales, fish bones, and shells. You also have to sell shellfish jerky. There is no fixed price for these things between the clouds and the water. The merchants will pay according to their own ideas. I'll teach you a way so that you won't lose too much. Yes, don't lose. Not take advantage of others. You won't be able to take advantage of others unless we do it ourselves. Xiaobei did not forget to show off her skills. The children in the tribe laughed and continued to listen carefully. They had never been told this before. The way is to pretend to be children. Oh, you are children. Yes, you. Stand up. You look cuter. Brother always says that we are cute. Xiaobei pointed at a girl in the crowd. She looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. Like Xiaobei, she had long eyelashes and a small face. Xiaobei had observed her before. Her habitual expression was Wei Wei. She pouted her lips a little and stared at him curiously. It made people want to kiss her when they saw her. You're calling me? The little girl who was pointed at by Xiaobei bit her lip and looked left and right. She lowered her head slightly, but her eyes were looking up. She was indeed cute. Chapter 1307. Take a step forward and learn from me. I'll teach you how to say it. Little Bei was very satisfied with the girl's behavior. The girl timidly took a step forward. Little Bei took out a mirror from her bag and looked at herself. Then she said, "It's like this. I take a bamboo tube of fishbone powder and go to a merchant who comes to my tribe to trade. I say, 'Uncle, do you want powder that can be fed to fish?' I grab a handful and sprinkle it into the water. Fish eat it. Also, my chicks love to eat it more than fish. Uncle, do you have fish and chicks at home? I'm willing to give you some. You can feed them at home. They like to eat it. Can you come and buy my powder? I'll exchange it for sugar candy. See? Learn from me. Remember, you have to look up and blink your eyes when you talk to them. Don't laugh or cry. Look a little dazed. You're naturally dazed. When he gives you a price, you write it down. When other caravans come to your side, you can ask them. You can sell to whoever offers the highest price. That way, you won't lose as much." The boys in the tribe stared at Little Bei, their eyes shining. They did not know if the deal would work, but they knew that Little Bei was very cute. "Little Bei, you're acting cute," Little Yuan said. "I'm selling powder, okay? This is the only advantage a child has. If I don't take advantage of it, I'll be letting myself down," Little Bei retorted. Quan Imoe's son looked at Little Bei and wanted to invite her to stay in the village, but he recalled his father's words and did not dare to say it. Instead, he asked, "Little Bei, do you usually do business like this?" "I don't. Do I need to act cute?" Little Bei curled her lips. "If I were to sell local specialties, I would directly tell the merchant that you give me a price and come up with a detailed sales plan. What will you use to ensure sales volume? How will you stabilize the loyalty of the buyer group? Also, how much profit do you pursue? What percentage of advertising investment are you willing to provide? How is it different?" Quan Imoe's son asked. "Because I'm Zhang Xiaobei. With the 9 of us combined, our marketing wisdom is stronger than the merchants who come. At the same time, we have more resources to use. Do you understand? If you want others to respect you, you have to become strong first. The more you know about a certain industry, the less people in the same industry dare to bully you. We no longer need to rely on our identities as brothers and sisters. We can sit on equal footing with ordinary merchants, and if we add on our status as great Tang patrol emissaries, we can mobilize many resources. For example, in the war between the Tang Empire and Duoshi this time, through the Candy House chain of partners, it is convenient for us to support the war indirectly. Our words determine the direction of millions of strings of money. This was why they were allowed to earn their own money. The children in the capital enjoyed the funds provided by the merchants to study. Not only did they not accept the charity of others, but they also formed a kind of charity to the merchants who took the money. Everyone fought to give them money. It's because of where they are, as well as their knowledge and status. If you need merchants to invest here, you're purely accepting charity. I hope that you can be more self-reliant. Of course, I will also give you help, not charity. Xiaobei explained. It could be said that his words were heartfelt and earnest. After that, she took out a stack of money from her bag, counted out 100 notes, and handed them to the tribe leader, Quanamoe's son. Take this, 10,000 strings of coins. Each note is 100 strings of coins. The purchasing power. Oh, how many things can you buy with this? Just take one note and buy enough salt from the merchants to feed your entire tribe for 3 years. And it's the kind of salt that you eat with all your might under the circumstances of a 9-fold difference. If you want to use it all to buy salt, your tribe can eat for 300 years. This money is for you. When the tribe is in trouble and needs money, you can use it, but you are not allowed to use it to buy luxury goods. If I find out who bought luxury goods, I will make him lose his life. Our money is not so easy to cheat. Xiaobei first introduced the purchasing power and then threatened. The children in the tribe had no concept of buying other things, but when it came to salt, it was much more intuitive. The stack of money in front of them could buy the salt that the tribe ate for 300 years? Quanamoe's son looked nervously at the other 8 people, afraid that the 8 of them would ask for all the money back. 300 years of salt was really scary. After a while, he took out another note in embarrassment and handed the others to Xiaobei. One is enough. Give us all the money. You have no money to use. Huh. Xiaobei laughed. Give you all our money? Do you know how much money we have? The money we earn in a day is twice as much as what you have. Money is just a number to us now. If we use a part of this number to improve the lives of others, we will be happy. We don't care about money. We only care about how others use it. Why do you think we need a lot of money? We eat and wear at home. Our family has more money than us. What we are worried about now is how to spend it, not how to save it in the bank to earn interest. Xiao Yuan and the others nodded. They indeed had so much money that they had nowhere to spend it. Every time they took out a sum of money to spend on the Tang dynasty's children's welfare, they would earn more. The main reason was that the brand of the Precious Candy House chain was too strong. The children of the rich would definitely choose to spend money at Precious Candy House. Even the adults like to play at Precious Candy House's amusement park. Quanmoy's son couldn't believe it. His voice trembled as he said, "With money you have power. You also know about power? Power is not obtained by money. It is given by the people. Power itself has no value. Its value is reflected in how much benefits the person who enjoys the power can bring to the person who gave it to him. Even if we don't have money, we still have power because the people trust us. Power is invisible. Whether it is abused or not depends on who the power holder uses the power on. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Many people forget the root of power. Every time they seek benefits for themselves, it's a blasphemy against power. What's dirty is not only the transaction of power, but also their soul. When they die, they definitely won't be able to close their eyes." Xiaobei said a lot and shook his head. He felt that it was impossible to communicate with ordinary children. Quanamoe's son really didn't understand, but he knew that he had money now. He could buy salt for the tribe to eat for 300 years. He considered whether to buy more and save it for later use. Xiao Hai seemed to see through the other party's plan and hurriedly said, "Don't buy salt. There will be salt soon. It won't cost you money. Eat as much as you want. If you can't think of how to spend it, keep it. There's no need to be afraid of depreciation. This is because after productivity increases, the depreciation of money is on luxury goods and medium-sized products, not low-end goods that are affected by productivity. I've said too much again. Anyway, you just need to know that this money is very useful. If you don't make money from selling things, use it to pay for your learning equipment and the cost of hiring teachers." Quan Moe's son clenched the money tightly. His eyes reddened as he asked, "Why are you so good to us?" "Because you admit that you are from the Tang Empire. We have always treated our own people well. If it were a child from Japan or a child from Xinlua, I wouldn't care if they died," Xiaobei said in a very domineering manner. After thinking for a while he said, "Actually, the children in Japan and Xinlua are not bad either. They were invited to the capital, including their families. Back then, we were the ones who suggested that the best children from the Tang Empire be chosen to come to the capital. It was a very simple purpose. In the end, my brother and sister found out and came up with a series of plans. Sigh. We are still too far away from them. Every time we feel that we are powerful, My brother and sister will use the actual situation to let us understand that we are still very ignorant. Yes, ignorant. The children in the tribe were speechless. Xiaobei, are your brother and sister much more powerful than you? Quan Moe's son asked. Generally. You don't understand at all how difficult the negotiations between us and them were. When we tried our best to think of something to take advantage of them, they easily offset it. This is the result of them only defending and not attacking. Otherwise, why do you think the merchants who came to trade with you listened to my family's caravan between the clouds and the water? What they are afraid of is not my family's power, but my brother's methods. Economic problems must be solved by economic means. This is called Jianghu matters end in Jianghu. This kind of confidence is the root of their fear. Are you confused again? You will understand in the future. The more you know, the more you will realize your ignorance. Xiaobei looked very wronged. He pouted and said. The children in the tribe were also afraid. They had thought that Xiaobei and the others were the most powerful. They had never thought that they would also be bullied. Quan Moe's son gently rubbed the money with his hand. He was still worried and asked, We took your money. What do you need us to do? For example, tell the adults to quickly become Tang people. There's no need. Xiao Gang said bluntly, If you don't tell the adults, we will still give you the money because you told us that you admit that you are Tang people. If you want to repay us, when you have a lot of power, remember to do good things for the people of Tang. When you have money, remember to provide a stable learning environment for the other children. Passing on the torch is the foundation of a nation and a country. What we do for you today is what you need to do for others tomorrow. When we leave, there will be a local contact station that sends telegrams to us if anything happens. Now we will teach you how to turn shells into powder. You need a mill, a fine grain mill. I will give you one and have someone make it immediately. In the mountains, Quan Mo was hunting with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought that the two of them were powerful in martial arts and knowledge, but they were not familiar with the local situation and would not be very successful in hunting. What he did not expect was that the two of them seemed to have lived near Jianqi Lake since they were young. Their footsteps and vigilance were just right. He saw with his own eyes that when Zhang Xiaobao was tracking the tracks left by the prey, he casually killed 2 hidden poisonous snakes and handed them to Wang Wan. Then, Wang Wan took care of them and put them in her backpack. They were now chasing a tiger, so there were only 3 of them. Quan Mo was very nervous. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to be so bold. It was a tiger. With only 3 people, they dared to track it and even planned to hunt it. After moving forward for a while, Quan Mo could not help but say, Xiaobao, why don't we change it? Tigers are not easy to fight. It's okay, Xiao Hu. I am going to catch it alive. There is a male tiger missing in the zoo. You just happened to encounter it. I will use other weapons in a while, so it is not considered a part of the competition, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1308. The little tiger that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about was indeed a little tiger, but it didn't mean that this kind of tiger couldn't grow up. It was just that the tiger itself was small. He also knew that there were many tigers of the same species in this area, but he didn't plan to kill them. This was a national first-class protected animal at his time. He also didn't think that killing a tiger would show his heroism. The number of tigers had always been small, but because tigers were active in a wide area, it caused people to be afraid of them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they brought anesthetic bullets. Wang Wan also carried an anesthetic gun on her back. When they encountered a strong animal, they would directly use the anesthetic gun to kill it. It was just hunting, not risking their lives. Quan Moa was still worried. He didn't know the function of the gun on Wang Wan's back, and it looked different from the gun she used before, so he worriedly reminded, What if the little tiger is meeting up with its family? That's impossible. We didn't hear the cries of the little tiger. At the same time, there weren't any large tiger footprints on the ground. This means that this is a lonely little male tiger. I want to find a companion for it. Isn't it cruel to lock it up in the zoo in Beijing? When Zhang Xiaobao thought about how the tiger was still alive and well, yet you had to catch it and lock it up for others to see, he felt that someone would stand up and say something about animal protection. However, Zhang Xiaobao chose the wrong person. When Quan Moa heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was puzzled. Cruel. Are we going to feed it directly when we put it in a zoo? Yes, it's not good to let it come out and find its own food. What if it eats people? As long as we catch it, it won't be able to come out of the cage. Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and carefully observed the grass under his feet. Isn't that good? It doesn't have to work hard to catch prey. It can eat and sleep when it wants. It's already good that we didn't kill it, but we still feed it meat. Life is really good. Quan Moa suddenly felt that if he became a tiger and was caught, he would have food and drink. His life would be very good. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he couldn't communicate with Quan Moa. Freedom. No one would want to be locked up in a cage. He would rather live a poor life than be unable to leave the cage and be surrounded by people at the same time. Wang Wan chuckled and said, "Don't worry about what the tiger thinks. Let's catch it first, catch it, and then go back." The children who often go to the zoo say that one less tiger is not extinct. Only those who have nothing to do will consider the feelings of the tiger. People are tired of living. Why should we care about the tiger if we don't care about the people? That makes sense. Maybe it's because they want to flaunt their kindness and find a bunch of excuses to overthrow the nature of the world's law of the jungle. If everyone was really so kind, the world would be at peace long ago, and no one in Africa would starve to death. Anyway, I'll eat whatever I want, even if it's a panda, as long as I have the money. As for what other people think, I don't care. I always feel that this so-called kindness to animals is hypocritical. This kind of person is only using animals to show their kindness. In fact, they don't even think about their own kind from the perspective of kindness. Is that so? Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and carefully sniffed the smell of a pile of feces. He nodded and changed direction to chase. Quan Moa felt disgusted. He didn't expect that this person, who had absolute status in the Tang Empire, would actually do something like sniffing other people's feces. He resisted the urge to vomit and followed Zhang Xiaobao. When Wang Wan passed by the feces, she also bent down to smell it and got up to chase. She didn't care about being disgusted. She was a tyrant flower. In some ways, she was the same kind of person as Xiaobao. In her eyes, there were only tasks and goals, and there was no sense of self. So what if she smelled tiger feces? If there was a need, so what if she tasted human feces? At least she could make a simple judgment whether the other party had diabetes or not. At that moment, she was just a tool. It wasn't like she hadn't practiced sneaking in feces before. What was wrong with that? In the pursuit of life, other than being alive, everything else was empty. This little tiger is quite cautious, changing directions back and forth. Where is its home? We have to reach it before the animal activists find it, catch it successfully, and move it immediately. Zhang Xiaobao was tired of chasing and said funny things to relax. Wang Wan also wiped the sweat on her forehead. As long as there is an attribution in front of the activists, then it is hypocritical. Animals are protected, so why can't plants be protected? This is a very interesting situation. For plants, animal activists feel that they can eat as much as they want, but they don't protect the animals that need protection the most, humans, because they feel the humans are at the top of the food chain. According to this, are carnivores at the top of vegetarian animals? Will they attack carnivores in order to protect herbivores? No, because they feel that this is natural elimination. The basic theory is reflected in the fact that animals are not as smart as humans, but are plants smarter than animals? Are the lives of plants not lives? Therefore their kindness is selective. Isn't that so? People say that they can be killed but not abused. As a human, it is better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Tell me, to a person who has committed a death sentence, what would he choose if he were to be whipped every day but not killed, or directly killed and not whipped? I am not saying that I don't want to protect animals. If they are rare, then I will protect them. The purpose is different. They protect animals because they think that they are animals and feel pity for them. I protect animals because I want to let these animals live so that the people of Tang Empire can recognize them and see them with their own eyes. Therefore, animal activists are hypocrites who flaunt their sincerity. They are narrow-minded people who show their love for humanity. The best way to describe them is that they have nothing better to do. Zhang Xiaobao also said. Quan Mo looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. She begged. Can the two of you speak human language? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Quan Moe with a happy expression. He said to Wang Wan, Look, our brother Emma understands thoroughly. Why didn't I think of this? I should say this to animal activists. Can you speak human language? I don't understand. Okay, you don't have a chance to say this. Where is the tiger? Wang Wan pitied Quan Moe. He followed the two of them. Most people would not understand the communication between the two of them. It was a connection that transcended time and space. No matter what she said, it was a kind of happiness for her to come here with Xiaobao. If it was her, even if there was a man who cherished her, would he understand if she told him that the main purpose of the aircraft carrier was to provide a landing and supply platform for planes? That was a kind of indescribable loneliness. Xiaobao, it is good to have you, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Quan Mo frowned. The two of you can still say such mushy things at this time? It is good to have you. Zhang Xiaobao held the binoculars and replied, because you have the anesthetic gun on your back. Look through the binoculars. On the left, about 20 degrees, which is the direction of 10 o'clock, there is a beautiful little tiger. It is looking at me. Quick, take the gun down and climb up the tree. I hope it does not practice this skill. Who said that tigers can't climb trees? That is because the big tiger is too heavy. The small one can climb up. Choose a place. I will cover. You prepare to shoot. We need a bait. What should we do? Don't look at me. I am not going to rush over. Quan Mo finally understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words at the critical moment. Okay. Let me observe first to see if it is full. I hope it is hungry so that it will be interested in us. I can't tell. Let me calculate. Cuckoo, you go forward first. If the tiger runs over, you run to me. I will support you up the tree behind. If it does not come over, you first occupy the commanding position. I will follow and send you to the tree 30 meters in front. I will continue to move forward and lure it over. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan immediately picked up the gun and walked forward. At the same time, she observed her feet. She did not want to be tripped while running. This kind of low-level mistake would lose face for Ba Wang Flower. Even if she knew that she would fall, Xiaobao could make her not be in a dangerous situation. What about me? Quan Mo asked anxiously. Xiaobao did not seem to mention what she should do. You go up the tree first. I will give you a binoculars to play with. Remember to return it to me later. You are not qualified to have it. Zhang Xiaobao handed over his binoculars. Quan Mo excitedly received it and looked at Zhang Xiaobao worriedly and asked, What about you? Go up quickly. Do you still need binoculars more than 300 meters? Before, I was looking for the target. Now that the target has been determined, how can I not keep an eye on it from 300 meters away? How can other people snipe from 800 meters to 1,000 meters without a scope? Zhang Xiaobao urged. He took out a tri-edged thorn and approached Wang Wan. Wang Wan had already climbed up and squatted at a height of more than 4 meters. She used a tree branch to block herself and held the tranquilizer gun horizontally. Zhang Xiaobao came to the tree where Wang Wan was and threw away all the tri-edged thorns except for the one in his hand. Then, he began to tidy up his clothes and shoes. After thinking for a while, he took off his shirt and exposed his upper body. He moved his arms and made 2 small jumping movements. Then, he observed the position below Wang Wan and walked towards the little tiger that had been staring at him. Every step was almost the same distance. Wang Wan, who was on the tree, licked her lips and took a deep breath. Then, she no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaobao. She instantly entered the best sniping state. Zhang Xiaobao continued to move forward. He swung his wrist and shouted at the little tiger, Come baby, come to brother. When the tiger heard the call, or rather the provocation, it got up and ran towards Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the little tiger and estimated the distance between the tiger's speed and the tree that Wang Wan was at. He also estimated the distance between his speed and the tree that Wang Wan was at. When the tiger was 150 meters away from Zhang Xiaobao turned around and ran. He took 20 steps and jumped, flying below Wang Wan. He grabbed the tree branch beside him with one hand and played with the tri-edged thorn with the other hand. Then, bang! Wang Wan fired. Over. That's a tranquilizer gun, not an anti-material sniper rifle. It's still running. Fuck. It's really pouncing. Go down, go down. Yes, brother, you can't. If you come up from this height, I'll stab you. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said a few words, the little tiger had already come over. It jumped and wanted to bite him. Zhang Xiaobao gently poked its nose with the tri-edged thorn. It howled and tilted its head and fell down. Chapter 1309. In the end, the little tiger didn't manage to eat the people on the tree. It was numb in its heart. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while before breaking off a tree branch and throwing it at the little tiger. Seeing that it still didn't move, he jumped down and took out a rope to tie the little tiger's limbs. The effect of the medicine is not bad. I've tested it on pigs and monkeys before. This is the first time I've used it on a tiger. There are still tigers here. We have to cherish them in the future. We can't kill them all. Wang Wan's last words were directed at Quan Moa. Quan Moa didn't think much of it and explained, tigers eat sheep and also people. Rhinoceroses are also very destructive. No matter how powerful they are, how can they be compared to people? There will be people to protect you. Only when the number of tigers and rhinoceroses reaches a certain level can you apply to kill them. Otherwise, you will be violating the laws of the Tang Empire. Carry them. Naturally, Wang Wan did not carry the prey. Zhang Xiaobao and Quan Moa cut down a branch and threaded it through the rope. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, lifted the tiger and walked back. Today, they did not hunt other prey. Wang Wan looked back at the dense forest and the sound of birds chirping. She muttered, in the future, our children can't only see the tigers and rhinoceroses that appeared in Yunnan on TV. Dianqi Lake isn't the only beautiful place here. India is not bad. At least there's something left behind. Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words and added. Quan Moa couldn't understand. Why was India not bad? What was left behind? He was more concerned about the thing used to kill the tiger. He held the tree branch on his shoulder and asked curiously, can you kill the tiger without killing it? After the tiger dies, it won't feel anything. Can you kill a person with a gun? It depends on where you hit. If you hit the heart, neck and eyes, there will be death. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said. What I mean is to hit the legs and buttocks close to the body. Sometimes, there will be pus and blood in the wound. It will be very painful to cut it with a knife. If you hit a person with the thing used to kill a tiger and cut it again, won't it not hurt? Quan Mo, a thought about the practical aspect, which was reflected in medical treatment. Zhang Xiaobao was walking behind him, so he couldn't see Quan Mo's expression. However, he was very surprised. He didn't care if the other party could see him. He nodded. It's already in use. There's no need to shoot with a gun. It's similar to a tranquilizer bullet. There's a small needle in front of it. There's also the inhalation anesthesia that's currently being researched. When you take a breath, you'll feel numb. You won't feel any pain when you cut your body with a knife. The amount is hard to control, so they're experimenting with monkeys. Poor monkeys, they've made great contributions to humanity, but unfortunately, they don't have white mice. Quan Mo did not understand what the white mouse could do, but he was surprised by the great Tang's methods. If the previous bombs were used to attack, the anesthetic now was used to protect the people. Quan Mo had never been to the Great Tang before, so he had only heard bits and pieces from the merchants, especially when it came to weapons. In the past, he had thought that the stories were exaggerated, but now that he had seen the real thing, he began to believe the merchants. Xiao Bao, is it troublesome to return the tribe to the Great Tang? Quan Mo finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. It's not troublesome. As long as you admit it and return to your hometown, we'll immediately set up the framework. We'll send medical personnel to the area first. I know that you need people who can treat illnesses the most. Although there aren't many people there, it's not a problem to send a few people. At the same time, you can study the local diseases and medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy and looked forward to the local people returning to the Great Tang. If they became a family, the local resources could be put to good use. In the future, they could use this as a logistics base for expansion. There are also gems. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the local specialties and said, yes, I'll give you some when we go back. Quan Mo thought that Zhang Xiaobao wanted some. Zhang Xiaobao quickly replied, no, I'm just saying. You can't mine too hard. especially destructive ones. In order to get a gem, you'll destroy more gems. The wealth underground should be left to future generations as much as possible. If we want to use gems, we can snatch them from other countries. Oh, I mean exchange. Quan Mo couldn't follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. He didn't understand why they wanted to leave it to future generations. There were many gems in the ground, and they could be dug up as much as they wanted. If they wanted to exchange them from other places, they would have to pay something. But he didn't refute. Since they didn't want to dig, he wouldn't dig first. The only thing that worried him was that if he didn't take out the gems, how could he exchange for valuable things with other places in the Great Tang? As if guessing Quan Mo's thoughts, Wang Wan said to him, "Your wealth isn't just gems. For me and Xiao Bao, your gems are nothing. As long as they have value, it's nothing more than a matter of money. Compared to gems, we care more about you. People are the most precious. You just have one less opportunity. Wait for our people to guide you. You don't have to worry about exchanging with other places in the future. You can form your own caravan. After hunting for more food, slaves will come over to help build the road. If there aren't enough slaves, we will spend money to hire Indians to work. There are also places like Zhenla and other places. Don't spend money on others. We can fix it ourselves. Use the money on us." Quan Mo's thoughts were simple. Many people were like him. You have jobs that earn more money. For example, you can be a supervisor and see if other people are lazy when they are working. The money you get will be much more than the people who are working, Zhang Xiaobao explained. If we work and supervise, won't we get more money? Quan Mo said to Zhang Xiaobao. Do you have so many people? I need the road to be paved as soon as possible. It will be smooth and suitable for large groups of people to pass through quickly. I won't wait for you to fix it bit by bit. Your lives are not as good as those in the prosperous places of the Great Tang. It's not because you were born poor, but because of the inconvenience of transportation. Many resources can't be transported out, many resources can't be used, and the outside world needs your resources very much. A road is a hope. Those who haven't experienced it will never know. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to influence Quan Mo, hoping that he would change his mind as soon as possible. There was a wider world outside. Quan Mo acknowledged again. Although he didn't understand, he believed that Xiao Bao wouldn't lie to him. Previously, he thought that Xiao Bao and Xueqi had more than 10,000 people, and that it would be easy for them to attack his tribe. There were no old or weak people in the group, and they would have more people who could fight if they attacked his tribe. Now, he understood that they didn't need to send too many people to attack his tribe. A few dozen people could kill his tribe. With such ability, why would they need to lie to him? Thinking about military force, Quan Mo recalled what the merchants had said. As long as the people of the Great Tang were bullied, the Great Tang would send troops to help them take revenge. Thinking that he would be a Great Tang person in the future, he wanted to ask clearly, so he said, "What if the people of my tribe are bullied by the people of other tribes? Will you help?" It depends on what tribe it is. The one with the surname Meng? That's an internal problem. In the future, you will need to cooperate with them and have the protection of the law. It won't be like the people of India. If they kill one of your people, we will immediately kill hundreds of people in India and even drag down the king of some small country. What about the 6 Xiao? Quan Wu asked again. Even now, I still don't understand what the 6 Xiao are planning. In truth, you should have noticed that there are many habits that don't differ much between the two of you. What Huan and I are thinking about is bringing the 6 Xiao into the Great Tang. They have more people, and after they are incorporated, a large part of them will need to be scattered all over the Great Tang, including you and the people with the surname Meng. To put it bluntly, we want to assimilate you. Otherwise, we will need more time to slowly influence you. We can't wait. Otherwise, it will be easy for us to rely on the local area as a place for logistics, and you will cause a fire in our backyard. How miserable would my life be? Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide his purpose in the slightest and directly stated it for Quan Mo to hear. Sometimes, one could be a little more sincere in communication. It was better to speak openly than to play dirty tricks behind one's back. Although Quan Mo didn't understand some of the words, he could guess the meaning. He nodded and said, "I'm also very afraid that when I lead the warriors on the front lines to fight, there will be betrayals behind me. When the time comes and you migrate people, will they still be able to come back? It's not a migration. It's a recruitment method to call people over to work and give them more money. They have to bring their families and at the same time, let them see the outside world. If they have time, they can come back if they want to. It's not forcing them. You can rest assured that Xueqi and I will never do anything to harm you. You won't understand even if I tell you. In any case, we are family. Zhang Xiaobao gave his promise to Quanmo. Quanmo truly couldn't understand. They clearly had powerful martial strength, but they were still negotiating with him. He had the same weapon, and he had long ago conquered the people with the surname Meng and the 6 Xiao. And it seemed that Xiaobao and Xueqi weren't stupid. Why did they treat him like this? Unable to figure it out, Quanmo decided not to think about it anymore and promised, "Okay, when my king comes, I'll persuade him. Okay, this time I'll give you 5 spears and a handgun, 1,000 bullets for the spear and 30 bullets for the handgun. We'll train you for a few days, and the bullets will be on us. As for the small cannon, I won't give it to you. It's not easy to use it, and it'll be bad if it explodes. Consider it a benefit for you." Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the matter of weapons. This was something that Quanmo really wanted, but he didn't mention it before. If it were him, he felt that he wouldn't have agreed. He didn't expect Xiaobao to be so easy to talk to. He didn't even ask for it and already gave it to him. Considering that he would have weapons to protect his tribe in the future, Quanmo was happy at first, but then he asked Zhang Xiaobao suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid that we'll shoot you with weapons?" "We're a family. If you really shoot at us, don't blame me and Xueqi for being ruthless," Zhang Xiaobao said frankly. "I'm just asking. We're a family." Quanmo was relieved. He believed that he would get the weapons, not Xiaobao's casual words. Wang Wan suggested, "Xiaobao, let's give them some money. Give them a few thousand strings of coins, enough for them to buy things with merchants such as advanced farming tools. I see that their plows are all made of wood." "No, Xiaobei and the others will definitely give it to us. I know the little guys too well. They never run out of money. They always find a reason to give it to others and use it on their children. Fortunately, our education didn't fail. They only care about the children of the Tang Empire. They don't care about the children of other countries." When Zhang Xiaobao talked about his younger siblings, the smile on his face became brighter. The corners of Wang Wan's mouth also curled up. Every time she thought of her younger siblings, she felt very happy. Quanmo also liked Xiaobei and the others very much. At a glance, he felt that they were better than other children. Moreover, they were also good-looking. He hoped that when he had children in the future, they would be like Xiaobei and the others. So he asked, "Xiaobao, are the children taught in the Tang Empire the same as Xiaobei and the others? Do they have money?" "Ah, same. Haha. Do you know how much effort Xueqi and I put into their education? If I used this energy to make money, I could sell half of the land in the Tang Empire. Speaking of which, others can also teach well, but it's too difficult. If they're not their own children, who would be willing to teach them like this? As for money, they have their own businesses. In fact, it's all managed by the inner courtyard of the family. They just came up with ideas, but Xueqi and I support them. They get less than 6 million strings of coins a year, and more in the future. They use about 2 million strings of coins, of which, more than 700,000 strings of coins are used in children's medical research. This is really expensive, so they have to invest in it themselves. But in the future, the money spent will increase. We can't always let businessmen pay for all the school fees. In the past there was no way, but now we have free hands." When it came to education, Zhang Xiaobao was still very conceited. He and Wang Wan taught their younger siblings with knowledge that was beyond this era, and the results were quite good. Quanmo was not most concerned about education, but money. He was not like his son, who did not know much about the Tang Empire's money. He knew how many things could be bought with the Tang Empire's money. When he found out that the 9 children could earn millions of strings of coins a year, he even had the thought of robbing them. Even if he only robbed half of the money they earned every year, it was enough for the people in the tribe to enjoy for several lifetimes. "You don't want their money?" Quanmo did not understand. It wasn't easy for them to find a way to make money. "How can we take it and use it? In fact, they put the money in the bank, and I use it. Besides, the family doesn't lack their money. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. That money? How much money do you have? Quan Mo was even more surprised. Not much. It's a little less than the Tang Empire's national treasury, and we spend a lot of it. We put it into disaster relief and research, and we have to pay for the dam and artificial canal in Dianqi Lake. When His Majesty sees where we go, he will never give us a penny for construction costs. It's sad to say. Zhang Xiaobao said casually, not forgetting to complain. I'm sad too. Quan Mo followed. He finally knew what the words rich enough to rival a country meant. According to this, the little guys really did not have much money. He had the idea of kidnapping Xiaobao and Xueqi again. The three of them talked as they walked. Time passed quickly. When they arrived at the place they had discussed, the others had not returned yet. Instead, King Xuangue was waiting there. Quan Mo was surprised again. He put down the tiger that had opened its eyes and ran to King Xuangue. He asked, King, you came so quickly? I received the news as soon as Xiaobao and Xueqi arrived here. I only met the people you sent when I was almost there. The world is changing, King Xuangue said weakly. He was different from the locals. He had lived in the capital for a while and knew the strength of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan too well. How could he not come in person? When Zhang Xiaobao heard King Xuangue's words, he knew that the other party did not want to surrender to the Tang Empire. He was the king here. If he really surrendered, his status would decline. But Zhang Xiaobao would not make any concessions or compromises for the other party alone. Zhang Xiaobao cupped his hands and bowed. Bohai Provincial Governor greets King Xuangue. Wang Wan followed. Bohai Deputy Provincial Governor greets King Xuangue. Both of them were one rank lower than King Xuangue. King Xuangue was a prince, rank 1. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were rank 3 as provincial governors. But the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion was too big. If they were promoted by one rank, they would be rank 2. King Xuangue nervously returned the greeting. Xiaobao, Xueqi. Greetings. King Xuangue did not dare to be arrogant. The two people in front of him were not sheep. When he was in the capital, he knew that they did not greet the emperor of the Tang Empire. Who dared to be presumptuous in front of them? Other than the Minister of Works, Zhang Zhong, the great General Gao Lisher was the only one who was qualified to receive their bow. Now that he was greeted by them, King Xuangue sighed and said, What should come will come. It's not that I want to criticize you. How is your life compared to the people in the capital? You should be a good king. Now, I want you to be independent. Are you willing? Do you want me to talk to you in the capacity of a king? Zhang Xiaobao was not polite at all and went straight to the point. He did not have time to beat around the bush. King Xuangue suddenly smiled. I've already thought about it on the way here. Living near a powerful country, even if the powerful country doesn't attack, is like living in a crevice. It's uncomfortable, but I have a request. You want me to send people to govern the place. I will discuss with you first to ensure your interests. At the same time, I will teach you more and provide you with full support, especially in terms of military power. I will not oppress you. Is that right? Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for King Xuangue to finish and continued. Xiaobao is indeed Xiaobao. I have learned a lot. Everyone says that you are good at scheming. Now that I hear you, I am relieved. King Xuangue looked at Zhang Xiaobao and bowed again. Zhang Xiaobao accepted it calmly. Wang Wan also stepped forward and accepted it. King Xuangue smiled. Quan Mo was confused. What were they talking about? King you? Quan Mo asked. Since Xiaobao can speak for me, it means that his plan is better and better than mine. When it comes to building a place, I am far behind Xiaobao. They have accepted my bow, so naturally, they will sincerely work for the Xuangue clan. They can seize the power of the Great Tang but not seize it. Why should I care about the power in name? Have you seen their weapons? You have not been to the Great Tang and have not seen how they live. With a powerful country nearby, whether my Xuangue clan returns or not will not affect them much. But it will affect us greatly. I do not want to be attacked by them from afar. We will not have any power to resist. King Xuangue said to Quan Mo. Quan Mo sighed. He had seen those weapons, But he also felt sad for his king. After all, he had to give up power and be happy for his clan. With the support of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, their lives would be better in the future. He was very conflicted. Chapter 13:10. King Xuangue had just met with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to confirm the real integration of the two into one. From the moment he agreed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could invest in the local area without any need to sign any contracts or documents. Verbal promises were enough. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also took on the responsibility of making the local people live a better life after receiving King Xuangue's gift. At this time, people began to come back from hunting. Each group was made up of people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families and the local people. They interfered with each other a little, but didn't deliberately cause trouble. The warriors in the tribe thought that they were more familiar with the terrain than the Tang people. At the same time, they knew the local trees and wild animals, so they could have a big advantage. When the competition started, they found that the opponent was also familiar with everything they were familiar with. Moreover, the opponent moved faster than them, attacked more accurately, and was more powerful. Large and small animals were carried back. The rest of the people in the tribe all came out and planned to hold a big bonfire banquet. They also contributed the local sweet wine. Zhang Xiaobao took out strong wine. When they checked the game, they found that the prey of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families was only a dozen more than the prey of the warriors in the tribe, and the size was not much different. The only difference was the place where the wild animals were attacked. Most of the attacks by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families were fatal. There was only a small wound on a wild boar. It was pierced directly from the neck to the heart by a tri-edged thorn, and then it bled to death. The people in the tribe were all shocked. That was a wild boar. Who killed it? Wild boars had teeth. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wound and also had a lingering fear. He scolded Zhang Dufeng of the No. 1 protection team. Who asked you to take the risk? It's just a hunt, not a hand-to-hand fight with the enemy. Is it worth risking your life? Zhang Dufeng, who was scolded, lowered his head and didn't say anything. He just rubbed one arm. Obviously, he was injured. No one knew what he did when facing the wild boar, but he was able to stab the tri-edged thorn into the wild boar's heart. The people in the tribe looked at Zhang Dufeng as if he was a hero, which made the warriors in the tribe who participated in the competition feel very sad. They already knew that if they were to fight with the other party, the chances of winning were very low. Looking at the wounds on the other party's prey, it meant that the other party was more powerful. Fan Fan jumped out to liven up the atmosphere and said, "There are quite a lot of complete skins. When they are cooked, they don't need to be processed. They can be sold directly to the rich people in prosperous areas. They will like to collect them. I'll buy them all." No one said anything, so he had to add, "Let's exchange. I'll exchange the goods I brought with you. It's all on Brother Mo's tribe. After all, I hunted in your place, and you even provided a place to barbecue." "I think it's fine." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "We don't need leather, and we don't lack the goods that Boss Fan brought. Just give us a few pieces of meat that we can't eat." Quan Mo was not pretentious. His tribe really needed things, especially now that the autumn harvest season had not yet arrived. The previous stock of food was almost used up, and it was a time of shortage. There was a great demand for goods brought by merchants. It was better than eating wild vegetables every day. Fan Fan was very happy, as if he had won the lottery. He had already thought about it. He would give a very high price in exchange for the leather and wild boar teeth. After leaving, he would go directly to the capital and hold an auction there. He would reveal the source of the leather, which represented the honor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He believed that many rich people would rush to raise the price. When the prey was put on the grill, the children of the tribe, Xiaobei, and the other 9 people also came back from the river. The children burped one by one. Obviously, they were full from eating fish. Xiaobei did not forget to remind Quan Mo's children. "When spring comes next year, you go up the mountain to pick tea leaves. I will help you package them and sell them at a high price. We can't do it in China. There are too many places with tea leaves, so we have to sell them outside." "People outside like to drink tea leaves?" Quan Mo's son asked. "It's not a matter of liking. It's that they admire the Tang Empire. If the Tang people say that this thing is good, they think it's good. For example, If I say that it's comfortable to wear, when they wear it, they will definitely agree with me. It's comfortable, especially the feeling of the rough linen on the body. It's very comfortable. Xiaobei gave an example. The children thought that others were really stupid. When they saw that there was a bonfire barbecue, they all began to regret it. They had eaten too much just now. Xiaobei and the other 9 people were happy. They only ate one fish together. After tasting it, they stopped and gave more fish to the local children to eat. Quan Moa's son saw his father in the crowd and immediately ran over. He carefully took out a stack of money from his arms and handed it to his father. He said, "Dad, this money is 10,000 strings of cash. Xiaobei gave it to our children." You. When Quan Mo heard that it was 10,000 strings of cash, he reached out to grab it. He suddenly stopped and said to his son, "Since it's for you, keep it well. Don't use it recklessly. When the merchants come to buy things, tell me." Quan Mo was very jealous of the 10,000 strings of cash from the Tang Empire. He hoped that he could hold it in his hands. However, when he suddenly remembered what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said in the forest just now, he felt that he was too stingy to take the money in front of others. You want money given to children by children? His son seemed to have become more sensible. He said to his father, "Dad, we want to take out a part of it first and let the knowledgeable people of the Tang Empire come over to be our teachers. We'll make some money ourselves and give it to our teachers in the future." "There's no need for that. We've brought a very good teacher for you. His name is Tan Sikong. You just need to give him a place to live, make the same clothes for him, and eat the same food for him. You don't need to give him any extra money." Xiaobei thought of a person. He looked around and didn't see him. He sent someone to call him. Quan Mo showed a troubled expression. If a teacher comes to teach the children, it's not right to not give him the best things. It's right. He made a mistake. He'll be punished to teach the children. Otherwise, we'll arrange a mine for him to dig. If he dares to not teach you properly, the people left behind by my family will teach him a lesson. Xiaobei finally arranged for Tan Sikong to come down. There was no place that was more remote than this place. Tubo was better than the local area. It was just right to punish Tan Sikong. When the whole deer was roasted until it was glistening with oil, Tan Sikong was brought to the bonfire party. He seemed to be in good spirits. The clothes on his body were changed into good cloth, and his face was healthy and rosy. This showed that no one deliberately mistreated him while he was traveling with the group. Everyone gave him whatever they had. Tan Sikong already knew that he would be teaching in the local area. When he arrived, he directly went to Xiaobei and didn't look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Along the way, he could tell that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were supportive of most of the decisions made by the 9 children. Since he was caught by Xiaobei and the others, they naturally had to take care of him. In the future, you have to stay and teach the local children well. 2 years. After 2 years, we'll see how the local children learn. If they learn well, you can go wherever you want. We won't restrict you anymore. Do you agree? Xiaobei seemed to be very magnanimous when he said these words. He even asked if Tan Sikong agreed. The children in the tribe immediately looked at Tan Sikong with longing. Tan Sikong laughed bitterly. "Ha! I'm very happy to be able to impart my knowledge to the children here. As long as I can eat and dress well, it's fine. Nuan, don't worry. It's spring here all year round. I believe that they will provide you with many furs to use as bedding. Most of them are sheepskin. If you want tiger furs, I don't dare. From today onwards, I won't use tiger furs anymore." Tan Sikong was very afraid when he heard the words tiger furs. Wasn't he caught because of a tiger furs? Eat the meat, drink the wine, and try the local game. Xiaobei invited. Tan Sikong looked around and hesitated. He then gathered his courage and squeezed with the people in the tribe. When he saw people, he smiled. The people in the tribe didn't treat Tan Sikong like how Xiaobei treated him. They looked at him with eyes full of respect. When he smiled, the people in the tribe also smiled and echoed his words. As for what he had done before he was caught by Xiaobei, the people in the tribe didn't care. As long as he was willing to teach his children well, it was fine. "Oh, there's one more thing." Xiaobei then shouted to the people around Tan Sikong. "He has the status of a high scholar. Whether it's teaching children, adults, or life matters, you can all ask him. He's quite capable. In the past few days with us, he's even read a lot of our books. High scholar? Quanimoa looked at the king beside him. King Quangue narrowed his eyes and nodded. He can be considered a capable person. Even in the Tang Empire, not every county has a high scholar as a teacher. You have to treat him well. Yes. Why aren't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo afraid that a capable person will stay in the team? Quan Mo felt that it was inconceivable. That child actually gave a high scholar to his tribe. Ha 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 ha. King Quangue laughed. The more he laughed, the louder his laughter became. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said to Quanme, "The people brought by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, any one of the non-combat members is more capable than him. Even the combat members are not inferior to him. Tell me, is there a need to keep him?" Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are both top scorers. They have the status of a high scholar. When they go to the capital and compete with other high scholars, the top scorers will be the top scorers. Quan Mo nodded. He understood and envied them. From this moment on, Tan Si started to receive high treatment. Someone served him sweet wine, and the person who was best at using a knife in the tribe cut meat for him to eat. Every time he took a bite, the person beside him would reveal a smile, looking more comfortable than if he were eating the meat himself. "Eat, eat. Don't worry about me. I'll do it myself. I'm a sinner. I'm not worth it." He finally realized that there were things more precious than money in this world. He secretly thought that he should set up an education system in the local area first. He should teach every child well. Even if 2 years had passed, he should not leave early. He had to teach a batch of children. At the same time, he was very familiar with the way the Zhang family and Wang family did things. Every time they stayed in a place, they would definitely guide the development of the local area. This was also an opportunity for him. When there was nothing in the local area, he would stay. When the local area developed, his contributions would not be small. Chapter 13:11. King Chuangue was eating, but his mind was not on the food at all. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao helping his brothers and sisters cut the meat and the little ones looking for a place to eat, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, how many more days are you going to stay here?" "About 5 days. 5 days is enough to wait for Zhenla's reaction. You can use this time to check the dam and the artificial river. When we leave, we will leave behind 200 people to help you manage the place, as well as the corresponding weapons and ammunition. Don't provoke the Meng tribe and lure them to attack, so that you can use our hands to kill them. The people we leave behind will take the initiative to contact them. If you send people to help translate their words and try to sow discord, you know the consequences." Zhang Xiaobao gave a rough time and warned King Chuangue. King Chuangue agreed repeatedly, in a good mood. He knew that even if they made contact, the Meng tribe would not be as cooperative as his side. It would take time. During this time, he could speed up the development of the Chuanshi tribe. By the time the Meng tribe truly cooperated, his side would have already developed. He did not need to attack them. He just needed to see how their lives were not as good as his. King Chuangue even came up with a plan. The Meng tribe had many cows, sheep, and horses. He would first sell the grains to them at a low price in exchange for their livestock. Then he would work hard to reproduce. After a few years, the Meng tribe would no longer have any advantage. Learning from Xiao Bao, he would use economic means to attack. This would also vent his anger. As he thought about it, King Chuangue could not help but laugh. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and did not ask what he was thinking. Anyway, it was fine as long as he did not make trouble for him. The bonfire party ended when the sun set. It was so late that it could be considered a party. Zhang Xiaobao and the others left with a lot of smoked meat. Many of the locals were drunk. The wine was too strong and they were too relaxed. Many of the women were helped back to the village. The bonfire was extinguished, but the tribesmen's hearts were filled with hope. They sang and danced, unwilling to stop. 5 days passed quickly. News came from the border between Zhan and Laos that the people had arrived, and there weren't too many guards following them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left 200 people behind and told them the general idea of how to do things in the future. They also pointed out the location of the salt mine. After that, They packed up and set off to the west. The locals escorted them for more than 20 li before they reluctantly watched the large group of people disappear into the distance. They then turned around and returned to the stronghold. Over the past few days, they had learned a lot of practical knowledge from the teams of the Zhang family and Wang family. They had personally seen the people of the Zhang family and Wang family use the local bamboo, grass, and leather to make various tools that were more convenient to use. After learning them, they would participate in the production process so that they could use them in the future. Therefore, they trusted the Zhang family and the Wang family very much. They were absolutely sure that the other party was a good person. Quan Mo complained to Fan Fan, saying that when the caravan came, they should have a lot of tools, but they didn't teach him. Fan Fan admitted that they had an agreement with the other caravans that they couldn't help the tribesmen too much. They didn't want others to learn from them and they would lose their means of making money. While apologizing to Quan Mo, he also explained the fundamental reason, which was that the Zhang family and Wang family were generous enough. Moreover, the more skills they had, the more they would know how difficult the path of skills was. At the same time, they would be more generous to those who didn't understand skills. Fan Fan apologized, but he didn't regret it. He told Quan Me, "When we came, you didn't belong to the Tang Empire, so why should we teach you skills? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught you skills, but they wouldn't teach Hinduism and Duoshur. The Tang Empire was very strict about blocking skills. If one day Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught the enemy skills before they surrendered, it would definitely be a trap. So don't think that they are kind and amiable. It depends on who they are with. When Xiao Bao left, he promised me to develop here. He even gave me a loan. We should be closer." Fan Fan talked about cooperation again. He planned to raise fish and ornamental fish. He wanted to buy them at a high price and transport them to Jianqi Lake. He wanted to see if the fish would mutate in a special environment and get more beautiful fish. But he couldn't always keep an eye on them. He needed the help of trusted locals. "How do we split the money?" Quan Mo could understand why Fan Fan and the other caravans blocked their skills in the past, but now they were talking about the problem of money. Before Xiao Bao left, he told him that human resources were precious. Even if the people who worked couldn't give anything in exchange, as long as they did things, they would get a lot of money. It's scary when people change their minds. 10 to 9. In the future, when the money is sold, I get 9, and you get 1. I have to transport the ornamental fish here first. Those fish are very precious, and I can guarantee that some of them will die. Although the interest of the loan is not good, I still have to hold down the funds. My savings bank has to generate profits. Then I have to bear the losses of the fish that die in accidents while I'm raising them here. If the mutated fish are uglier, I will continue to lose. Even if it succeeds, I will have to transport them back and let some of them die. There will be advertising costs. Anyway, I'm spending a lot of money, and you're just helping to look after them. A 10 to 9 ratio is not low. If I do business with you normally, I'll get 9 times the profit. Fan Fan gestured a 1, and then a 9 as he spoke to Quan Mo. When Quan Mo heard the 10 to 9 ratio, he wanted to raise the price, but after listening to Fan Fan's analysis, he felt that what he said made sense. He could only agree. Okay, 10 to 9. There's another plan. Put the sea fish in fresh water. You know the Yangtze River, right? Many fish from the sea swim here, and some from the Yangtze River swim to the sea. I'll transport a boat from there. If they survive, we'll circle a place in the pond and see if we can raise them. Still 10 to 9. Fan Fan suggested another idea. Quan Mo still agreed, but he couldn't think of a better idea. Suddenly, he thought of a problem and asked, "How would I know how much you're selling them for? Also, I'm not sure how much you're spending. If you say 10 to 9, just name a number when the time comes. What should I do?" "Brother, don't you trust me?" Fan Fan looked at Quan Mo sadly. Quan Mo smiled embarrassedly. "I trust you. I'll do as you say. When the time comes, I'll send someone to find Xiao Bao. Didn't he say that any of their businesses can be used as a contact point? I'll get Xiao Bao to give you another guarantee." Fan Fan was stunned. He blinked his eyes and nodded. "All right, go ahead. Wait for other merchants to come over. When you talk about various kinds of cooperation with them, remember to tell them at the end that you are looking for Xiao Bao. I can't be the only one who suffers losses. Quan Moa smiled slyly. Indeed, the mention of finding Xiao Bao was very useful. When Quan Moa and Fan Fan mentioned the places where there were fish, many fishermen were puzzled. They came out of Fuzhou and then went fishing around a few small islands nearby. There were lighthouses on the islands. Their boats were not big, so they didn't dare to go too far. If they had a big boat, they could go to the distant sea to catch rare fish near the coast and sell them for more money. They could even go to Luqiao Island and bring goods to trade with the locals. The locals also fished. If they went there with empty boats, they could bring back some goods that didn't exist on the island. When they came back, they could fill the boat with fish. If they were lucky, they might even be able to obtain leather from other islands. Moreover, they didn't have to worry about being robbed by the people on the island. A large number of merchants had already negotiated with the tribes on the island. First, they would let the Tang Empire's gunboats show their power. Then they would give them benefits. There were even merchants from the Tang Empire who arranged for people to be stationed on the island to act as a communication bridge. There were also rich people who specially chose a good place to build houses on the island. When they were bored, they would stay there for 10 days to half a month. The people on the island liked silk, vegetable oil, canned food, smoked chicken, roast duck, and so on. If they cooked a pot of wontons for the people on the island, they might be able to get fish and iron ore as a gift. More interestingly, there were merchants who brought seeds to the island and asked the people on the island to help them plant them. After the harvest, the people on the island could choose a part of the seeds as a reward. They could also exchange other things. The people on the small fishing boat didn't have a good idea. If they risked it, they could get there, but it was not worth it. In the past few days, what made them puzzled was that the Tang Empire's ships had obviously increased. Usually, there was an armed boat 3 times the size of their fishing boat in a fishing area. There were usually a dozen people on the boat, and they all had spears. But since 2 days ago, there were 2 ships in each area. They could clearly see that there were machine guns on the ships. At the same time, they could see a patrol boat cruising by from time to time. The most puzzling thing was that there were hot air balloons flying in the sky. The people on the balloons were using binoculars to scan the sea. Occasionally, due to the height, they would find that the water in a certain area was different from other areas. They would also throw some oil paper with pencil writing on it. There were fishing boats that picked up the large schools of fish in the sea. The fishermen could follow the instructions and go fishing. It was very convenient. However, the fishermen definitely didn't think that the hot air balloons in the sky were specially sent to help them find fish. That was too extravagant. Furthermore, they could always see the people on the hot air balloons throwing floating objects into the water and then shooting them with their guns. It was obvious that they were training. The fishermen were a little nervous, but they weren't afraid. As long as the imperial court didn't stop them from fishing, it meant that the imperial court had a way to protect them. If something big really happened, they would not let them go out to sea and hide first. Today, a group of fishing boats from Fuzhou was once again guided by the people on the hot air balloons. About 10 li to the southeast, the light reflected by the water was abnormal. They could try to go and check it out. The fishermen immediately became excited. Every time they said that, there would be schools of fish. Hence, the fleet changed direction and headed in that direction. The hot air balloons also followed in the sky. Sure enough, when they reached the place, the fishermen found that there were really a lot of fish. They just casually cast their nets. Just as they were happily catching fish, a fisherman looked up at the hot air balloon and suddenly found that the balloon was becoming smaller and smaller. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry about the fish. It's coming down. Is there a leak? Save people." The group of fishing boats changed direction and estimated the landing point of the hot air balloon. They paddled over with all their might. When they were still more than 100 meters away, the hot air balloon finally entered the sea. After a while, 4 people's heads popped out and swam towards the fishing boats. 2 patrol boats also approached. "Brother, what's wrong?" After pulling the 4 people up, the people on the boat asked with concern. "I don't know where it leaked and fell down. Bad luck. Everything fell into the sea. When we go back, tell them to design the hoists properly. We'll be fine." A person explained helplessly. "Brother, you came here to find fish for us?" Another person asked. "What fish? That's just on the way. We're looking for the boats of many people." We didn't find them anywhere else, but we suspect that they're in the Liuqiu area. That's why we have to strengthen the patrols in Quanzhou and here. Let's not talk about it anymore. Transfer us to the guard boat. You guys continue fishing. The person on the hot air balloon wiped the seawater on his face and said gloomily. Chapter 13:12. Don't do that. The escort ship is stable. My fishing boat is not bad either. It just doesn't have a machine gun. Tell me, I won't fish anymore. The people on the boat were very curious. They felt that compared to fish, getting information was more important. After talking to the people who fell from the hot air balloon, he shouted to the others, "Everyone spread out and go fishing. Catch more fish on each boat. Bring me my share. I'll tell you the news." What greeted him was a burst of laughter and scolding. The boats dispersed one after another. One of the escort boats approached while the other continued to follow the group of fishing boats. The people on the boats were not in a hurry. There were 4 people on the hot air balloon. It was good that they were alive. They didn't feel bad if they lost their things. "Brother, drink some water. I have fresh water. You can wash your faces. My surname is Chen. My name is Chen Shihong. Others call me Ah Hong." The owner of the small fishing boat who claimed to be Chen Shihong said as he took out his water bag. "No, you can keep it. We are not that delicate. I can't tell you my name. I am airship number 576. Number 576 quickly stopped the other person from taking water. He pointed to the number embroidered on his chest and said. Chen Shihong still took the water and said, "Drink some, there is enough water. You can help us point out the fish. We can save time and have more water. Brother, who did you say you were looking for?" "The fleet of duo cannibals. The exact number is unknown." Number 576 drank 2 mouthfuls of water and passed the water bag to the next person. "Why are duo cannibals here? Aren't they being beaten?" Chen Shihong was even more curious. "Yes, they are being beaten. So they want to catch the Tang people and threaten us." Chen Shihong suddenly realized, no wonder the Tang Empire's escort ships increased and you guys appeared. Damn duo cannibals. They can't beat us, so they only know how to scheme. Bah! Chen Shihong, who showed a disdainful expression, said angrily, "We should kill them all. They can't beat our soldiers and only know how to scheme against us fishermen." Number 576. You said they ran to Liuqiu? Will they cooperate with the local tribes on the island? Absolutely not. Number 576 said with certainty. After that, he began to take off his clothes and soak them in the sea. When the wind blew and the sun shone, there was a layer of salt on them. Soon, he was completely naked. He took the underwear from the guard ship and put it on. He looked at the hovering position of the hot air balloon with his arms bared. Chen Shihong originally thought that people who flew in the sky were all soft and delicate, but when he saw that the 4 of them were only wearing underwear, he realized that their skin was bright red with a hint of black. There were also pink and white streaks that turned white when he pressed them. The color of the skin must have been caused by frequent exposure to the sun and wind. As for the pink color and the white color of the daozi, those were traces left behind by injuries. "You guys." Chen Shihong looked at the scars on their bodies and said, "You guys have worked hard." "It doesn't matter. It's a result of training. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer injuries. It's a result of practice. Don't worry about catching your fish. We have the ability and confidence to ensure that you won't be hurt, but don't go too far on your own ship. You won't be able to spare the time to follow the ship, and it's not worth it." Wu Qi comforted Chen Shihong. Chen Shihong laughed and said, "I believe you. We all believe you." Before the new year, we occasionally encountered Japanese ships that were bigger than our small fishing boat. They went to various islands to rob things and fought with the local tribes. They all looked very powerful. When they encountered our small boat, we didn't let them pass, so they had to go around. Otherwise, unless they could kill all of our ships, our Tang Empire's gunboats would blow them up. We were not afraid of them at all. Sometimes, we even deliberately blocked their way. Hearing that, Wu Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He advised, don't always take the initiative to bully others. In fact, killing them won't work. We will investigate. Of course we have to ask them. As long as someone says that he saw their ship, we will chase them to Japan and torture all the crew members who went out to sea within a few months. We will ask them to prove that they are not the murderer. If they can't prove it, we will count them as the murderer. Is that so? Chen Shihong really didn't know that his great Tang Empire would be so unreasonable. After thinking for a while he said, "No wonder they are afraid of us. I guess when our ship was close to them, we overturned our ship. They are more afraid than us, right?" "Yes, because we don't believe in this kind of coincidence. It looks like bullying, but we can guarantee that you won't be bullied. Young master and young lady only care about your own people." Wu Qilu smiled. Chen Shihong straightened his chest and felt very proud. It was not like when he went out to sea with his father when he was a child. He was always afraid of encountering Japanese or Xinhua ships. He was worried that he would be at a disadvantage in a fight. After being happy for a while, Chen Shihong suddenly reacted. He looked at Wu Qilu and asked uncertainly, You are from the Zhang family and Wang family? Young master and young lady. We are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Wu Qilu patted his forehead. It was a tacit admission. He accidentally said something wrong. Chen Shihong immediately became more affectionate. He looked at the hot air balloon floating on the sea and said, "Do you need us to help you drag the balloon back?" "No, you see if there is anything that can be used. Cut it off yourself. Turn all the weapons and equipment into the sea. We will go back and change for new ones. You must not go down to fish. It is not worth it to sacrifice human lives." Wu Qilu was worried that they would dive to help fish, so he reminded them. It was dozens of meters deep. It was already difficult for people to dive down, not to mention carrying heavy weapons to float up. If one of them really died, not to mention that he would be punished when he returned, even his conscience would not be able to live with it. Chen Shihong really did have this plan before. If the National Army's things fell, he should help to fish them up. After hearing what Wu Qilu said, he gave up. However, he was still very interested in the hot air balloon that did not sink. He rowed the boat over there and said, "Okay, we will divide it. You should change for a new balloon. It will be dangerous to use the old one. If you fall to your death today, I don't want to fish here in the future. I advise you to go to the island and discuss with the local tribes. Tell them that there are many cannibals here. Don't collude with them." Wu Qilu nodded first and then explained to Chen Shihong, "We have already negotiated with the people of Luqiao Island. If many cannibals really come to the island and they catch one of them, we are willing to exchange a set of glassware with them. Glass plates, glass bowls, and glass plates, a set of 16 pieces." Chen Shihong opened his mouth and tried to hold back his laughter. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and sighed. Many cannibals should pray to their lord. Don't let them come to the island, and don't let them meet the people of Luqiao Island. Even I am tempted by the things you want to exchange. Chen Shihong was no longer worried this time. The native tribes of Luqiao Island were indeed much weaker than the Tang Empire in terms of military force. So after the Tang Empire showed the power of the gunboats, the chiefs of the tribes put away all kinds of thoughts of taking advantage of the Tang Empire. But the weapons of the cannibals seemed to be the same as the weapons of the tribes. If they really encountered the cannibals, they would be besieged and beaten to death. A human life was worth a set of glassware. After thinking for a while, Chen Shihong laughed and said to Wu Qilu, who was looking at him blankly, "Do the cannibals know how to use the Tang Empire's language to communicate with the chiefs of the tribes? Then they would say that they are willing to exchange things and cooperate with both sides." In the end, the locals who they thought were very stupid, first agreed and then tricked them back to the village. They captured all of them and said to them, "You are so stupid to come here personally to give us benefits." Haha, I am dying of laughter. The people on the 2 boats also laughed. Maybe if the cannibals really came to the island, such a situation would happen. Most people would think that the people of Luqiao Island were stupid. In the past, they were indeed stupid and always suffered losses when exchanging goods. Especially in the previous dynasty, when they wanted to take advantage of others, they would turn around and capture them and bring many of them back. But now it was not like that. Now, the natives of Luqiao Island had been taught to be smart. Yes, taught. The merchants of the Tang Empire and the people sent by the imperial court patiently taught them. I couldn't figure it out in the past. Chen Shihong pointed in the direction of Luqiao Island and said, "Why didn't we seize the opportunity when we were strong?" Later, I found out that the terrain was complicated and the water was not suitable. Besides, the natives did not come to kill us. It was not worth it to spend too many resources to seize the island, right? Yes, and there is also the problem of who will occupy the island even if we seize it. Our Tang Empire's population is not enough. Otherwise, the young master would not encourage people to have children. Wu Qilu agreed. I don't understand why we need to teach them more knowledge. Chen Shihong asked. Because if we bully the other party when they are not knowledgeable and take advantage of the trade, when they know about it in the future, they will resent us. Since we don't want to destroy them, then we should integrate with them. This island is not bad. We are also planning to build a new port. In the past, people said to befriend those who are far away and attack those who are near. The young master and the young lady have divided the area around the Tang Empire. One part will be integrated, and the other part will be attacked economically. Only those who are far away will be invaded by military force. Oh, I mean support. Wu Qilu told Chen Shihong in detail about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan. Chen Shihong laughed again. Haha, so be it if they want to invade. We are not against it. Even if we quarrel with our own family, we can just attack other countries. The people who are bullied will hate Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but I have been setting up long life tablets for them. Sometimes when I go to the tombs, I will tell my ancestors that if someone who was killed by Xiaobao and Cuckoo turns into a ghost and comes back, I will ask the ancestors to help me get rid of them. Our Tang Empire has many people and even more ghosts. We are not afraid of foreign ghosts. The other people on the fishing boat nodded vigorously. One of them echoed, the lives of other countries have nothing to do with me. I know that Xiaobao and Cuckoo want me to live more comfortably. Whoever dares to make things difficult for them, I will make them suffer. Okay, now they are fighting duo sure. I don't see you going over to help. You make it sound nice. Chen Shihong looked at the person who spoke with disdain. How can I help? Even if I go over to fight, they won't let me. Don't scold me, how can you help? This person's face, which was already red from the sea breeze, became even redder. You are just a helper. How dare you shout at me? Who said I didn't help? I donated half of the fish that you and caught last time. What did you do? Chen Shihong asked righteously. This person was speechless. Number 576 asked, who did you donate to? Young master and young lady did not ask for donations. We have enough money. Moreover, the two of them said that if it is not a battle of life and death, they do not need the people to contribute money. If there is a day when everyone in the Tang Empire is asked to contribute money and effort, then it will be a battle of national fate. If we lose, the country will be destroyed. If you want to donate, you can donate to other areas. It is not mandatory. You should consider your own life first. When the time comes, you will be given a certain amount of tax. No need. I donated to the government in Fuzhou. I sent the fish directly. Chen Shihong began to worry about his own things. Number 576 looked at the people on the guard ship. Immediately, someone began to send a report, asking where Chen Shihong's donated fish went. The people on the two ships fell silent. Chen Shihong approached the hot air balloon and began to cut the oilcloth on it with a knife. He also lifted the basket and placed it on the ship. As expected, it was empty. The things inside were turned over into the sea. After waiting for almost an hour, there was a reply. Number 576 took over the translated content and said to Chen Shihong, they admitted to receiving your fish. The grandson of Fuzhou's provincial governor, Wang Haoji, Guizhou Qing, ate 43 fish, one for each table, braised in soy sauce. The rest were made into dried fish and sent to Darling Candy House. Darling Candy House has confirmed the amount. Now, Wang Haoji has sent a telegram of apology to the capital. What do you have to say? Chen Shihong was stunned. It sounded very complicated. The fish he donated were used for war. He did not expect that some of them were eaten and sent to another place. He felt very uncomfortable. Brother Chen, Darling Candy House belongs to Xiaobei and the others. The ship worker who spoke earlier nudged Chen Shihong and reminded him. Yes, it belongs to Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan. What's there to say? So be it. If the little ancestors can eat the fish I sent, I will be even happier. Chen Shihong just remembered why Darling Candy House sounded so familiar. What about the other 43 fish that were eaten? Number 576 asked. 43 fish that were eaten? So what if they were eaten? What else can I do? Chen Shihong thought that 43 fish was not a lot, so he did not think much of it. Testify. Tell us who the fish are for and we will deal with it. How? Let someone else take care of Fuzhou first. Wang Haoji will go to the capital for a joint trial by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate. Joint trial by the 3 courts? 43 fish? Forget it. If this really goes, even if Provincial Governor Wang doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. It's very serious, right? Yes, if our Xiaobei and the others follow any of them, Wang Haoji will directly send an edict. Moreover, his crime immediately increase by 5 levels, right? Don't be like this. Provincial Governor Wang Haoji is really not bad. He specially built a large pool behind the yamen where his family lives and filled it with seawater. When the fish that we send back are not dead, he will let people throw them into the pool and sell them for a better price. He will use the money earned from the difference to hire local craftsmen to repair our fishing boats every time we send them back. If there is a surplus, he will contact the local workshop to buy hemp thread to weave a net. Then, he will give us the number of live fish that we provide. If he was taken away, would the next provincial governor copy him and do the same thing? It's just 43 fish. If I knew that his grandson is 1 year old, I would have given him 100 fish. Chen Shihong started to plead for mercy. The other crew members on the boat also became nervous. They did not expect that a donation of fish, where only 43 fish were eaten, would be so easy to deal with a provincial governor. No wonder the officials of Great Tang were so afraid of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They would be injured if they met them, and they would definitely die if they met them. Xiaobei and the others are really too lethal. A crew member sighed. Number 576 did not have much to say about this. Of course, it was very dangerous to be targeted by the little ancestors. They were specially used to deal with those officials who had facts but no evidence. Because the evidence could be destroyed, but the truth was clear in everyone's heart. Judging an official based on evidence was a small crime, and the people would not be convinced. The little ancestors could make up for this. No matter how small the crime was, adding 5 levels was enough. As for privileges, some people would use their privileges for themselves, while others would use them for the sake of the common people. The privilege of benefiting the common people was not a privilege, but a privilege that was above the law. The law that was above the law referred to the truly fair and reasonable law. It referred to the law that the enforcers could not make any mistakes in enforcing the law. It was not the law that those who profited in the name of the law spoke of. Since someone could use the law for personal gain, why couldn't someone use the law for public gain? Number 576 knew that some old scholars were disgusted with the privilege of Xiaobei and the others, but he felt that it was right. Of course, he did not catch the people who were against it. The small group of people were just privately criticizing in a small circle. If they felt that they were right, they could stand on the street and shout, and see what the consequences would be. No. 576 showed a smile and said to the people on the guard boat, "Generator, Wang Haoji's crime is small, but his merit is big. In this year's assessment, his crime will be reduced by 1 level, and his merit will be increased by 2 levels. The most excellent will be the top." The people on the fishing boat were happy, but the people on the guard boat looked at him and did not do anything. Number 576 was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered something. He found a small piece of cloth from the clothes he took off and showed it to the people on the other side. The people on the 2 boats looked at it together. There was only one pattern on the cloth, a very cute cartoon. It was a rice seedling with long legs and a big head. The rice seedling pointed a gun at his head with one hand, and held a pigeon with the word secret written on it with the other hand. Chen Shihong's eyes widened instantly. Sanshui County's Zhang Wang and Sanshui County's spy? As expected, you are everywhere. Good, with you here, we will be more at ease. Let's see who dares to deceive us. One of Chen Shihong's crew members also said happily, "But I heard that in the previous dynasties, this kind of people were bad people. Why didn't I find that the spy of the Tang dynasty's Xiao Bao and Cuckoo family was bad? It's just that this picture makes people sad. Why did he point the gun at himself? For you, There is nothing to keep secret. Let him see what you have, number 576 said to the person next to the telegraph machine. The person took out a gun and a grenade and said, "The gun is for suicide, and the grenade is for blowing up the radio. If I am surrounded by the enemy and can't run away after blowing up the radio, I will kill myself." After that, he followed number 576's request to generate electricity. The people on the fishing boat listened to the ticking sound, and for a moment, they were excited. It turned out that their stable life was protected by someone in the dark with their life. When the sound of the telegram stopped, Chen Shihong said, "I have an idea that can let the Tang dynasty get more things in the sea, and also provide direct help to the guards." Chapter 13:13. Number 576 looked at Chen Shihong and nodded. "Please go ahead." Chen Shihong took a deep breath and said as if he was reporting, "I found that there are many boats that can be used for both sail and oar. They are 6 to 7 times bigger than my fishing boat. They are too small for the ocean, too slow for transporting goods, and even more laborious for catching fish. They are like chicken ribs. Am I right?" "Yes, there are. They have been thrown in remote places at the docks. Some are even used as temporary warehouses. Do you want to buy them to fish?" Number 576 asked. Chen Shihong shook his head hard. "No, if I have the money to buy that boat, I would rather rent a steam engine boat with a trawl behind it. But I can't afford it. I don't have the wood and coal to burn. I have to go far away to catch big fish and fish that can't be found in the coastal waters. I want to let that kind of boat follow our small fishing boat. When we catch fish, we send them to the big boat. Look, like the school of fish we encountered now, the small boat will be filled very quickly. For the school of fish, there is no reduction at all. If there is a school of fish that is not fast enough to catch fish, but with the help of a big boat, we can bring back more fish, right? Whether it is rowing or sailing, it requires manpower." A person on the guard boat interrupted. Chen Shihong smiled at the person. "Yes, it needs people to do it. But comparing the gains and losses, it is worth it. They only need to row or sail, they don't need to know how to fish. That boat is not suitable for fishing either. It is neither big nor small, and it can't carry a trawl. Even if it is given to me, I will not catch fish, but transport. This brother, you only think of people and not skills. I can row and sail, but my main skill is fishing. There is also the fishing team over there. They also have the ability to catch fish. But generally speaking, we waste time on the way to and back. When the boat is full, even if there is fish, we can only watch. For example, this time, we took a day and a half to come here, and another day and a half to go back. If we were not instructed and found the school of fish immediately, we would need more than half a day to fill the boat. Now that we found the school of fish, we can fill the boat with fish in 2 hours. What a pity! If we have a big boat, we can chase after the school of fish. How many fish can we catch in 10 to 10 hours? When Chen Shihong said this, everyone began to ponder. Just as he mentioned, it would take 3 days to go back and forth, and it would take half a day to fill the boat, which was too inefficient. If it was near the sea, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were not allowed to set up nets. They could only do artificial farming and fishing, or as a tourist attraction, throw a few spinning nets on the boat to show the tourists. However, it was absolutely impossible for large-scale fishing fleets to sweep the area, or for steam engine ships to traverse the area with trawling nets. Therefore, everyone had to be a long distance away from the coastline before they could enter the fishing area. If it had been someone else who had requested this, no one would have bothered. However, since it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they naturally had to obey. There had to be a very important reason. "I'm willing to provide you with an interest-free loan so that you can buy a few of those useless boats." Number 57 felt that Chen Shihong's words were very reasonable. He could use some of the resources himself. Although it was not much, it was definitely not a problem to buy a few boats. As an intelligence officer, he understood that the main family's tax income decreased this year. It seemed that the main reason was that the main income had decreased. In fact, the real reason was that a large part of the funds had been used in the spy system, including the resources that each spy could control. There was also a large amount of overseas expenditure, which was directly deducted by the main family. However, the official account that would not be included in the tax collection could not be restricted by the little young master at all. Even if the cost accounting account book was handed over, the little young master could still get the money, and it would not be detected in the account book or theoretical deduction. The little young master would always have a way to deduct this part of the money, and at the same time, make others feel that it was normal. This was because the Ministry of Revenue could not audit all the transactions of the Zhang family and Wang family. Even if a dynamic rolling method was used to calculate, there would still be loopholes. Moreover, the main family's transactions were truly too many, including the direct withdrawal of shares and dividends and reinvestment. In addition, there was also the pricing of special goods, the benefits given to the officials in the capital, the high salary and the expenses of the plan to raise honest officials in the areas controlled by the Zhang family and Wang family, the regions where the goods were produced during disaster relief, and the cost of transportation. There were also other aspects and so on. Even if the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were exhausted to death, they would not be able to find out. Even if the great Tang Bank was not under the little young master's control and was directly handed over to the Ministry of Revenue, they would still be confused. The main family had too many subsidiaries, and they were in contact with each other and competed with each other. If the price fluctuated slightly, even if it followed the fluctuation of the price of the same industry at that time to calculate the profit and stop-loss point, it was still impossible to avoid the existence of artificial factors. This was the asymmetrical factor that the little young master spoke of between the theory of capital operation and the actual control of it, unless one could know the hearts of everyone who actively and passively entered the capital operation link. Number 576 felt that he could not in this lifetime, so he thought that anyone who said that the income of the Zhang family and Wang family had decreased in recent years and was happy about it were all fucking idiots. Playing with the little young master, they were far from being able to do so. While he was thinking, Chen Shihong and the others were also thinking that this spy seemed to have a bit of power. Not only could he influence the annual examination of the officials, he could also provide loans, the kind that had no interest. Chen Shihong could not feel any envy or jealousy towards number 576. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had always been very strict in the selection of personnel. First of all, they had to have a heart that was loyal to the great Tang in any situation, and loyalty to the Zhang family and Wang family was secondary. But the more this was the case, the more loyal everyone was to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They even felt that the great Tang with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo was the real great Tang. After that, they had to undergo the screening of intelligence training, physical fitness and combat awareness. Only then could they enter the next round of examination. After layers of examination, the people who stayed were definitely the elites of the elites. This could be seen from the wounds on his body and the charm of his personality and his speech that he had put in a lot of effort. Chen Shihong did not think that he could go through this process and persist, so he looked at number 576 again and found that he was still as calm as before. If I were your enemy, Chen Shihong suddenly muttered, and even made an attacking posture to test the waters. Then you would already be dead. Number 576 put his hand on the spinal cord behind Chen Shihong's neck and said with a smile. Chen Shihong trembled. He felt that there was a sharp object touching his skin. Is it a needle? The kind that is used to insert the spinal cord. I read in the newspaper that it is easy to dislocate the spinal cord if there is always a hand patting the neck of the child. If there is something inserted, the child will lose consciousness in a very short time. After saying this, Chen Shihong stared at him and said, Take your hand away. I admit that you are strong, but I am not afraid of you. I will tell Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Number 576 smiled and retracted his hand. I just want to let you know what is going on. I know. I was wondering why I felt so relieved. It is because we are on the same team. The stronger you are, the more relieved I am. I am serious with you. I don't want to take a loan. I think that the hot air balloon is very useful. Let's cooperate. The cost of the hot air balloon is very high. Number 576 reminded him. Is it as high as the life of the fishermen of Tang Empire? Chen Shihong asked. You are arguing. If there is no young master and young lady, who do you think is higher between the life of the fully equipped hot air balloon and your life? Number 576 said that others were arguing, so he followed suit. When Chen Shihong thought of this, his face changed. He immediately reacted and said, Are you trying to scare me? You can't do without them. Without Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, there would be no hot air balloon. Who do you think is higher? Then he said, I am not going to buy a boat. It is not good to take a loan. I advise you to form a team. There are hot air balloons flying in the sky. They will not follow us. Will you not train? When we go out to sea, our small boat will follow the big boat. You will help to look for fish in the sky. You can see far. Otherwise, we used to look for seabirds. When you find fish, tell us. We will go and catch them. We will directly load the big boat. When one boat is full, we will go back and so on. We will take a part of the money from selling the fish, the people on the big boat will take a part, and the rest will be given to you to make hot air balloons. Everyone will benefit. The main thing is that with you flying above our heads, we will be relieved. With us below, when you are in danger during training, we can save you. Number 576 listened carefully and considered whether what Chen Shihong said was feasible. In the end, he thought it was a good cooperation project. Anyway, they were going to train, so it was not a big deal to train anyone. I personally agree with your proposal, but I can't make the decision. I need to ask for instructions. It is a waste to leave that kind of boat outside to be exposed to the wind, rain, and sun. It is hard to find a boatman, and the price of labor is expensive. If it was Xiaobao and Huan here, they definitely wouldn't be unable to think of a solution like you. It's a pity that they are busy in the West. I will give you some advice. Chen Shihong saw that the other party could not think of a good way at the moment, so he found an opportunity to show off. Number 576 smiled and then pretended to be humble. Please enlighten me. Chen Shihong smiled and was very happy. He pointed at Liuqiu Island and said, there are people on the island. They do things on the island, but the efficiency is too low. In other words, the cost of labor is low. You know a lot. Number 576 praised him at the right time. Just so. Listen to me. You can discuss with them and tell them that you will give them benefits. They will row the boats and sail the sails. The remuneration will be paid in 2 ways. The first way is that we will catch fish and share it with them. The second way is that after they work for a certain amount of time, we will give them the boats. They have their own simple smelting place, they can weave, they can farm, and they can catch fish. But they lack more skills, so they can't make such a big boat. Look at their boats, they are just hollowed-out pieces of wood, and they row inside. When I see their boats, I feel sorry for the wood. Those are all good wood, and it is a waste to hollowed-out pieces of wood to make boats. They don't dare to send their bamboo and wooden rafts far away from the sea. If you give them boats, they will like it. When Chen Shihong talked about the situation on the island, he showed a sad expression, as if the wood used by the other party was from his family. Number 570's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was feasible. The people on Luqiao Island had their own social survival rules, but they did not cut off contact with the outside world. In the past, the people here always wanted to take advantage of others. Naturally, the chief of the tribe on the island was not willing to let them. So, he was beaten when he objected. Fortunately, the climate on the island was different from here. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the people of the previous dynasty. Of course, it had something to do with the rulers of the previous dynasty. The people in Fuzhou were not easy to control. In the end, they could not find people who could adapt to the environment, let alone form Lu Zhou's wolf army. If you went there, the mountain people would not pay attention to you. Now, there was a large amount of goods to exchange. Moreover, the value of the local tribes was not at a disadvantage. However, not all tribes were friendly to Tang. They were beaten by Tang before, and they were still holding a grudge. At the same time, they were also on guard. According to Chen Shihong, it would not only solve the problem of human resources, but it would also further promote the communication with the natives on the island. Some of the tribes who cooperated with Tang dynasty would become rich first, and the other tribes would be tempted. In the end, when all the tribes cooperated, they could also bring the people of the tribes to Tang for a tour, and the Tang people would travel to their island for a tour. They would divide the land for construction and hire the people of the tribes to work. After a series of operations, they would not need to use force to get the island. They would build a port, and the territory would be extended out, making it convenient for more ships to go to the island. The more number 576 thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. He praised. Good idea. I'll report it. If it's approved, I'll give you a reward. Maybe I'll give you a steam engine ship. Really? Chen Shihong clapped his hands happily. He knew the other party would not be greedy. At the same time, he did not expect number 576 to give such a good evaluation. He did not even dare to dream that an idea could be exchanged for a ship. It's true. Your idea not only solves the problem of manpower, but also puts the idle ships to use. Tools can only show their value when they are used. More importantly, your idea can quickly reduce the gap between us and the tribes on Xueqi Island. My idea of a steam engine ship is conservative. The people above will review it and give you a reward according to the value of the idea. They will also add a little extra to encourage you to continue to think of ideas. Then they will put it in the newspaper, and you will become famous. While number 576 was talking, he signaled the people on the guard ship to report it. First, he would simply send the idea back, so that the other side could be prepared. When he went back, he would repeat it in detail. Chen Shihong was grinning from ear to ear as he listened. He nodded and said, "I know. I am the horsebone of the horsebone in the 1,000 gold market. Even if you don't give me a reward, I am willing to give you ideas. It is a way to show my value. I, a fisherman, can help the Tang Empire. I have not lived in vain." "I don't think you are a fisherman. You are more like a researcher in charge of practical plans. You know a lot." Number 576 said sincerely. Chen Shihong continued to laugh. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, I know a lot because I read a lot of books. When I am not fishing, I go to the school to listen to the lessons with the children. When I go home, I ask my son to teach me. Now I can read the newspaper by myself, and I can even write more than 100 words. They all say that I have nothing to do, stupid. This time, I will let them know who is smart and who is stupid." Number 576 gave him a thumbs up and was about to praise him when Chen Shihong suddenly pointed to the place where the sea met the sky in the distance and exclaimed, "There are boats, 2 of them, much bigger than mine." Number 576 quickly picked up the binoculars and looked in that direction. Yes, there were 2 triangular sailboats moving forward on the sea. Looking at that direction, they would come into contact with their side. "Whose boats?" "They are not ours. We don't have such boats with triangular sails. They are cannibals. Why are there only 2 boats?" Number 576 made a judgment. Chen Shihong followed and looked. He took the binoculars and looked, and was amused. "Are the boats patched? I reckon that there should be quite a number of ships here, but they encountered wind or something. As a result, all the other ships were damaged. The remaining 2 ships were repaired after docking on that small island. How pitiful. What should we do? Ask all the fishing boats to come back. Send a report and ask for reinforcements. Guard the boats and set up the guns. Give me a gun. My weapons are all sunk in the water. It is really not the right time." Number 576 quickly gave the order. When the fishermen heard that there was danger, they did not care about fishing anymore. They gathered back and then rowed towards the land. The 2 guard boats stayed in place and did not move. They were not in a hurry. They could see the boats, but it would take some time for them to come over. Now, the wind was blowing from the land to the sea. Maybe the reinforcements of the hot air balloon team could follow the wind and arrive. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.